307. After knowing that his master had passed away, the young novice monk cried very sadly. He did not seem like a monk at all. But when Chen Pingan saw the little bald head wailing and shaking the old monk's arm with all his might, as if he wanted to shake his master awake from his sleep, Chen Pingan felt that it was only human nature to do so. After knowing that his master had passed away and burned the sarira that was mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures, the young novice monk laughed again. He felt that his master's Buddhist teachings were probably quite powerful. The young novice monk still did not seem like a monk. Chen Pingan had been helping the temple to take care of the old monk's funeral. He was busy and privately told the new abbot of Aksayan Siang Temple about the old monk's thoughts. The matter of the sarira should not be announced to the public in a hurry. Otherwise, it would attract criticism from the common people and might even lead to speculation from the government. The new abbot did not have any objections. He lowered his head and put his palms together to express his gratitude to Chen Pingan. After that, Chen Pingan did not go to Aksayan Siang Temple to meditate. However, he told the new abbot that if the temple had any difficulties, he could inform him at his residence. He, Chen Pingan, would help as much as he could. The middle-aged monk chanted the name of Buddha. After Chen Pingan left, he went to the shrine in the main hall. He silently lit an everlasting lamp for this kind-hearted benefactor. He called the young novice monk over and asked him to look after the lamp often. The little novice monk uttered an "oh" and nodded his head in agreement. Seeing that the little fellow agreed so quickly, the monk knew that he would slack off. He bent his finger and lightly tapped the little bald head, lecturing him, "Miu, you must remember this matter." The little novice monk uttered another "oh" with a bitter face. It was hard to say whether he would remember the matter or not, but in short, he already knew the consequences of not having a good memory. After his senior abbot left the main hall, the young novice monk sighed. His senior brother used to be so kind. After becoming the abbot, he became as heartless as his master. Even if he could become the abbot in the future, he did not want to. Otherwise, he would definitely hurt his junior brother's heart. He was the youngest disciple of his master, how could he have a junior brother? He would never have one in the future, it was too much of a loss. At the thought of this, the young novice monk turned around and ran out of the main hall. He chased after the abbot and eagerly asked when his senior brother was going to accept disciples. The head monk knew what the young novice monk was thinking and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pretended that he was going to use the young novice monk's head as a wooden fish again. His dharma name was Wooden Fish. The young novice monk sighed and ran away. Chen Pingan, whose state of mind was more peaceful, found it strange that he still did not pick up the mountain-shaking fist manual and the swordsmanship manual. Instead, he continued to wander around the capital. This time, he carried a small bag wrapped in cotton and walked slowly. He drank wine and ate dry biscuits. He did not have a fixed residence, so he could just find a quiet place to settle down. It could be under the shade of a tree, on a roof, or by a small bridge over a flowing stream. The tall vermilion walls, the greenery peeking out from the high walls, the swinging sound of the swings and laughter within the walls. There were laurel-educated scholars who wrote poems and poems in a flourishing age. At that time, there was a man in white sitting quietly on a tree branch and drinking wine. There was a restaurant near the water that was filled with distinguished guests. They were all young talents in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. They gave pointers on the state and current affairs. It was natural for scholars to govern the country. Chen Pingan sat on the roof of the restaurant and carefully listened to their discussions. They were full of hot blood and hated evil. However, Chen Pingan felt that it was a little difficult to implement their policies. However, it could also be that these young talents were drunk and did not speak in detail. Two groups of ruffians had agreed to fight, each with 30 to 40 people. Perhaps this was their jianghu. They were roaming the Jianghu and making a name for themselves. Chen Pingan squatted on a dilapidated low wall in the distance. He found that the Jianghu veterans, who were over 20 years old, were slick with their moves. The youths who were under 20 were fearless and ruthless. After the fight, their faces were bruised and swollen with blood. They put their arms around their brothers' shoulders and began to look forward to the next Jianghu feud. The leader of one of the groups was a little older, almost 30 years old. He shouted for them to go to the tavern to drink, and they went to the tavern in a grandiose manner. The beautiful woman who was selling wine was his wife. Seeing this group of familiar faces, she could only squeeze out a smile and take out wine and food to entertain her man's brothers. Looking at the man who was surrounded by people and talking loudly in the middle, the woman's brows showed some sorrow for not having a good life, but there was also some admiration in her eyes. She looked at her man. Her man's most capable and daring subordinate, a tall youth, was secretly looking at her. Chen Pingan sat at the furthest place from them. He ordered 2 pots of wine. He poured 1 pot into the blade-nourishing gourd and drank the other pot immediately. The young woman gritted her teeth and raised the price of 2 pots of wine by 30 copper coins. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to know the market price and didn't hesitate to pay. The woman felt a little guilty, so she gave him 2 more dishes that she made to accompany the wine. The man stood up and thanked her with a smile. The woman blushed and quickly turned around. She did not dare to look at the handsome and clean face again. On the other side of the crowded table, a man who was nearing his 30s said that one day, his brothers would have a real territory in the capital. At that time, everyone would drink wine and eat meat. When they saw the officials with swords at their waists, they would not have to be afraid. At that time, they would definitely beg to be brothers with them. In the future, they would ask that scholar Ma, who looked down on them, for a few Spring Festival couplets and a few Fu characters. Let's see if he would still dare to look at them from the corner of his eyes, or if he would have the guts to say no. The man was tongue-tied and the people around him were excited. They cheered loudly and spat everywhere. Especially the hot-blooded youths. After drinking and spitting, they returned to the table. In their drunken eyes, they could vaguely see that they were all brothers. They only felt that life was so happy. Chen Pingan silently left the wine shop on the street. After walking far away, he could not help but look back. It was as if he saw himself, Lu Xianyang, and the slug Gu Kan. The 3 of them were also sitting there. At that time, the dragon kiln apprentice, who was as dark as charcoal, would be distressed about the cost of the wine. Lu Xianyang must have started to worry after his heroic words and complained about why GQ did not like him. Gu Kan, who was very precocious since childhood, would probably gnash his teeth and learn from the people of Jianghu. He emphasized that if he wanted to take revenge, he should do it quickly and not care about anything else. Chen Pingan looked away and continued to walk. A sharp-eyed youth joked, "Just now, that pretty boy stopped and looked at us for a long time. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to our sister-in-law?" The drunk man slammed the table and said, "If he has the guts, I will hack him to death. Believe it or not, even if I die tomorrow, your sister-in-law will be a widow for the rest of her life and will not marry anyone. She will not marry even the emperor. A delicate pretty boy is nothing. So what if he has a sword on his back?" As he spoke, his head hit the table heavily and he was completely drunk. The young woman lowered her head and wiped the table. She secretly pursed her lips and smiled for some reason. The tall youth who often glanced at the woman's graceful figure also lowered his head at this time. He was a little flustered and also a little resentful. The youth drank a mouthful of wine. It was tasteless. For some reason, a haggard woman caught a naughty child and spanked him. The child's mouth was dry and howling, but in fact, he was winking at his friends not far away. The woman in shabby clothes hit him and then cried out. The child was stunned and then really cried. After a torrential downpour, the capital finally saw the warm sun again. A group of extravagantly dressed children rode their horses through the streets, raising their whips as they spurred their horses, splashing mud everywhere. There was an old woman's stall by the side of the road. She didn't have time to evacuate in time, so some of the crudely made knitted items were accidentally splashed by the mud. Her face immediately turned deathly pale. The last rider was a young woman with arrogant eyebrows. When she saw this scene, she didn't stop, but casually threw a money bag on top of the stall. However, because she wasn't familiar with horsemanship, she was too eager to throw the heavy money bag accurately. In a moment of carelessness, she tilted and fell off the horse. After a good round of rolling, she cried out in pain. Her originally elegant face and expensive clothes were no longer worth looking at. The woman staggered towards the horse that had stopped. With some difficulty, she climbed onto the horse's back and raised her whip to leave. Covered in mud, she raised her head high. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a swordsman wearing a snow-white robe standing on the side of the street looking at her. She could not help but turn her head. That person raised his arm at her and gave her a thumbs up. The woman rolled her eyes and did not take it to heart. Chen Pingan walked and stopped like this. He saw many scholars and the various attitudes of the common people. The ugliness of White River Temple lasted for less than 10 days before the curtains were drawn. The imperial court had already closed the coffin. There were not many monks left in White River Temple. Apart from the main culprits, who were immediately executed, imprisoned, and expelled, the property of White River Temple was confiscated. As for who would accept this hot potato, some said that it was an eminent monk from one of the other 3 great temples in the capital, while others said that it was the abbot of a few famous temples in the region. Obviously, there were masters in the Nanyuan kingdom who were advising the emperor. The scandal of the White River Temple was cut in half at the waist and quickly stopped. This was because the attention of the imperial court had quickly shifted to another grand event. One of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugenie, had successfully broken through after 10 years of seclusion. He held a Wulian assembly and gathered all the heroes to discuss the matter of encircling and annihilating the 3 sects of the devil cult. At that time, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart sect, and Lu Fang, the mountain master of the Bird's Eye Peak, who was known to be able to nurture sword intent in the mountain mist and sea of clouds, would all appear. The 4 great grandmasters gathered at Mount Yunyu, which was adjacent to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. This was a grand scene that had not been seen in Jianghu for 100 years. These 4 people were all the leaders of the martial arts world in their respective countries. They could set off stormy waves in Jianghu with a stomp of their feet. Especially between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, and Eugenie of the Songsui kingdom, whose enmity had been entangled for 60 years. The 2 of them were born in the marketplace of the Songsui kingdom and had been neighbors since childhood. They were a pair of life and death brothers. By chance, they began to roam Jianghu together and each had their own adventures. They became the most eye-catching pair of martial arts geniuses in Jianghu at that time. In the end, for some unknown reason, they turned against each other and became enemies. After a life-and-death battle that was watched by only 4 or 5 people, both of them were seriously injured. Zhong Qiu then came to the Nanyuan kingdom. At dusk, Chen Pingan returned to the house near the Zhuiyuan alley. Before that, there was still a group of people playing chess at the corner of the street. The grandfather and grandson were watching others play chess. Seeing Chen Pingan's figure, the child's face turned pale. He hurriedly got up and asked Chen Pingan to watch the game. Chen Pingan approached and watched for a while. Then the child said that he had something to do and went home first and ran away. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. He was not interested in watching the game. After standing for half an hour, he slowly walked back to the house. After opening the door and entering the house, the child stepped on a small stool in the opposite house and looked at Chen Pingan through the window. The child gently breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Pingan closed the door, took off the bundle and put it on the bed. Xiaolian immediately jumped out from the ground, babbling and pointing, as if she was very angry. Chen Pingan glanced at the stack of books on the table. There were some subtle wrinkles that were not easy to notice. Compared to when he left the house, there were obviously more wrinkles. He squatted down and opened his palm to let the little thing walk into his palm. Then, he got up and sat by the table. Xiaolian jumped onto the table. The little thing, who did not attract dust, gently jumped onto the mountain of books. She knelt on the title page of a sage's book and carefully smoothed the wrinkles with her little arms. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's okay. Books are for people to read. Didn't they already return it? Don't be angry." The little thing, who was working hard over there, turned her head and blinked her eyes. She was somewhat puzzled. Chen Pingan rubbed her little head, took out a bamboo slip and a carving knife, and gently placed them on the table. In the night, Chen Pingan quietly went to White River Temple. He had burned incense here before, so Chen Pingan was not unfamiliar with it. White River Temple had a large hall that was extremely strange. There were 3 Buddha statues enshrined. One had an angry look, one had a lowered eyebrow, and there was also a Buddha statue in the middle that was actually sitting upside down. For thousands of years, no matter how much incense was burned, the Buddha statue always had its back facing the door and the pilgrims. Recently, White River Temple had been somewhat desolate. During the day, it was completely deserted, and at night, it was even more desolate. In addition to the frightening rumors that had been spreading, the usually solemn Bodhisattva and Heavenly King statues had become sinister and sinister. A few days ago, a group of thieves came to take advantage of the temple. In the end, they all ran out while howling in grief. They were all crazy and only calmed down when they were sent to prison. They only said that White River Temple was haunted and that they must not go there. Before Chen Pingan entered the side hall where the door was not closed, he deliberately lit a yang qi lantern lighting talisman. There was nothing strange about it. Inside the temple, he quietly changed his position a few times. The talisman was always slowly burning at a uniform speed. Chen Pingan was just about to leave White River Temple. Just as he walked near the entrance of the hall, he suddenly leaped backwards. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and in the next moment, he was sitting on the beam of the hole. He lay down on his side and held his breath in concentration. 3 people swaggered in from outside the hole. They did not look like thieves at all. Instead, they looked like high officials and nobles enjoying the scenery under the moonlight. Chen Pingan frowned. He had actually seen 2 of them before. They were martial arts peers from a quiet house in Zhuiyuan Alley. The old man was tall and had a thin appearance. Although he was not a Taoist, he wore a simple silver lotus crown on his head. Compared to Chen Pingan's gaze on the street from afar, the old man did not deliberately conceal his aura tonight. When he crossed the threshold, it was like a towering mountain, forcefully crashing into the main hall of White River Temple. The woman took off the veil hat that covered her face. Her appearance was moving. She took off the cloak that covered her body. The color was magnificent. The most extraordinary thing was that she wore a pair of wooden clogs. Her feet were as bare as snow. The handsome young man had an unfamiliar face. He was tall and slender. He wore a navy blue robe with large sleeves. A string of coral prayer beads was wrapped around his hand. As he walked, he gently twisted the beads. The woman's voice was clear. It was not the capital accent of the Nanyuan kingdom. She glanced at the young man charmingly and teased, "My flower hairpin boy, since you are a devout Buddhist, why don't you kneel down and kowtow? When the time comes, I will stand in front of the Buddha statue and take advantage of young Master Zhou. Won't I become famous overnight? I will have no regrets even if I die." The young man smiled but did not speak. He only raised his head to look at the three statues. The world was silent. In such a large hall, only the soft sound of the beads rolling could be heard. The old man smiled and said, "Don't joke about Zhou Shi. He has a good temper and won't lower himself to your level. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, who will pay for Zhou Shi's coffin?" Who looked like a young girl but had the temperament of a woman, covered her mouth and laughed. She was so charming that the hall, which was originally gloomy and frightening, seemed to be overflowing with spring. The young man named Zhou Shi, nicknamed Flower Hairpin Boy, smiled helplessly. "Old sect master Ding, please don't bully a junior like me. Eugenie of the Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, and Lu Fang of the Bird's Eye Peak are all amazing immortals. Among them, Tong Qingqing is of the same generation as Master Grandfather. On the other hand, we are weak. Do we really want to play this game of pulling chestnuts out of the fire? Even if we get the golden-bodied Arhat and the scripture, can we leave the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom alive?" The woman counted with her fingers and pointed out the names one by one, talking about the most secretive matters in Jianghu. Although Master Grandfather is the real number one in the world, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Eugenie has so many disciples and disciples. Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan Kingdom is a local bully. Tong Qingqing, that old witch, likes to bewitch people. Last time when Flower Hairpin Boy came back injured, he said that he was beaten half to death by her, but in fact, he was fascinated by the old witch's beauty and was playing the trick of injuring himself to gain our confidence. Especially that Lu Fang, the number of times he fought in the past few decades can be counted on one hand. Everyone in Jianghu says that he is a righteous Master Grandfather. From this, we can see how talented he is. After so many years of practicing swordsmanship, maybe he has already surpassed Eugenie and Zhong Qiu. The old man turned a deaf ear and kept silent. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the Buddha statue with its back to the world. The woman stomped her foot with some resentment. The wooden clogs stepped on the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Zhou Shi comforted the woman. "These 4 people are not as united as a rock. When it comes to life and death, I'm afraid none of them will be willing to sacrifice themselves." The woman laughed. "Are there any of us who are willing?" Zhou Shi looked calm and continued. "In fact, just my father, Armed Saint Qing Yuanshan, and Sharpener Lu Zong, in terms of top fighting power, are not inferior to the 4 great grandmasters. This time we are working in secret, not 2 armies on the battlefield. We don't have to pay attention to the number of troops. You don't have to worry. In fact, the 4 great grandmasters were just the words of the righteous people in Jianghu. They purposely excluded the people of the devil cult and the underworld. They were just happy behind closed doors. What really convinced the public was the 10 great masters. It just so happened that the righteous and evil were equally divided. Of course, the 4 great grandmasters each occupied a place. The first person of the righteous path who changed from martial arts to immortal cultivation, Eugenie. He was ranked 2nd. The first person of external martial arts, Zhong Qiu. He was ranked 6th. Rumor had it that Tong Qingqing, who was 90 years old but still looked youthful, was said to be the most beautiful woman after her. Even if all of her looks and charm were added together, they still couldn't compare to her. He was ranked 9th. The swordsman Lu Fang, who lived in seclusion at Bird's Eye Peak, was the youngest of the 4 great grandmasters. He was not even 50 years old. He was ranked 10th. But as time passed, almost everyone believed that Lu Fang, who was ranked last 20 years ago, was the most qualified person to challenge and defeat the first person. Some people even believed that Lu Fang had surpassed the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu, and was ranked in the top 5. And the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan mentioned by hairpin boy Zhou Shi was extremely skilled in martial arts. When facing people and enemies, it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he was not recognized by the righteous sections. They felt that his martial arts were too lacking and did not deserve the title of Great Grandmaster. This person was ranked 8th. The blade grinder Lu Zong was a true top evil master. He loved to kill people and was notorious. He was ranked 7th. As for Zhou Shi's father, Zhou Fei, he was a devil that countless people of the righteous path dreamed of chopping into pieces. He was extremely skilled in martial arts, but his conduct was extremely bad. He created the Spring-Tide Palace and collected beauties from all over the world. Except for a few sons, there were hundreds of people in the Spring-Tide Palace. There was not a single man. Therefore, Zhou Fei called himself the Emperor of the Mountain, Immortal of the Land. But what made people helpless was Zhou Fei. He was ranked 4th and was recognized as the world's best in martial arts. When Lu Fang was young, he used his sword, Dragon Circling the Beam, and successfully pierced Zhou Fei's body 3 times. Zhou Fei was still safe and sound. The loss of combat power was almost negligible. Lu Fang then took the initiative to retreat. Lu Fangzhou, who had barged into the Spring-Tide Palace alone with a sword, had paid a huge price for his impulsiveness. During the 3 years he had been away traveling, Zhou Fei had personally tortured the 600 people of his sect to death. Rumor had it that Lu Fangzhou's master's wife and a dozen or so senior and junior sisters were still serving as maids in the Spring-Tide Palace. As for why Lu Zhou didn't challenge Zhou Fei again after hearing the bad news after returning from his trip, it became one of the biggest Jianghu secrets in the world. Together with how powerful the #1 man in the world was, how beautiful Dong Qingqing of the Jing Exayan Pavilion was, and how old Eugenie could live, they were known as the 4 great mysteries of the world. From the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom to the Yunyu Mountain outside the city, there were treacherous clouds everywhere. There was a middle-aged man who came from afar. After entering the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom with the smell of alcohol, he was like a fish in water. He drank all day in a wine shop on the street and became muddle-headed. In the end, he had no choice but to leave his sword at the wine shop. 5 taels of silver, and that was when the shopkeeper's wife saw that he was muscular and could steal a few times while he was asleep. Otherwise, it would be 3 taels of silver at most. On the top of the Yunyu mountain, there was a person with a childlike figure and an innocent face. Every day, he had nothing to do, so he carefully polished a jade bamboo folding fan. When the generals of the Nanyuan Kingdom who were in charge of the 800 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain saw this person, they had to respectfully address him as Elder Yu. In the Crown Prince's residence, there was a stooped old man who had been the head chef for many years. He opened the lid of a large jar of pickled vegetables that had not yet arrived. The sour smell assailed his nostrils as he muttered, "Troubled times, troubled times." However, there was no doubt that the 3 people who entered the White River Temple tonight without burning incense were the most important. This had little to do with the woman and the hairpin boy, Zhou Shi, because the old man's surname was Ding. For 80 years, he had maintained his position as the most powerful person in the world. He killed people based on his personal preferences and moods. He killed famous Jianghu figures, emperors, generals, ministers, countless evil people of the Wulin world, and the elderly, women, and children on the roadside. Later, he passed the position of cult leader to his only disciple who was killed by him and disappeared. However, after he left Jianghu for 20 years, he was still the most powerful person without any suspense. There was a laughable Jianghu rumor that the Reverence Tower, which specialized in collecting Jianghu's secrets and evaluating the level of grandmasters, had had two tower masters. Their best friends had once asked them out of curiosity why they did not remove the devil Ding whose fate was unknown. Both of them had said the same thing: if he is not dead, I will be dead. At this moment, in the main hall, the woman smiled and asked, "Your father only wants a beauty like Fairy Zhou, but on the surface, you put in the most effort. Don't you feel that you are losing out by mobilizing so many people?" Zhou Shi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know my father's temperament? To put it nicely, he loves beauties but not the country. To put it bluntly, he forgets his life when he sees beauties." If Zhongqiu did not live next to the imperial palace of Nanyuan Kingdom, he would have entered the palace to snatch Empress Fan. The woman rubbed her cheeks and said with self-blame, "Zhou Shuzhen and Fan Guan, one is the most beautiful woman today, the other is 20 years ago, the most beautiful woman in the world. Your father's taste is really high." No wonder it was difficult to enter his eyes. Even when they met and drank tea together, he was polite and looked straight ahead. Zhou Shi smiled bitterly. The woman smiled and asked, "Why doesn't your father have any thoughts about Dongqingqing?" Zhou Shi looked up at the majestic Buddha statue that was glaring at the world. His fingers kept twirling the beads, and he said softly, "My father said that if a delicious food is hot to the mouth, it is worth it even if it burns the mouth. But if it is destined to burn the stomach, no matter how greedy you are, don't touch it." Hearing this, the old man who was standing with his hands behind his back twitched the corner of his mouth. He looked around and said softly, "Let's go. The golden body is no longer here." The beautiful woman and Zhou Shi had no objection and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. Although the woman kept calling him Master Grandpa and sounded very cute and intimate, in fact, she was frightened. She was afraid that if she was not careful, her head would be smashed by the old man. Zhou Shi was not much better. His father, Zhou Fei, was at most a dispensable protective talisman, far from enough to be a real life-saving talisman. The old man, whose every move seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth, slightly paused when he stepped over the threshold. It was just such an inconspicuous small movement, but it made the woman and Zhou Shi's breath become chaotic, their chests stuffy, and sweat oozed out of their foreheads. They stopped and stood still. The old man slightly sped up, stepped over the threshold, and walked down the steps. The two young martial arts geniuses who had won a great reputation in Jianghu felt their qi and blood rushing like marionettes. They could not help but walk quickly with the old man. The old man looked up at the moonlight and said with a smile, "This capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is much more interesting than the one 60 years ago." The two people behind him looked at each other and felt that there was a deep meaning in his words. The night was as cold as water. Chen Pingan changed from a lying position to a sitting position. First, he put his palms together and apologized to the three Buddha statues, asking them not to blame him for being disrespectful. The old man surnamed Ding was very powerful. Chen Pingan suddenly lay back on his side. Soon, two figures flashed like wisps of green smoke. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl! The woman's appearance and bearing were even better than the woman in wooden clogs. The man was about 30 years old. He was handsome and elegant, wearing a quaint crown and a distinguished style. He had the noble air of an emperor. He said with a mellow capital accent, "Fairy Fan, as you said before, this old devil Ding's temperament is really strange. Just now, he clearly saw us, but he didn't make a move." The ethereal woman was like an orchid that grew in the wilderness. Her appearance was so outstanding that it was unreasonable. Ordinary beauties would feel ashamed of their inferiority at first sight of her. Ordinary men would not even have the heart to possess her. They had to know their own limits. After hearing the man's words, she said, "This old hierarch disdains to make a move against us." The man said with a smile, "Can't I block one move?" "That's not necessary. My master is one of the few people who are the closest to those 10 people. Now that I'm fighting with my master, I have a 20 to 30% chance of winning." The woman shook her head and said, "Your Highness is naturally very talented, but there is a world of difference between a life and death battle between Jianghu grandmasters and a martial arts competition. Your Highness, don't underestimate this Jianghu. Even if you are facing a second-rate master, you can't take it lightly until the last moment." The man was sincerely happy that this fairy was worried about him. The fragrance was rich, so he ran to a stall and ate a bowl of something that was numb, spicy, and scalding. In the end, Chen Pingan found that there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. 308. It was still the woman surnamed Fan. At first glance, she was dressed simply and elegantly, but if one looked closely, they would find that her clothes were embroidered with the pattern of water clouds. Under the moonlight in the sky and the lights in the market, it was faintly discernible. It was dazzling, noble, and graceful. However, at this moment, she should be wearing a mask. She only had 50 to 60% of her previous appearance, so it was unlikely that she would cause a sensation in the market. She was still staring at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan put down his bowl and chopsticks and had to ask, "Do you have something to tell me?" She suddenly reached out and rubbed her forehead. She looked around and frowned. There was a diner at the next table arguing with someone else. He slammed the table and glared at the other person aggressively. He pointed at the other person's nose and scolded something like, "Your family is a brothel, little whore, and you don't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly open a brothel in your family." The two sides argued with a strong accent of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, which was unpleasant and messy. The woman gently rubbed her temple with one finger and returned to normal. Using the voice transmission of Jianghu martial artists, her eyes were full of curiosity and longing. She asked, "Young master, are you a banished immortal?" Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing and shook his head. "I'm just a foreigner who came to Nanyuan Kingdom to travel. I'm not a banished immortal as you said." The woman was a little regretful and apologized, "Young master, please forgive me for disturbing you." Chen Pingan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter." She hesitated for a moment and reminded him, "Recently, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not very peaceful. Young master is a dragon among men and is easy to be targeted. I hope young master will be more careful." Chen Pingan cupped his fists. "Thank you, Miss Fan." Fan Warner was not a sloppy person. She left the bustling night market just like that. Some gangsters wanted to take the opportunity to take advantage of her, but every time they made a move, she just dodged, like a fish swimming among the water plants and stones. Chen Pingan had some doubts. According to the bamboo house old man, whether a martial artist was talented or not depended on whether he could cultivate the most brilliant fist intent from the inferior boxing style. This was one of the reasons why he had chosen Chen Pingan. However, old man Chui wanted to save face no matter what and was unwilling to admit that the mountain-quaking fist actually had many redeeming qualities. Chen Pingan was simply unwilling to expose him. According to the conversation between old man Ding, Crow, and Zhou Shi, this strange woman in front of him, who he had never met before, was most likely the famous Fan Wan. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, she was the divine grandeur sex female crown, He Xiaoyang. Fan Wan clearly had the intention of approaching the Tao, but why was it that her martial arts cultivation seemed to have been pressed down by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, unable to advance for a long time? One's aura could be hidden, and one could return to one's natural state. But after a long time, one's inner spirit would not be able to deceive others. Every slow and rapid breath, every movement of a person's would often reveal the secrets of heaven. Old man Ding, who wore a silver lotus crown, seemed to have casually stepped into the main hall of White River Temple, but Chen Pingon immediately sensed a strange phenomenon. Chen Pingon had come from Pearl Paradise, so he had seen many peak-level characters. For someone to make Chen Pingon feel that they were quite strong, they were naturally not simple. The person who fed the fist in Luo Pa Mountain's bamboo house was once a peak 10th level martial artist. The person who fed the sword on Osmanthus Island was an old golden core. After Fan Wan-er's figure disappeared, Chen Pingon thought for a while and also left this bustling city. The capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom was divided into 81 squares of various sizes. The general layout was similar to many of the vassal states that Chen Pingon had passed through. This city was known as the most virtuous in the world. The north was noble, the south was poor, the east was martial, and the west was cultured. White River Temple was located in the western part of the city, and it was mostly the residences of middle-level civil officials and wealthy merchants. At this time, Chen Pingon was walking on a stone arch bridge. In the dead of night, Chen Pingon lightly jumped onto the railing and walked to the top of the blue stone bridge. Chen Pingon looked down at the small river below him. As it flowed, there was a water-suppressing beast standing at the bottom. It was shaped like a flood dragon and was not rare. In many of the bustling cities of the Aquarius continent, there would be this type of water-suppressing beast that was used to suppress the monsters in the water. However, Chen Pingon could not detect that this ancient water-suppressing beast had a trace of spiritual energy, as if it was just a decoration. While Chen Pingon was staring at the river in a daze, Fan Wan-er, the fairy from the Mirror Heart Pavilion, met the crown prince, Wei Yan, who should have returned to the palace of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although this person was of noble descent, he was a young master who had hidden his strength. His teacher of martial arts was a grandmaster of the older generation who had been exiled to the Nanyuan Kingdom from the north. As Wei Yan had said, he was one of the few people in the world who was closest to the top 10 masters. The teacher of the crown prince, Wei Yan, had an irreconcilable enmity with the Chuhua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic sect. Therefore, this respected crown prince was also recognized by the Lake Mountain sect and the Mirror Heart Pavilion as a righteous person. He also had the hope of becoming the next leader of the Jianghu. The Mirror Heart Pavilion even intended to support him as the next emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom. And that Ye from the demonic sect secretly supported Wei Yan's younger brother, Wei Chong. Both sides deceived each other and framed each other. They had been fighting for the favor of the old emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom for 5 or 6 years. Fan Wan-er and Wei Yan were scattered in the quiet night. Wei Yan whispered, "Fairy Fan, you don't have to hide from me if you want to see that person. He can hide in the main hall of the White River Temple without us noticing from the beginning to the end. He is definitely not an ordinary Jianghu man. If he is from the demonic sect and something happens to you, what will you do?" She slowly said, "The reason why we are talking about this is because I want to talk about a strange thing that I still don't understand." Wei Yan curiously said, "Tell me about it." Fan Wan-er rubbed her eyebrows. Wei Yan worriedly said, "What's wrong? Did that white-robed swordsman use some sinister method?" She smiled and shook her head. "Your Highness, have you heard about the banished immortal from your master?" Wei Yan smiled and said, "My master is a boorish man in the Jianghu. Let's not talk about this. He dislikes literati and poets the most. He always said that they are a bunch of ballless women. When I was young, I learned martial arts from my master. As long as I spoke a little bit in a literary manner, I would be beaten. So I can only appreciate the grace of the banished immortal from poems." Since Wei Yan didn't have any clues, Fan Wan-er didn't want to talk about it anymore. She changed the topic. Her eyes were deep and she murmured, "Your Highness, have you ever felt that when we experience something, walk through a place, or meet a person, we always feel that something is familiar?" Wei Yan nodded, "Yes, of course. The crown prince found it interesting and asked with a smile, "Does Fairy Fan also believe in the Buddhist reincarnation?" Fan Wan shook her head. On the Jinyo mountain outside the capital, there were 7 or 8 people standing tonight. Among them was the childlike Eugenie of the Lake Mountain sect. He looked solemn as he gazed at the silhouette of the capital in the night. The sloppy man who reeked of alcohol even pawned his sword to the wine shop woman. His name was Lu Fang. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, was a thin man who didn't smile much. He had an elegant temperament. It was hard to imagine that he was the world's #1. There was only one person left. Eugenie's voice was as tender and clear as his appearance. He said slowly, "Apart from old Demon Ding, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Temple, Wanderer Feng Feng, and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple, we have to kill one more person." Lu Fang said self-mockingly, "It can't be me, right?" Zhong Qiu glanced at him coldly. Lu Fang spread his hands and said helplessly, "Can't I even joke?" Apart from the 3 of the 4 grandmasters, there were also some people who shouldn't be here. But without exception, they were either one of the top 10 masters on the list or a grandmaster of martial arts like Wei Yan's master. Tonight on the Jinyo mountain and in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, there would be no talk of good or evil. Eugenie stared at a certain place in the capital and said softly, "Lu Fang, you and your friend first take care of the biggest accident. As for whether you kill him together or alone, I don't care. But you can only succeed, not fail. In 3 days, bring me the man's head. As usual, the killer gets all his belongings." Lu Fang touched the back of his head and sighed. In the distance, someone laughed sinisterly, eager to try. Chen Pingan didn't return to the house. Like a lonely ghost, he toured the capital at night. During this time, he snuck into the library of a scholarly family and casually flipped through the books. Before dawn, he quietly left and listened to the lectures of the teachers at the Imperial College. It wasn't until noon when the sun was high in the sky that he returned to the Zhuiyuan alley. He deliberately avoided the house related to the old man surnamed Ding and the flower hairpin man Zhou Shi. There were a few narrow bookstores in the Zhuiyuan alley. In addition to selling books, they also sold some of the 4 treasures of the study that couldn't be said to be on the desk. They were crude and simple. Fortunately, the prices were not high. After all, the buyers here were poor scholars who came to the capital to take the exam. Chen Pingan bought a few scattered landscape travel books in a shop. He definitely wouldn't read them in the near future. He just wanted to let the Luopa mountain have more books. By the time Chen Pingan returned to the alley of his residence, the delicate and pretty little fellow had just come back from class. The two walked together in the alley. The child seemed to have something that was hard to say. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't have the nerve to say it. Chen Pingan pretended not to see and returned to the house. Dinner was at the same table as the child's family. According to the agreement when they rented the house, this family would add a pair of bowl and chopsticks for Chen Pingan and receive an extra 30 copper coins a day. The old woman vowed that there would be fish in the meal. In reality, Chen Pingan often went out. He either left early and returned late, missing the dinner time, or he simply disappeared for a period of time. The old woman was very happy. There wasn't much oil on the table today. The old woman smiled apologetically and said, "Why didn't young Master Chen tell us earlier today so that we could have prepared the ingredients?" Chen Pingan smiled and said that it was fine as long as they could eat their fill. The old woman then asked what Ming had said. When she heard that Chen Pingan would go out tomorrow, the old woman sighed and complained that young Master Chen was too busy. It was so difficult to eat a simple meal. In fact, her daughter-in-law's cooking was not bad. She didn't dare to say it was good, but it was definitely good. The woman who had been eating with her head down and didn't even dare to eat more food raised her head slightly and smiled. It was unprecedented for her mother-in-law to praise her. After Chen Pingon finished eating, he moved a small stool and went to the street corner where the child's grandfather often played chess with others. It was rare to see a large bluestone paved street. The people who had lived here for generations would watch people come and go. They would chat with their neighbors and relieve boredom. If they saw a rich family's son galloping by on horseback, or a famous brothel girl walking by, it would brighten up the entire street. Chen Pingon sat not far from the chess stall, surrounded by a large group of people. Suddenly, he found that the child had also moved a stool and sat beside him. He had already taken off the sword Qi and placed it in the house. It was unreasonable for him to carry a sword on his back. He brought the sword-strengthening gourd with him, but left the more obedient flying sword 15 in the courtyard to prevent it from being stolen. Now that the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom was not peaceful, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Presumably, they would soon rise. Sensing the child's awkwardness, Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Something on your mind?" The child, who went to school and knew some rough etiquette, lowered his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Qin." Chen Pingon asked softly, "What do you mean?" The child sat on the low stool, clenched his fists and put them on his knees. He didn't dare to look at Chen Pingon. "My mother often went to look for young Master Chen's things when you weren't at home." Chen Pingon was stunned for a moment. He had thought that it was the mean old woman who often went to his room to visit and rummage through his things. He had never thought that it was the mother of the seemingly honest child. The child's mood became heavier. "Later, when young Master Qin was away for a long time, my mother stole the books that young Master Qin put on the table and gave them to me. I couldn't help it and peeped. I know it's not good." Chen Pingon wanted to play it down and say, "It's okay," but he quickly swallowed his words and changed his words, "It's not good." Previously, when he was wandering around the capital, he saw a wealthy and imposing mother at a noisy temple fair. Behind them was a group of retainers with bright eyes. The child was 5 or 6 years old. When he saw a beautiful older sister picking things from a stall, he ran over and pulled the young girl's sleeve. The child naturally didn't have any evil intentions. He just wanted to attract the adult's attention. The young girl ignored him at first, but the child came from a noble family. When he saw that the older sister ignored him, he became annoyed and the strength of his hands increased. The young girl was annoyed by the pestering, but she was educated and reasonable. She didn't argue with the child who didn't know any better. She raised her head and looked at the child's mother, who was standing not far away. The mother called the child back and stopped him from continuing his nonsense. At that time, if this scene stopped here, Chen Pingon would have let it go. However, the woman with the noble temperament said something that Chen Pingon couldn't let go of. He couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. It must be the words that the woman, who came from a wealthy family, taught her child. "Look, even your older sister is angry. Don't be naughty anymore." At first glance, there was no problem. The woman's expression had always been graceful. The gaze she looked at her son was kind and doting. Her attitude toward the young girl was not bad at all. It wasn't until now that Chen Pingon casually chatted with the child that he understood the reason. It was similar but different from the tragic disaster related to the burning of Senior Songyu in the Combe country. It was wrong for the woman to teach her child like this. Could it be that the child could act like this if the young girl at the stall wasn't angry? Compared to the tragedy of Songyu burning his senior in the pugilistic world, it seemed that he could not talk too much about such a trivial matter in the marketplace. If he really talked about it endlessly, he would definitely be suspected of being unreasonable. Perhaps the woman would think that he was being unreasonable and pushing his luck. Did he really think that the family name was easy to bully? Even the young girl might not appreciate it. Chen Pingon took out the bamboo scroll and looked at the left and right ends. His gaze kept moving to the middle. There were already many marks on it. Chen Pingon's left and right index fingers pressed against the two ends of the bamboo slips, which were like rulers. He turned his head and smiled at the uneasy child. Your mother's actions are definitely wrong. It's still not right for you to admit your mistakes and not correct them. However, after knowing this, you have to understand that there are big and small things in this world. In life, other than right and wrong, there are also human relationships. For example, why did your mother do what she did? Wasn't it because she wanted you to study more and become a scholar, a high official, or even become a grand scholar? Your mother is such a person who can endure hardships. Could it be that she did it to bring glory to her ancestors? So that she could dress well and eat well? I don't think so. She just wanted you to live a good life in the future, right? If you understand why your mother did such a wrong thing, then you don't have to think too much about it. Her wrong and her good to you, you already know it in your heart. Next, it's your turn. You've read books and learned the sage's principles in the books, so you know how to behave. Then, if time flowed backwards and you were given another chance, what would you do? The child had been listening attentively. Because Chen Pingon's reasoning was simple and he was an intelligent child, he understood. After thinking carefully, he said, I should quietly put the books that my mother stole back in young Master Chen's room and then openly borrow the books from you. Is that right? Chen Pingon nodded and said, I only dare to say that on my side, it's already right. If it was someone else, you might have to think more. The child jumped up and said, Young Master Chen, then you won't blame my mother, right? Chen Pingon rubbed the child's head, some mistakes can be made up for. You did that. The child nodded vigorously, that's why teacher told us that knowing one's mistakes is the most important thing. Chen Pingon, who didn't say more than a few words when fighting to the death, actually said so much to a child today. Even he was surprised. However, his state of mind calmed down a bit. He felt that even if he immediately went to practice his stance walking and swordsmanship, there wouldn't be a problem. Chen Pingon put the bamboo scroll back into his sleeve and simply said a few more words. You must eat every day in order to live. Under the premise that you don't have to worry about food and clothing, reading books and reasoning is not necessarily to become a sage, but to live a better life. Of course, it's not necessarily better, but the classical teachings of the scholarly sages and the priceless advice of generations of sages, at the very least, give us the most right possibility. It tells us that we can live like this, and live with a clear conscience. The child said in a daze, Young Master Chin, I don't really understand all this. Chen Pingon smiled, there are many things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. It's like building a house with only a few pillars. It's still far from being able to shelter you from the wind and rain. So you don't have to take it seriously. It's fine if you don't understand. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask the teacher. The child smiled and stood up, carrying a small stool. After bowing to Chen Pingon, he said that he wanted to go home and copy books. The teacher was very strict. If he slacked off, he would be punished. Chen Pingon smiled and waved his hand, go. Chen Pingon didn't turn around and said, throw away the stone in your hand. A young voice sounded behind him. Oh. Then there was the sound of a stone falling to the ground. It seemed that the stone wasn't small. A skinny little girl clapped her hands, swaggered to Chen Pingon's side and squatted down. She turned her head and asked, can you lend me the stool? Chen Pingon turned a deaf ear to her. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. The little girl asked again, you're so rich. Can you give me some? Didn't you just say that I have to eat every day to not starve to death? Chen Pingon didn't look at her and asked, how did you find me here? The conversation between the two of them was completely irrelevant. The little girl pitifully said, "I know you don't lack money. You don't feel bad giving me a few taels of silver, but I can buy a lot of biscuits and meat buns. In winter, many old beggars freeze to death in the capital every year. If I want to take off their tattered clothes, it will take a lot of effort. Look, the clothes I'm wearing now, it's how I got them. If I had money, I would definitely be able to survive." Chen Pingon still didn't look at her. "The clothes you're wearing now must be good. But what about the clothes you wore last time? That little girl secretly took it out and gave it to you, right? Why didn't you wear it today just to see me?" The little girl looked innocent and didn't understand Chen Pingon's meaning at all. She smiled sweetly and said, "In summer, it's cooler to wear tattered clothes. I usually can't bear to wear the clothes she gave me. In winter, I'll take it out and wear it. It's especially warm." Chen Pingon suddenly stood up and looked left and right at the end of the street. His words were directed at the squatting little girl. "Go and stand close to the wall. No matter what happens next, don't make a sound." The little girl was a quick-witted person. She secretly observed Chen Pingon at all times. So, she glanced at Chen Pingon's line of sight. Then, she muttered and complained. She got up and was about to run to the wall to take refuge. Suddenly, she heard that person say, "Bring the stool." She was unhappy. "Why should I help you? Are you my long-lost wild father?" Chen Pingon straightforwardly said, 10 copper coins. "Okay, father." The little girl's dark face immediately smiled like a flower. She picked up the stool and ran. 309. At the two ends of the long bluestone paved street, there were two people facing each other. Chen Pingon and the chess stall were in the middle. On Chen Pingon's left was a woman with a white veil over her face. She was dressed in bluestone, wrapped in red brocade and tied with a jade belt. She held a pipa in her arms. Her body was enchanting, swaying gracefully. On the right was a man who was 8 feet tall. He was bare-handed and his upper body was bare. His muscles were taut, but he wore a pair of pink trousers. This pair of man and woman did not look like common people who would be accompanied by the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. The man was murderous and didn't hide his fighting spirit at all. He stared at the guy holding the red wine jug. He was slightly taller than the average strong young man from the southern garden country. Although he had a delicate face, he couldn't be considered a young man. The man laughed loudly and said, "Foreigner, my name is Ma Xian. I come from beyond the Great Wall. A busybody gave me the nickname Pink Vidra. Yesterday, someone spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy your head. He also said that your martial arts are unfathomable. Although you look young, you are very likely to be an old monster like Eugenie. So I called my lover to come with me. Today, do you want to commit suicide and leave your body intact, or do you want to be smashed into pieces by my fists?" The man's voice was loud and his words were earth-shattering. The people at the chess stall were in an uproar. They did not care about the chess boxes and benches and fled in all directions. They were going to kill someone in the middle of the street. How would they dare to join in the fun? According to the old generation of Zhuiyuan Ali, in the history of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there had been several fights between Jianghu experts. The fights had been earth-shattering, and several large squares had been reduced to ruins. After the fight, there were at least several hundred families who wore mourning clothes. Through the thin veil, the woman looked at the people who were fleeing. The corners of her mouth curled up. Her right hand was about to pick the string and cut off the head with music. But the woman suddenly stopped and smiled sweetly. "Since this young master doesn't like to liven things up, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out that the white-robed foreigner had his eyes on her. She felt that if she dared to touch the strings, he would leave the pink diamond behind and target her first. She was here to help her old sweetheart earn 1,000 taels of gold, not to be the main force of a thankless fight. The reason why she was willing to accept this deal was that she and the pink diamond Ma Xian were rare partners in Jianghu. One of them would fight hand-to-hand while the other would distract and harass from afar. It was flawless. As long as it was a Jianghu grandmaster other than the 10 people, the two of them could cooperate. Even if they could not defeat the opponent, they could still escape. Chen Pingan felt a little baffled. Why was he looking for him? First, it was that fairy Fan Wan, the so-called banished immortal. Now, someone offered a price of 1,000 taels of gold. Therefore, in broad daylight, two people with bloody and murderous auras jumped out. If it wasn't for him stopping them, perhaps those fleeing commoners would have already died. Compared to the intimidating tall and sturdy man Ma Xian, Chen Pingan's attention was more on the lady. The beautiful pipa made from a whole piece of red sandalwood fell into Chen Pingan's eyes. There was a mystery to it. Near the strings of the pipa, there were strands of bloody aura and thick ink like death aura, intertwined and flowed out in all directions. Just that the pipa did not produce any resentful spirits or malicious spirits. Chen Pingan felt that it was strange. According to his experience in Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent, there were so many spirits that died under the pipa. The resentment would condense, and there should be some strange spirit that would appear, just like in Eagle Castle. The skinny little girl sat on the stool by the wall, and muttered, "No one can see me, can't see me." As to why she did not follow the commoners and escape into the distant streets, it was not that she did not hesitate. But she felt that if she stayed here, she would be more at ease. Chen Pingan asked, "If I offer 2,000 taels of gold, can you tell me who is the mastermind behind this?" The lady lowered her head and covered her mouth, smiling coquettishly. Because she was hugging the pipa, after doing this, her chest was squeezed. Ma Xian glanced at her, his eyes burning with passion, and scolded with a smile, "Slut, after not seeing each other for a few years, after seeing such a handsome man, you still can't walk. After this transaction, let's find a place to fight, can't it be cheaper? One time for 100 taels of gold, who in the world can afford it?" Chen Pingan sighed, "Can't we talk?" The man strode forward and laughed, "Chop off your head, and we will talk again. What should and should not be said, I will tell you, how about it?" The lady hugging the pipa walked forward slowly, and when she was about 100 steps away from Chen Pingan, she stopped. She gently shook her wrist, and was ready to strike. Ma Xian suddenly stomped on the ground, and the bluestone ground under his feet shattered. His burly figure instantly arrived less than 10 feet away from Chen Pingan. His pink trousers clung to his thighs, and because he was too fast, there was a flapping sound. It was only 10 feet away, but the guy who seemed to be scared silly still did not move. Ma Xian sneered, "You dare to provoke my lover, you deserve to die." He no longer held back his strength, and his fist suddenly accelerated, smashing towards Chen Pingan's head. Chen Pingan's mind raced, and he did not delay in dodging the fist. His body floated backwards, and his feet were rooted to the ground. The pure martial artist here seemed to be a little bold. Facing the enemy, and he still had the mood to chat. Wasn't he afraid that when he used up his breath, the opponent would take advantage of the gap between the old and the new? His fist missed, and Ma Xian knew that it was not good, so he immediately dispersed his qi. Although he was a grandmaster of external martial arts, he was still careful, and he was still afraid that his body might not be able to withstand the attack. He had no choice but to give up attacking, and turn to defense. After the qi flowed through the acupoints of his body, his skin glowed, as if it was covered with a layer of golden paint. Chen Pingan kicked upwards, and kicked Ma Xian's abdomen. Ma Xian's whole body was kicked up into the sky. Apart from the 10 people, this person was the most difficult guru to deal with in the world. He was also the most eccentric of the heterodox doctrines. He did not kill the innocent, but when he met masters of the same level, he would definitely pester them. Although the 8-armed god Shui Yuan, who was one of the 10 people in the older generation, had fallen out of the 10 people because of his age and the peak of his fist technique had passed, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. One of the 3 sects of the devil cult was almost killed by his 8-armed magical skill. However, when faced with Smiling Face, he was pestered by Qian Tang for a whole year and almost lost his mind. Squatting on the wall, Smiling Face grabbed a piece of soil with one hand and threw it lightly. He laughed and said, "If you deliberately hide your strength, you will die. Not at his hands, but at mine. Right, Ma Xian? And that big-breasted woman over there. Right, what's your name again?" Ma Xian, who had been pressed down by Chen Pingan's palm on his shoulder several times, suddenly exploded with vigorous stellar energy. His aura was countless times stronger than before. The woman holding the pipa also put on a pair of fake fingernails that glowed with a dim light. She no longer had the slightest suspicion of showing off her skills as she began to pluck the strings of the pipa. Ma Xian fiercely threw a backhand punch. Chen Pingan stretched out a palm in front of him to block the punch. Borrowing the momentum, his body slid backwards, his feet lightly sliding across the surface of a mirror like 2 chess pieces. Between Ma Xian and Chen Pingan, 2 green threads as thick as thumbs crisscrossed, causing 2 cracks to appear on the wall on both sides. If Chen Pingan had retreated a little later, he would have had to face this sneak attack head-on. Ma Xian turned around and glanced up at the smiling guy on the wall. He snorted coldly and stared at Chen Pingan, who was safe and sound. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Previously, he had been kicked into the sky by Chen Pingan, so his internal organs had actually been injured. The brawny man reminded the woman behind him, "Coquettish woman, if you don't show some real skills, it'll be very difficult for us to fool him today." The woman said fiercely, "It's all your fault. How can it be so difficult to earn money in the world?" Ma Xian grinned and said, "How could I have known that the gold would be so hot? We agreed to deal with old Demon Ding. I thought this guy was just a small fish and shrimp." Chen Pingan's attention was more focused on the smiling face on the wall. He was testing them, or trying to see through the depths of this Jianghu. They were also checking Chen Pingan's real background. The smiling face on the wall clapped again. "Interesting, interesting. Everyone's thinking the same thing." At this moment, a handsome young man with an apricot hairpin slowly walked out from the intersection of the streets and alleys. He held 2 bloody heads in his hands. It was Zhou Shi. He stood at the corner and looked at Chen Pingan from afar. He smiled as he lifted the heads in his hands and gently threw them on the ground. Behind him, a beautiful woman wearing wooden clogs slowly walked out. She slowly walked past Zhou Shi, and when she stepped on the bluestone pavement, there was a very clear dripping sound. She also carried 2 heads in her hands, and casually threw them on the street. She smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, my master grandpa said that as long as you hand over the wine gourd, the child will live. Otherwise, the family of 5 will be reunited." These days, young master has been wandering around the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. I can see that you're a kind-hearted person. Can you bear to do that? In the house deep in the alley, an old man wearing a silver lotus crown was sitting on a bench and basking in the sun. Beside him was a trembling child with snot and tears all over his face. The old man smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Your talent is very good. I plan to make an exception and take you as my disciple. Maybe you can become the next leader of the devil cult." "Why are you crying? You only lost a few relatives, but you have the hope of owning the entire Jianghu. Child, you've read some books and should be able to calculate this. If you cry again and distract me, I won't be able to trap the little guy in the house. If so, I'll kill you too. The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. Eugenie, Zhongqiu, I might as well tell you the truth. I've already agreed to protect Zhou Fei. I advise you to kill Tong Qingqing and Feng Qingbai first before dealing with me. Besides, one more outsider means one more chance. It doesn't matter whether you kill me or not. Do you really think I'll be tempted by a golden arhat body? Then you're looking down on me too much. But I can tell you a piece of great news. If you kill the person on the street, it won't be 10. Apart from one life, plus the wine gourd and the legendary immortal's flying sword in the house behind me, it will be at least 13. Languid, the old man said, why don't you and I change our strategy? If we kill that boy, we'll have more choices. Probably because he had received a definite answer, the old man sneered. On the street, Chen Pingon looked around and said in a low voice, no need to calculate my state of mind. Smiley Face and Flower Hairpin Man both felt that it was inconceivable. They didn't know why he said that. Only a middle-aged man standing in the shade of a tree in the distance with a sword in his arms opened his eyes. He no longer looked lazy and sneered, as expected. 3:10. The middle-aged man slowly walked out of the shade, holding the hilt of his sword and swinging it left and right. He did not look like a swordsman, but more like a naughty child holding a rattledrum. When he appeared in front of everyone, Ma Xian, Lute Woman, Smiling Face, Hairpin Man Zhou Shi, and Crow of the Evil Cult all changed their expressions. The man did not look at these famous top masters in Jianghu. He just smiled at the young man who seemed to be a fellow swordsman. You think too much. You don't have that much influence. In the past 100 years of Jianghu, only Ding Ying is qualified. You. He stretched out his free hand and shook his finger. Not yet. Under everyone's gaze, the man stabbed the long sword into the ground and held the hilt with his palm. He looked lazy and smiled at the two groups. Don't be in a daze. Continue. If you can't kill him, it won't be too late for me to make a move. Don't worry. I'm only aiming at that kid today. I promise I won't hurt you. Ma Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. I didn't expect to have Sword Fairy Lu to hold the line. This trip to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not in vain. No matter what the result is, when Jianghu talks about this war in the future, Ma Xian will be mentioned. I can go all out now. Ma Xian bent his back slightly. A tattoo of a tiger down the mountain appeared from his shoulder to his arm. It was amazing. Not only that, there was a picture of a door god on his bulging back. It was a long-bearded man in a green robe holding a long saber. He closed his eyes and leaned on the saber, exuding a strong cold aura. Compared to the tiger down the mountain on his shoulder, it was even more shocking. Smiling Face squatted on the wall and smiled even more. He picked up a grass root from somewhere and chewed it gently. Hairpin Man Zhou Shi whispered to Crow beside him. Obviously, Ma Xian also had some lucky encounters and got some scattered opportunities. My father once told me that this is called the art of summoning the gods. In the generational appointment 300 years ago, someone used this art to kill everyone outside the Great Wall. He chased after 2,000 grassland elite cavalry and killed them all. Seeing the gloomy eyes of Lute Woman, the burly man whose aura was rising laughed. How dare I get involved in this mess if I don't have some new skills? Do you really think I care about that bit of gold? The woman said coldly, I'm only here for gold. This money is clean. Ma Xian said sarcastically, what? Don't tell me you're really interested in that poor scholar. How many scholars are so shameless? If he finds out about your past, won't he regret it so much that his intestines turn green with regret? Won't he scold you that you're not even comparable to a prostitute? I didn't accuse you wrongly. From head to toe, which part of your body is clean? Hurry up and get lost. When you and that poor scholar get married, I will definitely reward you with 500 taels of gold. Just treat it as money for prostitution. Zhou Shi laughed and said, You keep calling me your lover, but it turns out that you're actually sincere. The woman with fake fingers and a pipa in her arms showed a trace of hesitation. Smiling face suddenly said, Get married. Before I came here, I had a good chat with a scholar named Jiang. We talked about a lot of interesting stories in Jianghu. Among them, we talked about concubine Pipa's Jianghu past. The scholar was probably stupid from reading too much. He only said that how could there be such a shameless woman in the world. In the end, he didn't even think that concubine Pipa was the person who slept next to him. Alas, since he's a fool, then this marriage can still be done. The woman's expression was sorrowful, but then it became resolute. Chen Pingan had been watching and listening attentively. He was not anxious at all. In fact, Chen Pingan had been withdrawing. Because he was really full of doubts about this Jianghu, the entire capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the so-called 10 people in the world. But even if he couldn't figure it out, there were still some things that he had to do. Lu Fang began to point out the world again. Ma Xian, don't die. Ma Xian made a fish stance, and his left and right arms had turned golden. As he breathed, he spat out little golden light. The long-bearded green-robed martial sage behind him, after opening his eyes, was even more lifelike. From the tip of the sword, a snow-white ball of light lit up, and wisps of light spread to the bones. Soon, Ma Xian's eyes were suffused with a faint silver light. The burly man, like a statue enshrined in the main hall, grinned and said, This invincible golden body, I was going to try the Imperial Tutors #1 in the world. Boy, you win. Come, just hit me. If I frown, I lose, okay? Chen Pingan stepped forward. There was an illusion in everyone's vision, and the whole street seemed to have collapsed a few feet because of this step. A punch, no longer holding back, smashed into Ma Xian's chest. The long-bearded green-robed martial sage image on his back was smashed to pieces in an instant. Ma Xian's burly body flew out with a bang. Chen Pingan followed like a shadow. Another punch hit, and Ma Xian's body was twisted into an arc. This time, Chen Pingan's punch changed the angle slightly, making Ma Xian hit the companion behind him. Lu Fang, save me. The Pipa woman's face changed dramatically. After she cried out in horror, she did not wait for death. As a first-class master, she did not retreat, nor did she dodge left and right. She tiptoed and quickly moved forward, trying to hide behind Ma Xian, who had an invincible golden body. She thought that the guy could not punch through Ma Xian's body. As long as he paused for a moment, she believed that Lu Fang would attack. Chen Pingan seemed to see through the Pipa woman's thoughts, and the third punch hit Ma Xian's abdomen again. Not only was the golden body shattered, but the originally pale silver eyes immediately turned red, filled with horrifying blood vessels. Ma Xian's back and the Pipa woman who tried to be clever and made a fool of themselves collided. After the collision, the Pipa strings rang out chaotically. After the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, she kicked out with her legs and stepped in the air, retreating backward. It was still too slow. Chen Pingan's punch penetrated the Pipa in the woman's arms and hit her abdomen heavily. His arms swung out in a half-circle, and the woman and the broken Pipa were twisted in the air by the force of the punch. Then, they suddenly crashed into the wall. Her plump body was almost completely buried in the wall, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The Pipa in her arms fell to the ground. In the distance, Lu Fang smiled and still did not attack. Chen Pingan clenched his fists tightly and then loosened them. He repeated this several times. After practicing martial arts for so long, it was time to let it go. At the peak of Yunia Mountain, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu, had a solemn expression. He was somewhat unsure. He asked in a deep voice, "Is that true? Killing that person will not only give you a new place, but also 3 blessings. Why is it so?" According to the secret records of various countries and the secret files of the Veneration Tower, such a situation has never happened before in history. Could it be Ding Ying's trick? Eugenie, who looked like an innocent child, was carefully carving a jade bamboo fan with a carving knife. He rubbed it carefully, as if he was obsessed with the beauty of his skin. Eugenie didn't answer Zhong Qiu's question. Instead, he stared intently at the fine lines on the bamboo branch. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. For Eugenie, who had already returned to his original state of martial arts, this didn't make sense. As a great grandmaster second only to Ding Ying, Eugenie had long been immune to cold and heat. It was rumored that at the age of 70, he had obtained an immortal secret book and comprehended the will of heaven for decades. He was proficient in magic arts. Some people even said that they had seen Eugenie riding on clouds and flying on cranes and phoenixes. It was at that time that Eugenie's figure and appearance began to change from that of a white-haired old man to that of a young man. After 10 years of seclusion, he successfully broke out and became one with nature. Everyone looked forward to Eugenie, the leader of the righteous faction, to fight with Ding Ying. It would be best if he could kill Ding Ying. From then on, the world would be peaceful. The emperors would not have to worry about being beheaded by him in their sleep. The Grand Masters of both the righteous and the evil factions would not have to rely on him. Even the devil cult's leaders wished that this eccentric ancestor would either die early or achieve the legendary feat of ascension. In short, he did not want to stay in the human world. After 80 years, it was time for someone else to sit on the top seat. In addition to Eugenie and Zhong Qiu, who were both enemies and friends, there was also a beautiful woman wearing a noble robe on the top of Bull Mountain. Her robe was dark green, which was the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom. It was only worn during court meetings and temple visits. At the moment, there was the most obedient imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the woman could only be the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhou Shuzhen. She also had a secret identity. She was the current lord of the Reverence Tower. She was responsible for ranking the masters in the world once every 20 years. Zhou Fei of the Chenchao Palace had long coveted Empress Zhou's beauty. They don't care if the page says collapse of etiquette and music, thousands of miles of blood, or misery and suffering of people. A family of etiquette that has been passed down for thousands of years, a sage's mansion with a pleasant smell of books, produced a freak who made a mess of it. A small country that lives in a remote corner has an ambitious emperor. He doesn't know anything about military affairs, but he is militaristic. In 20 years, half of the country's young and strong people died. The child didn't understand this at all. He was immersed in hatred. Then what did you do? The child named Xiao Qinglang sobbed and said, "You only know how to kill my parents and grandparents." Xiao Qinglang sobbed with grief and indignation. What kind of hero are you? You're just a heinous devil. The old man seemed to be deliberately teasing the child. He imitated the child's whining and then burst out laughing. It was hard to tell if he was still a child or crazy. The child was trembling with anger. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Actually, what those deities did have anything to do with me? No, I'm just looking for an excuse to kill people, to kill some interesting guys." The old man raised his arm and made a gesture of chopping meat with his palm as a knife. 1 deity, 2 deities, 3 or 4. Chop them to death. Apart from them, there are also the top 10 people other than me and the bottom 10 people. If they are interesting, keep them alive. If they are not pleasing to the eye, kill them together. While the child was sobbing, Ding Ying glanced at the sky. This time, it was different from the time 60 years ago. That was why he chose to stay here instead of fighting in person. After all, he was still crazy. He tried to challenge 9 or even more top masters by himself. 60 years ago, someone had tried to do so. He wanted to monopolize the martial arts fate in the world, but he failed miserably. If the young master of the flying sword could survive, everyone would be surprised. Then he, Ding Ying, would leave this place at that time, so that person would not be surprised. Ding Ying knew that this world was like raising venomous insects. Deep in Ding Ying's heart, there was an unknown secret. In order to solve this mystery, he only cared about one thing. If he let the 60 years of raising venomous insects become a waste of effort, would they come to see him? Who exactly would walk in front of him? Before that, there were 2 key points. First, Zhou Shi had to die on the street so that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei would take the initiative to fall into the trap. Second, the master of the flying sword also had to die. Ding Ying looked back at the window and smiled. He didn't think it was difficult. An old man with an aquiline nose was walking on the bustling streets of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. He looked majestic without being angry. He should be from the northern region. He was very tall and stood out from the crowd, attracting the attention of many local people. Beside the old man were several male and female guards with clear eyes and vigorous steps. They only glanced at him from the corner of their eyes and suppressed the curious gazes. Living in the most virtuous city in the world, the old man had a lot of emotions. He was used to the vast sky and vast land beyond the Great Wall, so he was not used to the crowds here. Just when the old man was in a bad mood, a vigorous man walked quickly from the distance and told his teacher in a grassland dialect that he had found the man in a place called Kajia Bridge, which was not far away. The old man asked the disciple to lead the way. Soon, they crossed a stone bridge with a long history and came to a shop near the water. It was a silk shop. The old man asked the disciple to wait outside. The business of the shop was quiet and there were no customers. The old man stepped over the threshold alone and saw that behind the low counter, there was only a head with sparse hair that looked crooked. When the shopkeeper saw the old man, he smiled and said, "Oh, what a rare guest. I don't find it strange to see anyone recently, but when I see you, it's like the sun has risen from the west. I don't understand. Although Zhou Fei's son told me in advance that you were coming, I actually didn't believe him. I just thought he was trying to trick me into coming out of the mountain to help his father avoid disaster." The shopkeeper went around the counter and gestured to the old man with the aquiline nose to find a place to sit down and talk. "Great Grandmaster Ching, please sit down and talk. Otherwise, I have to raise my neck to chat with you. It's tiring." The old man who came from afar didn't care. He sat on a coarse chair used to receive guests and went straight to the point. "If it weren't for the fact that I don't trust the list of the 10 people, I wouldn't have come here to take the risk. You and I are not in the top 5, so there might be accidents." Feng Qingbai, who is undoubtedly a banished immortal, old demon Ding's grand disciple and Zhou Fei's son Zhou Shi, there are 3 of them now. Who knows if there are some old bastards and little turtles hiding under the water. The shopkeeper nodded his head in agreement. Eugenie and Zhongqiu, the 4 great grandmasters, gathered in Mount Yaonyo. This was the news on the stage for the world to see. This time, Jingyang Lu chose to announce the list of the 10 people in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. This was the key to the hidden mystery. The old man from beyond the Great Wall sneered. "I use spears and you use sabers. Like Zhongqiu, we both use external martial arts. We are different from that old fox Eugenie. As long as it is a battle to the death, there will be more or less hidden injuries. The three of us definitely won't last 60 years. For this opportunity, I have fought all the way until today. I have to account for all the hidden injuries on my body. At the end of his words, the old man gently patted the chair's handle. The chair was safe and sound, but the floor of the shop under the chair was already filled with cracks. The inner disciples of the old man outside the shop felt the flow of qi in the room. They were all as if they were facing a great enemy and breathed heavily. The shopkeeper smiled. Your disciples don't have much aptitude. Didn't I hear that many years ago, you found a talented little wolf cub in the grassland? After all these years of careful training, he won't be inferior to Ye, and Zhou Shi, these gods' favored ones, right? The old man surnamed Qing said indifferently, he's dead. It's not good if his aptitude is too good. The shopkeeper said angrily, Qing Yuan Shan. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Do you still have any humanity? This old man who came all the way from beyond the Great Wall to Nanyuan Kingdom was the 8th of the 10 people in the world, armed Saint Qing Yuan Shan. If there were people from the Venerate Pavilion here, they would find that among them, there were famous fairies and heroines, and there were also noble ladies from powerful clans. Without exception, they were all stunning beauties. There were many banners around the thatched cottage. The young man was like a prince's son traveling with beauties. Along the way, he explained to the women the origin of Buddhist words such as shifang, forest, instant, and banners. Most of the women were of superior birth, and there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some smiled and pointed out a few mistakes of the young man. He did not explain anything, only saying that the customs of different places were different, and the saying in his hometown was more in line with the purpose of Buddhism. The meditating old monk opened his eyes and asked with a smile, Almsgiver Zhou, since you have already received Ding Ying's promise to firmly occupy a place, why are you still here? The young man surnamed Zhou raised his hand, indicating that the women should not follow him. He walked toward the thatched cottage alone and smiled, for my worthless son to ask for a set of Arhat golden body from the master. He approached the threshold, lifted his foot, and politely asked, do you want to take off your boots? I am afraid of dirtying the master's clean abode. The old monk smiled, the soil on your boots is clean. In almsgiver Zhou's heart, does it matter whether you take off your boots or not? The young man said helplessly, you baldies like to say such useless nonsense wherever you go. I really don't like it. He pointed to the bare walls of the house, it seems empty, but you are still here. The old monk sighed, almsgiver Zhou has the root of wisdom. You understand all the principles, but it is a pity that you are not willing to turn back. The young man still took off his boots. After crossing the threshold, he sat on the edge of the door. He raised an arm and pointed at the beautiful women behind him. If they are the Dharma that I seek, how will you persuade me, monk? The old monk said with a bitter face, it is really tiring to argue with you banished immortals. The young man put on an act, bowed his head and put his palms together. He smiled and chanted Amitabha. The old monk's haggard and bitter face became more wrinkled and frowned. If it was an ordinary hoodlum, they would not be able to enter the Jin Gang temple. Even if it was the high officials and dignitaries of the Nanyuan Kingdom, they would still not be able to find this thatched cottage. However, this seemingly weak young man in front of him was called Zhou Fei. He was the 4th great guru in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had reached the peak of martial arts. He was also proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was true that those women liked him. Perhaps at the beginning, they were forced to do so. They already had a man that they liked, or even a loyal woman who married early to help their husbands and children. They were forcefully taken to the mountain by Zhou Fei or the minions of the Chunqiao Palace. However, after being together for a few short months, or 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years, there was not a single person who was not moved by Zhou Fei. This was a very strange thing in Jianghu that did not make any sense. The lower levels of Jianghu always liked to describe the emperor of the mountain of the Chunqiao palace as a fat and ugly pig or a ruthless person who killed people easily. However, this was not the case. Regardless of the Jianghu vendettas, Zhou Fei was not only elegant but also had a youthful appearance to the women he liked. Zhou Fei smiled and said, "Father and son, ascending together. Isn't that something to look forward to?" The old monk sighed and said, the golden body of the Baihe temple was indeed hidden by this poor monk. However, after 60 years, almsgiver Ding appeared in the capital again and immediately moved to the Nanyuan imperial palace. "Almsgiver Zhou, you are late." Zhou Fei stared at the old monk's eyes. After a moment, he changed the topic and asked, "I heard that there is a green robe floating around the capital that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Old monk, have you seen it?" Without waiting for the old monk to answer, Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, "I hope you have seen it." Murderous intent was revealed. The old monk seemed to be in silent meditation, but he could also be weighing the pros and cons. Once Zhou Fei said that he would kill everyone in the Jingang temple, he would definitely do it. There would not be a single young acolyte or sweeping monk left. Zhou Fei laughed heartily and put away the thick murderous intent. The R-head golden body and flying robe of the Nanyuan kingdom, the protective armor of the Songlai kingdom, and the demon knife beyond the great wall that can break all spells. In the past 60 years, a total of 4 treasures have appeared in the world. If the person who gets it is one of the 10, his position will naturally be more stable. The masters who are close to the 10 are like tigers that have grown wings, and there is hope to squeeze out some unlucky wretch. The old monk seemed to have made up his mind and put down all his burdens. His expression was much calmer, and he asked Zhou Fei in a casual manner, "Almsgiver Zhou, is Buddhism flourishing in your hometown?" Zhou Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. "Over there, it's hard to say." The old monk asked again, "Some books record the trivial words that you banished immortals mentioned. They say that people who have attained the Tao can burn a great lake with one hand, break a mountain with one punch, turn into a flying sword with one breath, and take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. They can ride the wind and sweep across rivers and seas, and can capture a flood dragon with one hand. Is it true?" Zhou Fei was about to speak. A woman in white flew over and landed directly outside the thatched hut. Her face was full of fear. Young master was seriously injured in Zhuiyuan Alley. Zhou Fei's face was full of displeasure. "What?" The cold and moving young woman wanted to say something but stopped. She knelt down with a thump, trembling all over. The corner of Zhou Fei's mouth twitched. He slowly reached out and covered his forehead. Lu Fangfang, not only are you an idiot, you are also a good-for-nothing. You can't even protect my son." The jade-white palm on his forehead had 5 hook-like fingers, as if itching to open the top of his head. Zhou Fei retracted his fingers, patted his knee lightly, and suddenly waved his sleeves behind him. The beautiful woman kneeling outside the hut flew out with a bang like a broken cloth bag. Before she landed, she was already smashed into pieces in the air. The women behind made way for her, but many of them were splashed with blood. None of them dared to show the slightest bit of resentment. It might not be a bad thing. Zhou Fei exhaled heavily and smiled. "Old monk, let's continue talking. After we are done, I will go and settle some family matters." The old monk was speechless. Zhou Fei did not force him. He asked, "How did you get so seriously injured?" Only then did he realize that the woman was already dead. Zhou Fei reached out his sleeve and quickly made a hand seal. It was a spell that was not recorded in any Buddhist or Taoist sects in the world. The faint figure of a woman appeared outside the hut. Even after death, she was still terrified. She floated timidly towards Zhou Fei. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound was made. However, Zhou Fei was the only one who could clearly hear it. The old monk sighed. There was always someone better than you. After all, before he descended, he had to endure some true immortal secret techniques that could imprison his soul. Mirror Heart Chamber, Jin Gang Temple, Reverence Tower. The masters of these three places had gone through many catastrophes and accumulated experience. They might not know less than him. The old monk smiled. Almsgiver Zhou, I'm completely relieved to hear you ask. Zhou Fei muttered to himself, as far as I'm concerned, the best situation would be to take Zhou Shi with me. But what if there was an accident, such as the current situation where Zhou Shi was heavily injured and had almost no chance of sneaking into the top 10? I needed to make sure that after I left, Zhou Shi would have a higher chance of making it into the top 10 after 60 years. Zhou Shi, Fan Wan, No matter who they are, if they go to a bigger world, as long as someone is willing to take care of them, they will definitely shine. At this point, Zhou Fei could not hide his anger. Lu Fang is an idiot. He clearly saw through it but never really saw through it. Where am I going to find him, a master's wife or a junior sister? Back then, he had the nerve to stab me with a sword. The old monk looked up. Zhou Fei suddenly raised his hand and a letter appeared between his fingers. Looking down at the content, Zhou Fei laughed out loud. Heaven is helping me. He turned to look at the stunning beauties with their own merits. Zhou Fei sighed in his heart and was full of regret. Not to mention Tong Qingqing, who he did not need to hope for, just compared to Nanyuan Kingdom's Empress Zhou Shuzhen, Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan Wan, and the evil sects their martial talent was still too far behind. Nanyuan Kingdom's Crown Prince Wei Yan, who was dressed in casual clothes, led two people through the corridors of the Crown Prince's residence. One of them was Wei Yan's master. The old man was short and thin like a monkey, but he was a true martial arts master in the world today. The other person was Fan Wan, who was worshipped as a goddess by the Jianghu disciples of Nanyuan Kingdom. She was a fairy who came out of Mirror Heart Chamber. Wei Yan's expression was strange. He was a little embarrassed, but more than that, he was glad. But because his master was beside him, he could not show it. The old man who taught Wei Yan advanced martial arts said angrily, "Good guy, hiding under my nose for so many years, I didn't find him. Now that we meet, I want to ask for advice from the real skills of the 10 people in the world. The Imperial Tutor is a rare hero in the world, and I have always been convinced. But I don't believe that a cook who cooks can be so powerful." The old man cursed. It turned out that Jing Yonglu had just released a new list of the 10 people in the world. Their names, where they were, and the level of their martial arts were all concise. Ding Ying and Yu Zhenyi were all familiar faces, but one of them seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and was hiding in the Crown Prince's residence in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. His identity was actually a cook. There was a tall old man who was full of smoke and fire and smelled of oil and salt. He was squatting outside the orderly and spotless kitchen, holding a handful of golden fried soybeans and throwing them into his mouth one by one. Inside, the disciples and grand-disciples he had brought up were busy preparing today's lunch. When the old cook saw the figure of Crown Prince Wei Yan, he sighed with a frown on his old face. He was very quiet. Wei Yan ordered the cooks, handymen, and maidservants to disperse. The old cook did not say anything to stop him. He squatted in place and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. The short old man, who had been so aggressive earlier, suddenly lost his arrogance when he met this grandmaster on the list. He became silent and stared at this old man who was hiding in the imperial court. The old cook kept glancing at Fan Wan. He took a quick glance and immediately retracted his gaze, as if he could not help but take another look. Even Fan Wan felt a little strange. Wei Yan was a little apprehensive. Could it be that this old man was not serious? Among the 10 people in the world, except for Springtide Palace's Zhou Fei and the female Tong Qingqing, no one cared about the beauty of the mortal world. The old cook's first sentence was very intimidating. Do you know how many types of banished immortals there are? Wei Yan and the skinny old man looked at each other. Because Fan Wan came from the Mirror Heart Chamber, she knew some inside information. The old cook picked up a fried soybean and put it into his mouth. There is only good food left in the world, and it has not failed. If even this is taken away, then I can only go and be a drunkard. The old cook no longer looked at Fan Wan. He threw half of the fried soybeans into his mouth, clapped his hands, and stood up. Banished immortals have descended to the mortal world to experience the mortal world. One type is like Zhou Fei and Feng Qingbai, who knew early on and came to the mortal world to seek something. Therefore, their way of doing things is shocking in our eyes, but in their eyes, it is right and proper. However, the things these banished immortals seek will not be too deep. Also, your Mirror Heart Chamber's Grandmaster, Tong Qingqing, seems to be hiding from something. The second type is like Lu Fangfang, who awakens later, but will definitely wake up at a certain juncture. There's another possibility, which is just my guess. They've spent their entire lives trying to fulfill their wishes, so they've never been able to wake up. They live one life after another in a daze. Over time, their hometown becomes their hometown, and the foreign land becomes their hometown. This type of person is more special. Often, their appearance is outstanding, and their martial arts talent is very high. However, in the eyes of outsiders, their achievements are always a little bit lower than the highest. The old cook stared at Fan Wan again. But sometimes, this type of person will inevitably have a violation of the rules smell on them. The so-called possessed by demons and possessed by ghosts in the streets have something to do with this. Little girl, do you feel that there's something strange about yourself recently? Fan Wan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Twice. The old cook nodded and said with a smile, Old Demon Ding is amazing. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be killed. There is no one in the mortal world who cannot be forgiven. He is not inferior to that lunatic from back then, and is even smarter. I think he will most likely get what he wants this time. Eugenie wants to protect this world, and in my opinion, he is also amazing. When he stepped on the street, Smiley Face almost thought that the person's boots did not touch the ground at all, as if they were always floating in the air, let alone the pink Vidrama-Schwanching's momentum of breaking bricks and stones with his feet. Smiley Face did not have the extravagant hope that his 6-hook kisses would be able to stab that person. He only wanted to buy Feng Qingbai a chance to catch his breath. Feng Qingbai grinned and spread his fingers. He actually let go of the long sword. A swordsman abandoning his sword. Seeing this, Smiley Face felt a wave of guilt. Could it be that the wanderer Feng Qingbai, who had traveled from the north to the south for 10 years, who had almost single-handedly killed through half of the martial arts world, was only this capable? Feng Qingbai's long sword did not fall to the ground. Without a master to control it, the body of the sword trembled slightly and rippled. Then, it suddenly tightened. The long sword hovered in the air, the tip of the sword tilted up, pointing directly at that white robe. It flashed and disappeared. Feng Qingbai shook his left shoulder. He had been swept by the whip leg. There was a piercing pain, but it was not a big deal. Feng Qingbai put 2 fingers of his right hand together to form a sword seal. In this narrow and oppressive little world, sword cultivators could not use their supernatural powers. However, Feng Qingbai could already use the inferior swordsmanship to the point of perfection. Feng Qingbai had come down this time to temper his sword. He used all methods to temper his sword intent and heart as much as possible. Attack and defense switched. On the street, there was a ball of white snow and a streak of white light. Hairpin boy Zhou Shi first carefully helped Ye up and let her sit at the foot of a wall to prevent her from inexplicably dying under the sword chi and fist aura of the 2 sides fighting. Feng Qingbai's sword that pierced through her back was truly fierce and ruthless. It had actually directly destroyed Ye's dantian. Not only that, there was still a strand of sword chi lingering in her body, preventing her from circulating her chi to heal. If there was no expert to help her and strip away that strand of sword chi, she could only wait for death. Even the sacred healing medicine of the Titanium Temple would not be of any help. Of course, Zhou Shi did not flirt with her in the midst of the battle. He crouched in the shadow of the wall and slightly increased the force of his thumb. One of the string of prayer beads wrapped around his fist was pushed out. The scarlet bead did not roll down casually. It bounced twice on the blue flagstones on the street before vanishing into thin air. Zhou Shi kept scattering the prayer beads. This was a protective talisman that his father, Zhou Fei, had given him. If used properly, it could protect his life against 10 people in the world. If he faced 10 people below him, it could kill them. Of course, the master of the Spring-Tide Temple had also warned Zhou Shi that if he encountered Ding Ying and Yuzhini, he should run if he could. If he could not, he should kneel and beg for mercy. It was not shameful. Feng Qingbai strolled leisurely as he moved slowly, and he chased after the white-robed man to his heart's content with the sword control technique. Chen Pingan tried to shake him off a few times, yet he was still entangled by the swift flying sword. The flying sword was so fast that one could only see the sword light flowing. Smiley Face did not dare to do anything unnecessary. He silently adjusted his breathing in the distance. Seeing this scene, Smiley Face was relieved but also a little frightened. If he encountered Feng Qingbai, how would he deal with him? The white-robed man suddenly stopped and reached out to grab the hilt of the flying sword. Feng Qingbai was not afraid. How can it be so simple? You definitely won't be able to catch me. 3:14. Not only had Feng Qingbai's weapon been snatched away, his heart had almost been pierced through by the guy's sword-riding technique. Not only did he not feel humiliated or infuriated, his eyes were even glittering, and he felt that things were finally a little interesting. The rules of Jianghu still had to be followed. Feng Qingbai was saved by Lu Fang. He stood behind the famous half-sword immortal and thanked him. Looking at the handsome back with his sleeves full of sword chi, Feng Qingbai was a little envious. He had only achieved what he had today by relying on his family and sect. Although his talent was not bad, he did not deserve the reputation of being unworldly or once in a century. Lu Fang was different. A person like Lu Fang would be the most outstanding swordsman in any world. Lu Fang, who had his back to Feng Qingbai, smiled. You're welcome. If you want, I can continue to help you, provided that you have the guts to take back that sword. Feng Qingbai reached out and rubbed his left shoulder. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not difficult up there. Unfortunately, I'm destined to not be able to take back that sword here." Lu Fang nodded. "Then you can watch the battle from a close distance." Feng Qingbai smiled knowingly. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. There will be rewards in the future. Feng Qingbai's trip this time cost him a great favor from his master, who helped him cross the 10,000 mountains with a light boat. He became a banished immortal who had been enlightened for more than 10 years. He gave up his identity as a sword practitioner and stole a body with a decent foundation. Then, he started all over again as a Jianghu swordsman who was purely a martial artist. He challenged masters from all walks of life. There were benefits, but it was far from enough for Feng Qingbai to reach his masters so-called from afar to near. Before coming down, Feng Qingbai and his master had a long talk. In addition to a sword practitioner also had a natal flying sword. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of feet away, they could kill people without leaving a trace. A Jianghu swordsman emphasized that he was invincible within 3 feet. Therefore, Feng Qingbai wanted to comprehend swordsmanship from a close distance. Fortunately, watching the white-robed swordsman and Lu Fang fight was also a cultivation. Feng Qingbai still had the vision and temperament. As for today's victory, Feng Qingbai didn't care. In fact, most of the exiled immortals didn't come to this world for invincibility or complete victory. It was more related to their mental state. Yue slumped against the wall, sweating profusely. She was barely able to stop the blood from gushing out. She didn't even dare to look down at the wound. The Pipa woman who had been smashed into the wall had blood all over her face. After struggling for a while, she finally fell to the ground. With her back against the wall, she slowly stood up. She looked at her beloved Pipa. After traveling the Jianghu together for so many years, it had already become a piece of junk. She really didn't have the strength to pick it up. She didn't even look at the situation on the street. With one hand pressed against the wall, she staggered forward. The pitiful woman's face was frighteningly pale, as if she was going to a place that she had to go to. Ma Xian had yet to wake up, and it was possible that he would never have the chance to do so in this lifetime. Zhou Shi's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Just from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the white-robed swordsman riding his sword. Zhou Shi's heart was weighed down by a huge rock, and he almost couldn't breathe. It was not easy to urge those pearls to take root. First, he had to cut off and scoop out a wisp of qi from his body, and then carefully inject it into the pearls. Then, according to the immortal formation map that his father, Zhou Fei, had taught him in private, he used the method named dragon slaying to arrange the pearls as if they were chess pieces. Only then could he be considered to have succeeded. During this period, he couldn't make a single mistake. Each pearl contained the immortal qi that Zhou Fei had plundered and collected from everywhere. Zhou Fei had once asked him to hold a divine weapon and attack at will, but Zhou Shi couldn't hurt the pearls at all. This time, he had followed his father to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. He always thought that victory was in his grasp, and he had the mentality of joining in the fun. He only needed to hide in the shadows behind his father and old demon Ding, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and watch others live and die. However, Ding Ying didn't act according to common sense, forcing him to accompany Ye into danger. His father was dead, and there was still a chance. But he, Zhou Shi, was dead. If he wanted to return to the human world as Zhou Shi, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Moreover, with his father's temper, as long as he, Zhou Shi, died halfway, he might not even bother to look at his own corpse. He definitely wouldn't spend the slightest bit of effort. The reason why Qin Pingan didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, other than Lu Fang's obstruction, was that he was familiar with the weight of the long sword, and the quantity of vital qi required for its various flying trajectories. The more precise, the better. A sword master's so-called command of the sword as one's arm had just crossed the threshold. More importantly, he had entered a kind of spiritual connection realm. This was a false realm that imitated a sword cultivator's command of the natal flying sword. It was like a rough copy of a book, but the imitation also had its true meaning and great knowledge. In fact, Lu Fang had been hesitating. Because old demon Ding was nearby. If he chose to use all his strength to deal with the white-robed swordsman, it would be easy for the eccentric Ding Ying to act violently. When Ding Ying attacked, he never cared about rules or identity. Perhaps he would even use all his strength to deal with a low-level martial artist that he disliked. Moreover, Lu Fang was worried about the safety of Zhou Shi. At this moment, Lu Fang and Chen Pingan looked in the same direction at almost the same time. It was a tall and thin blue-robed old Confucian. He walked with a stern demeanor, clearly one of the few grandmasters on this mountain peak. However, he did not interfere in the confrontation between Chen Pingan and Lu Fang. Instead, he turned from the street into the alley and headed for the courtyard where Chen Pingan was temporarily staying. The imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu, was facing Ding Ying. If there was anyone in the world who dared to use two fists to fight old demon Ding, and was even willing to fight to the death, it was not the immortal Eugenie, who vaguely surpassed the realm of martial arts, nor was it Bird's-Eye Peak Lu Fang. It was only Zhong Qiu. In this way, Lu Fang truly had no misgivings. Lu Fang slowly unsheathed his sword. Every inch of the Dachuan unsheathed, an inch of dazzling brilliance appeared in the world. It was so dazzling that the smiling face almost narrowed his eyes. The skinny little girl, who had always wished that no one could see her, shrank back on the bench. Just as the smiling face was about to narrow his eyes, she widened her eyes and carefully watched the sword light spread from 1 inch to 2 inches. She did not shrink back even with her face full of tears. When the Dachuan was halfway out of the sheath, she suddenly turned her head. She felt as if she was going blind. Even if she closed her eyes, in front of her was still snowy white. She stretched out her skinny little hand and gently wiped her face. The reason why she stared at that person unsheathing his sword was purely because she felt that the scene was very beautiful and wanted to grab it in the palm of her hand. Every time she walked next to the fragrant stalls early in the morning, she would greedily look at the various delicacies in the steamers. She wanted to snatch them and run away, find a place to hide, and throw them away when she was full. It would be best if no one could eat them and they all starved to death. Zhong Qiu came to the outside of the house. The courtyard door was not closed, so he walked straight in. Ding Ying saw the world's #1 martial artist who had practiced external martial arts to the extreme. She smiled and said, "It's been 60 years since we last met. Zhong Qiu, are you in your 70s this year?" Zhong Qiu looked at the scene on the window and the movement in the side room and frowned. Ding Ying stood on the steps. She was not annoyed by Zhong Qiu's silence. She still took the initiative to speak. "You didn't believe what I said in the past. Do you believe me now?" Ding Ying had seen the world. In the 100 years of Jianghu, there were only a few people who could catch Ding Ying's eye. And in this number, a few had died. Zhong Qiu was one of them. Everyone thought highly of Eugenie. They felt that Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the southern court, was superior. Compared to Eugenie, who had left the mountain peak and entered the sea of clouds, he was still slightly inferior. However, Ding Ying had never thought highly of Eugenie. She only praised Zhong Qiu. 60 years ago, during the Nanyuan Kingdom War, Ding Ying had been involved from the beginning to the end. At that time, Eugenie and Zhong Qiu were just youths who had taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. After the war ended, Ding Ying met the two inseparable people and said that Zhong Qiu would definitely be a grandmaster in the future. Zhong Qiu asked Ding Ying 2 questions. "What are you going to do? What are we doing? Let's sit down and talk." Ding Ying sat on a small stool. She waved her sleeve and another stool floated to Zhong Qiu's side. After the latter sat down, Ding Ying said slowly, "Before answering the 2 questions, let me ask you first. Do you know where you are?" Zhong Qiu looked solemn. "There's always someone better than me. I know. Ding Ying smiled and nodded. Compared to you looking for traces of the banished immortals from secret files, I'm more direct. In the past 60 years, I've killed many banished immortals with my own hands. Some of them were enlightened, while others were still dreaming. I got a lot of information from them. He stomped his foot. Our place is called Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's one of the 72 blessed lands. The territory of the 4 nations, plus the territories that have yet to be developed, we think it's very big. Even the banished immortals think it's too small. According to them, our Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can only be considered a mid-level blessed land. They determine the level of a blessed land. Apart from the abundance of spiritual energy, the population is also very important. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land isn't vast, but there are many martial arts talents in this land. It's always been the best place for the banished immortals to train their minds. Zhong Qiu had been pursuing the truth for many years and had speculated. However, after hearing Ding Ying's words, his calm mind changed. There was even anger on his face. Only now did Zhong Qiu begin to understand Eugenie's pressure. Because he cultivated immortal techniques, other than Ding Ying, Eugenie stood higher than anyone else and could see further. Therefore, he had an unimaginable apathy towards the disputes in the martial world and even the changes in the imperial court of the 4 countries. Ding Ying smiled. However, the truly strange thing about this Lotus Blossom Blessed Land is, at this point, Ding Ying laughed involuntarily and looked up at the sky. People. Immortals. Ding Ying continued, it said that it's much harder to enter our blessed lands than other blessed lands. It depends on the person's mood, or rather, fate. In the hometown of the so-called banished immortals, compared to the Cloud Cave blessed land controlled by a sect called Jade Gui sect, Tongyi Continent's Lotus Blossom Blessed Land isn't very famous. There are very few stories about it. If Shou Fei and Lu Fang are the sons of aristocratic families who were sent out to become officials, their official careers are step by step. However, most of them are people who accidentally barged in. Whether they can get out or not depends on luck. Zhong Qiu pointed to the sky. If that's the case, that sky beyond heaven is called Tongyi Continent. Ding Ying smiled playfully. Who told you that it has to be above our heads? Zhong Qiu was deep in thought. It was rare for Ding Ying to meet someone who was worth talking to. Not only did he not have the airs of the most powerful person in the world, but he also did not have the arrogance that everyone thought he had. Instead, he was like an extremely patient old teacher who was explaining to his students. Now, I can answer your second question. What are we doing? Every 60 years, the top 10 masters who make the list and survive until the end will be chosen by that person and leave this place. After that, everyone will have a great opportunity. Those who are superior can ascend with their bodies and souls intact, while those who are inferior can only send their souls to other places. Zhong Qiu asked, so even if the venerable tower has to dig 3 feet into the ground, they have to find the real top 10 masters and evaluate them on the list to prevent people from deceiving others and sneaking in? Maybe you don't have to kill Lu Fang. Zhong Qiu asked, if you want to leave, which 3 people will you take with you? Ding Ying pointed at Chao Qinglang, who was standing at the door of the kitchen. If I want to leave, I will only take him with me. Zhong Qiu glanced at the child and said doubtfully, his aptitude is not outstanding. Ding Ying laughed it off. Without any restraints, Lu Fang struck with his first sword. After the strike, an extremely long ravine about 5 feet high was split open from where Lu Fang stood to the end of the street. Not to mention people like Ye, and Zhou Shi, who were born and raised here, even Feng Qingbai was dumbfounded. It was as if he was in his hometown, Tongyi Continent. Smiley face smile became even more vivid. It was good to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. In his early years, he became friends with Lu Fang, who was at his lowest point. At that time, he was hot-blooded and accompanied him to the Chunqiao Palace. Under the circumstances at that time, he accompanied Lu Fang to his death. Then, Lu Fang knocked Smiley Face out at the foot of the mountain and climbed the mountain alone to challenge Zhou Fei. When Smiley Face woke up, Lu Fang was sitting beside him. He was no longer the frustrated person who drowned his sorrows in alcohol. For many years after that, Smiley Face was the only one who could climb Lu Fang's bird's eye peak and come down alive. Zhou Shi was the most helpless. Wouldn't the formation that he had painstakingly set up be useless? The only flaw was that the young white-robed swordsman had run away. The moment Lu Fang struck with his sword, he seemed to have confirmed that he could not block the mighty power of the sword. He moved sideways and directly crashed into the wall, disappearing just like that. Lu Fang looked around and did not feel that the person had retreated. A seemingly casual slash of the sword had split open a door on the wall. Dust flew. A white-robed figure could be vaguely seen dodging the flood-like sword chi and disappearing again. Lu Fang knew that if this continued, no one would be able to hurt each other. His killing power was greater than his opponent's, but that person could dodge every time he struck with his sword. Unless someone made up their mind to exchange lives with the other party. For example, Lu Fang retracted most of his sword chi and gave that person a chance to get close. Or that person was willing to bet that he could withstand Lu Fang's 2 strikes to kill enemies and protect himself, and then kill Lu Fang with a punch. Lu Fang raised his sword. A huge crescent-shaped sword chi appeared in the air and whizzed over. The white-robed figure hurriedly gave up on charging forward and fell rapidly, dodging the sword chi. Lu Fang floated up to the top of the wall. That person dodged several times, but Lu Fang did not see Feng Qingbai's sword. It was a little strange. Almost at the same time, Lu Fang's big sword was slightly tilted and nailed into the wall, colliding with the flying sword from a higher place. At the critical moment, the big sword collided with the flying sword, causing it to fall. It only pierced through Zhou Shi's shoulder, and the huge penetrating force caused the hairpin boy to stagger forward. Lu Fang suddenly raised his head. A white robe fell like a meteor, arriving in front of Lu Fang through the hole in the roof, and a fist arrived. Lu Fang's entire body slid backward, and he crashed into the wall. The second fist arrived. The deity's drumming style. Lu Fang took the full brunt of the deity's drumming style in this straight line, and kept retreating. The wall that Smiling Face and Chen Pingan had been standing on earlier was also smashed into pieces by Lu Fang's back. Lu Fang tried to use the big sword to save himself, but found that he did not dare. He could only condense his chi to protect his body. After all, the big sword was only a divine weapon of this world, and not the life-bound flying sword that Lu Fang had left behind in the Tongya continent. Chen Pingan resolutely delivered the 10th punch. Lu Fang crashed into the building on the other side of the street, and just like the Peepa woman from before, he finally dove into the wall, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was in an extremely sorry state. But Chen Pingan also paid the price for his insistence on this punch. A person appeared beside him, and a fist landed on Chen Pingan's temple. It was as if a bell had struck him on the head. Chen Pingan flew backward for more than 10 feet, and half-squatted on the street. Beside his feet was the ravine that had been split open by Lu Fang's sword chi. The person who interrupted Chen Pingan's drumming style was dressed in a Confucian green robe. He stood there with one hand behind his back and the other clenched in front of him, looking calm and composed. Chen Pingan turned his head, spat out a mouthful of dark green blood, and wiped the corner of his mouth. The skinny little girl who happened to be between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom and Chen Pingan, had been curled up on a small stool at the foot of the wall from the beginning to the end. She secretly glanced at the person in the white robe. He was indeed powerful, but now he was a little pitiful. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at the old man who looked like a schoolmaster, but he was also looking at her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she realized that the person who had asked her to sit still was looking at her after he slowly stood up after being punched. He was probably saying, "Don't be afraid." She clearly knew that her life was linked to his. Once he died, she would most likely die as well. But she could not help but be filled with hostility. She wished that he could beat that old bastard to death in the next moment. This kind of emotion was indescribable. It was just like when she saw the little snowman in the small wooden box. She liked it so much. Since she could not have it, she would throw it away, destroy it, and die. She felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Lu Fang's sword could attack from afar and defend from close range. However, the result was unexpected. The divine hand that broke the situation was that the person actually saw that Lu Fang would save Zhou Shi. It was rumored in the Jianghu that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei were sworn enemies. Lu Fang had even climbed up the mountain with his sword and had a life-and-death battle with Lu Fang in the Spring-Tide Palace. Feng Qingbai had already been in the Lotus Flower-blessed land for more than 10 years, while the young man had just arrived. Logically speaking, he should be even more unfamiliar with the scenery of this peak. Feng Qingbai really could not understand. A battle should have been clear to the onlookers. Could it be that the young man had not only descended with a complete body and soul, but was also familiar with the inside story? Was that why he had broken the rules and was seen as a traitor by the way of the heavens here? He had to be suppressed and eliminated. Although his injuries were serious, his entire shoulder was smashed. Fortunately, it was only an external injury. Zhou Shi used the Spring-Tide Palace's healing medicine that Zhou Fei had made and barely stopped the bleeding. He leaned against the wall with and said with a bleak smile, "I've already done my best." The romantic and elegant hairpin man had attracted the blushes of countless beauties. Unfortunately, there was no romance now, only desolation. Was trying her best to suppress the chaotic qi with a secret technique of the demonic cult. This was the martial arts manual of the Chuehua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic cult. It had the effect of making withered trees bloom. Rumor had it that a certain sect master of the Chuehua sect had tricked the saintess of that generation of the Mirror Heart sect into peeking at half of the true scripture of pureness. The scripture could rejuvenate people. The sect master of the Chuehua sect could be said to be a genius. He had reverse-engineered the scripture for his own use and compiled this secret technique of the demonic cult. However, the after-effects were huge. Although the user could forcibly suppress the serious injuries, they would rapidly age and accelerate the decay of the body. Ye's face was livid. Wisps of white frost appeared on her temples. Zhou Shi sighed. If he handed over a bronze mirror, would Miss Ye, who was most proud of her appearance, directly go mad? Zhou Shi did not know whether to comfort her or himself. "Don't worry, my father will be here soon. By then, I'll be safe and you won't die." At the foot of the wall in the distance, there was a broken peeple lying alone on the ground. Its owner was nowhere to be found. Every once in a while, there would be drops of blood on the ground. When Chen Pingan stood up, Feng Qingbai, who was holding a long sword, Zhou Shi, who was sitting on the ground, and Smiling Face, who had gone to check on Lu Fang's injuries, all felt their hearts tighten. Zhou Fei was still holding a head that had died with its eyes open. He threw it forward in front of Lu Fang. The head rolled and was dripping with blood. It was Smiling Face Qian Tang. Zhou Fei casually threw out the little chi. Lu Fang slowly squatted down and gently wiped the face of the head, making his good friend close his eyes. Lu Fang stared blankly at smiling face. He did not look at Zhou Fei, nor did he pick up the little chi. He only asked with a trembling voice, "Why?" Zhou Fei was silent for a moment and did not answer the question. Since when did Lu Fang become a wishy-washy good-for-nothing? You came here to break through the barrier of love, but in the end, you couldn't break through. If that's the case, you can just return empty-handed. In the end, you can't even pick up a dead person's head. That's no better than a stranger's. Lu Fang, even if you return to the Tongya continent, let alone ascending to the upper 5 realms, I firmly believe that you won't even be able to stay in the nascent soul realm. Zhou Fei squatted down. Tell me, why did you come here? I'm the head of the Jiang clan of the Jade Gui sect. Why did I accompany you in this lotus flower-blessed land for so many years? It was unknown when, but the sword Dachuan had been placed quietly at Lu Fang's feet. Together with the little chi and the head, they were all lying on the street. In the distance behind Zhou Fei stood a group of devastatingly beautiful women. Some of them were as slender as willows, and some of them were as plump as rice in autumn. Lu Fang raised his head. Why didn't you go find Zhou Shi first? Zhou Fei laughed angrily. My son is dead, I can just have another one. But if you, Lu Fang, die in lotus flower-blessed land, am I supposed to waste another 60 years? Zhou Fei stood up, waved his hand, and called a beautiful woman to his side. Go and have a drink with senior brother Lu, whom you respected and admired the most in the past. After not seeing each other for so many years, you must have a lot to talk about. The woman's face paled. Zhou Fei patted her cheeks. Be good, be obedient. The ground shook and Zhou Fei's figure disappeared. Those women were like birds flapping their wings, flying through the air. Their clothes fluttered and ribbons hung in the air. This charming and gentle scene caused the passers-by on the nearby streets to be mesmerized. Lu Fang stood up and said to the woman with the unfamiliar yet familiar face, "Shall we sit down and talk?" The woman trembled with fear and nodded. The two sat facing each other. The tavern's proprietress hid behind the counter and squatted down. Lu Fang went to get 2 jugs of wine. Without waiting for Lu Fang to pour the wine, the woman who had been in the Spring-Tide Palace for so many years and was already used to serving others hurriedly stood up and poured wine for Lu Fang. Only then did she pour a bowl for herself. Lu Fang did not look at that face that had once caused one's heart to break. He only glanced at that pair of slender hands that had been maintained like a young girl's. He lifted the wine bowl and smiled. The woman let out a slight sigh of relief. She thought for a moment, then got up and went to the street outside the tavern. She helped Lu Fang retrieve the small chi and the great Chun sword. She even picked up the head of the smiling man and placed it on another table in the tavern. After she sat down, she smiled sweetly. Lu Fang held the wine bowl in one hand and turned his head to look at the empty street. It was as if he saw a young man and a young woman who were a match made in heaven chasing after each other. Zhong Qiu only had eyes for the white-robed young man. He said, "When you and I fight, no one will interfere. Therefore, you only need to focus on punching." Zhong Qiu added, "If anyone still secretly attacks you, I will definitely kill them, whether it is Ding Ying or Eugenie." At the same time, he instinctively raised his arm and covered his face with his palm. Zhong Qiu's fist hit Chen Pingan's palm. He did not overdo it. However, Chen Pingan was fiercely slapped in the face with the back of his hand. He flew backwards with a bang. He twisted his body, his 2 snow-white sleeves flipping in the air, and stood still 30 feet away. Zhong Qiu still had one hand behind his back. He said indifferently, "You can't be distracted." Chen Pinggan's left hand clenched and loosened. The numbness in his palm, as if struck by lightning, was finally gone. Zhong Qiu said with a smile, "You're too smart. If I didn't test you, I wouldn't be sure whether you're left-handed or not. When you punched Lu Fangzhou 10 times, you were probably sure that Lu Fangzhou would die without a doubt, so you deliberately exchanged your left and right fists, 6 on the left and 4 on the right. Presumably, you started preparing for the next big battle at that time, right?" Chen Pinggan didn't say anything. Zhong Qiu didn't take it seriously. "The reason why I'm stubbornly talking to you about this is that my punch was very unkind when I tried to save Lu Fangzhou. Therefore, when you were distracted just now, I was merciful and didn't kill you. Next, I won't be polite with you." Zhong Qiu turned to Feng Qingbai and the others and said, "Don't touch the little girl on the bench. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing the innocent." Chen Pinggan appeared behind Zhong Qiu in a flash. He swung his arm and then suddenly shook his forearm. His fist shot out like an arrow and hit the back of Zhong Qiu's head. Zhong Qiu straightened his back. His back bulged like a mountain and his ribs moved like dragons. He didn't move a single step and took Chen Pinggan's powerful and ferocious punch head-on. Because Chen Pinggan didn't use the deity drumming style, his punch was too big and powerful. Against a great guru like Zhong Qiu, this punch would probably miss. A pure martial artist, when his kung fu was profound, could avoid danger by not seeing or hearing it. He could even kill the person near his bed in his sleep and then continue to sleep soundly. Chen Pinggan only threw an ordinary punch. Moreover, Zhong Qiu unexpectedly stood as still as a mountain. In this way, it was difficult to stop after one punch. Zhong Qiu threw a backhand punch at Chen Pinggan's ribs and sent Chen Pinggan flying. However, Zhong Qiu's second punch was kicked by Chen Pinggan. Zhong Qiu didn't have a good chance to beat him when he was down. The two separated again and stood still. Zhong Qiu twitched the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom deliberately did this to make up for his sneak attack. Of course, it was also a bait. The two collided almost at the same time. Often, their fists would either miss each other or exchange a punch as if a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. This fight was actually silent. It was completely different from the earth-shattering fight between Chen Pinggan and Lu Fang. Zhou Shi couldn't understand it at all. Feng Qingbai, the banished immortal, was a little better because he had met some great gurus of the Tongye continent. It was a punch that could truly be described as majestic. When this punch landed on a person's body, it would be like a boulder being thrown into a lake. The ripples would cause external injuries and internal injuries. Zhong Qiu once used only one punch to beat a Henglian great guru until he was bedridden for several years. Under his clothes, his skin shattered like porcelain, not to mention his internal organs. After hearing the teacher's words, the skinny little girl on the small stool smiled as if she had been pardoned. At this moment, she showed her teeth and brandished her claws, imitating Chen Pinggan and Zhong Qiu's punches. Finally, the first small victory was decided. Chen Pinggan's fist was pushed away by a tricky elbow and his chest was pushed by Zhong Qiu's palm. His body leaped over the gully and crashed into the opposite wall. Zhong Qiu stepped over the gully created by Lu Fang's sword. However, Chen Pinggan did not collapse like the Peepa woman and Lu Fang. He shook his shoulders and his clothes, and the wall rocks that had been smashed by his back fell to the ground. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to make a move, Zhong Qiu's punches suddenly became much faster. One punch followed another, and in an instant, there were 10 punches. 6 punches on the left and 4 on the right. It was the deity drumming boxing stance that Zhong Qiu had imitated. Even the sequence of his punches was exactly the same. What was even stranger was that after Zhong Qiu's 10 punches, the high wall still hadn't been completely broken. Chen Pingan was still trapped in the wall. Chen Pingan didn't resign himself to death. He was too familiar with the deity drumming boxing stance, and after fighting with Zhong Qiu, he had a rough understanding of the stance. 4 of Zhong Qiu's 10 punches were blocked by him. However, after 6 punches landed solidly on his body, blood seeped out from the corner of Chen Pingan's mouth. The last punch, especially, had already made Chen Pingan's body bounce. Even though it was the first time Zhong Qiu had imitated someone else's boxing stance, his punches were still calm and methodical. Just as he was about to make another 10 punches, he immediately took a few steps back. He took another step back and swept across the gully. It turned out that the moment Chen Pingan seemed to be exhausted, his body in the wall slightly bounced back. It was at that moment that Zhong Qiu's hair stood on end. His thoughts tightened, and without thinking, Zhong Qiu voluntarily gave up the great advantage and chose to stop and retreat. Zhong Qiu was unusually vigilant. He had underestimated this young man's ability to withstand pain and almost fell for it. Chen Pingan felt a little regretful. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully executing the deity drumming boxing stance. Therefore, Zhong Qiu's seemingly fake 10 punches could be considered a waste. After Chen Pingan floated to the ground, he slowly walked toward the gully. Zhong Qiu laughed involuntarily. "I'm learning your boxing stance, and you're learning my steps." However, Zhong Qiu narrowed his eyes. The big boxing stance that he had comprehended had nothing to do with boxing moves. It was to train his back like a mountain, his shoulders like moving clouds and flowing water, his elbows like an eagle's beak, and finally his hands and fists. Once such a stance was set up and constantly trained, it would be like a mountain rooted in the earth. No matter how fierce or exquisite the opponent's punch or sword was, it would always be an enemy to Zhong Qiu's entire spirit and qi. Zhong Qiu had privately named such a proud boxing stance as the Peak. Even if it was given to a grand master of external boxing like the 8-armed deity Shui Yuan, who watched with wide eyes and secretly learned from it over and over again, he might not be able to truly understand its inner essence. It was not difficult to look like it, but without a few years of dedicated study, one could forget about it. However, the young man in front of him had already somewhat grasped the spirit of his own boxing stance. Separated by a ravine, the two confronted each other again. Chen Pingan took a deep breath. It was rare for him to take the initiative to speak during a fight. "Does your boxing stance have a name?" Zhong Qiu nodded and said with a smile, "It's called the Peak. When I comprehended it in my early years, I was at the age of youthful vigor. I felt that if I continued to practice it, I could definitely stand at the top of the world. Later on, I was too lazy to change it. Among the 10 direct disciples, most of them have practiced it for 20 or 30 years, but they can't reach a higher level with just a few glances from you. You're indeed a banished immortal." Chen Pingan suddenly smiled and said, "The fist manual that I first practiced is called Mountain Shaking Fist." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Is my fist higher than the mountains, or is your fist able to shake the mountains? Let's see." Zhong Qiu took a step back and squatted slightly. He raised one hand high and slightly tilted his wrist. His palm was like holding something, and his other hand was clenched in front of him. Even if he stood still, at this moment, Zhong Qiu still made all the spectators on the street feel suffocated, as if a storm was coming. This was the first time that the world's #1 fighter had put on a real boxing stance. Chen Pingan's heart was as still as water. This trip to the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom to look for the Taoist temple and wander around for so long that it made Chen Pingan so upset that he even put down his boxing and swordsmanship. During this time, he had seen many people and things. However, there were some things that he didn't pay attention to at that time, but after fighting with his enemy Zhong Qiu, he was inspired and had accumulated a lot. When he first lived in that house, Chen Pingan had nothing to do, because he often had to pass by the neighboring martial arts club. He sat quietly in the shadows where no one noticed and secretly watched those old martial artists, in the eyes of the common people, practice boxing. The boxing master was an old man who was worshipped by the disciples like a god. In addition to teaching him stance, steps, and boxing stances, he would also talk about his heroic deeds in Jianghu. However, in Chen Pinggan's eyes, the old man's boxing skills were really mediocre. At that time, Chen Pinggan left quietly very soon. Later, when he looked for the Taoist temple, he didn't have any clues, so he went to the martial arts club to relax. At that time, the master of the martial arts club was watching the disciples while holding his hands behind his back. He talked about very vague martial arts principles, such as one branch moves 100 branches shake. Our internal martial arts does not listen to sound or shape, but listen to the strength. Only when you reach this step can you be considered to be at home. Muscles and bones need to be loose, skin and hair need to be attacked. Once, someone attacked me from behind. Purely out of instinct, I turned around and punched, beating him half to death. Chen Pinggan found it funny. Finally, the master did something that Chen Pinggan had never seen before. For the first time, he had a whole new level of respect for the old man. The old man asked a young disciple who had just become an inner disciple to stand still. Then, he asked two people to hold his hands tightly, pulling his arms taut and straight. Two more people squatted on the ground, holding the disciple's knees tightly. After that, the old man began to straighten the disciple's spine. He didn't just pinch the muscles, he straightened it from the disciple's neck to the cervical vertebrae. In Jianghu, this was called Great Dragon Training. Finally, when the old man reached the end of the disciple's spine, he suddenly pressed down gently. The disciple was shocked and shivered. All the hair on his body stood up, like a dense forest. The young disciple's struggle made the two senior brothers who were holding his arms sway. They were pulled a step away, but the two who were holding his legs only moved slightly. The old man was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. If the four people who were holding his limbs couldn't stabilize their bodies, then they would be considered to be good martial arts talents. The inner disciple who was Great Dragon Training had a good aptitude, but he certainly didn't have a big future. Chen Pinggan had watched it with great interest, but didn't think much about it afterward. It was only at this moment that Chen Pinggan suddenly realized that he had been surrounded by people for no apparent reason, and that he had been trapped in a tight encirclement, and that he was in a situation of certain death. Before he fought with Lu Fang, he could retract and release his punches freely. But his state of mind didn't catch up. But after fighting with Zhong Qiu, his state of mind was also improved. Especially after learning Zhong Qiu's big fist stance and remembering the Great Dragon Training, Chen Pinggan's heart was moved. He couldn't help but use the initial 6-step stance of the mountain shaking fist to move forward. He didn't care about retracting or releasing his fist intent. Unconsciously, he was in the air with each step. But after practicing for 1,000,000 times, Chen Pinggan's spine was like a great dragon training on its own after taking the 5th step, making a series of soybean cracking sounds. Zhong Qiu's body suddenly moved forward, and he threw a punch. He wanted to punch the young man whose momentum had skyrocketed back from the ravine. Chen Pinggan, who moved like the wind, also threw a punch. They were an arm's length apart, and their fists hit each other's chests at almost the same time. Zhong Qiu's green robe fluttered in the wind, and he instantly disappeared from the street with a rumbling sound. If someone were to look down at the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom from the air, they would find that a long straight line had been torn open. Zhong Qiu, who had been pushed back 200 feet by the punch, had his legs sunk deep into the ground after he stopped his momentum with great difficulty. Although he only suffered minor injuries, Zhong Qiu had lost. The white-robed man stood beside the ravine on the street, not retreating a single step. In terms of this world, Zhongqiu was no longer the best in the world. He was Chen Wudi, who was 1 arm's length away. (316) After seeing the old chef who had concealed his identity, Crown Prince Wei Yan left with his thin monkey-like master and Fan Wan from Jing Jai. The short and thin old man did not dare to fart when he saw the old chef who was one of the 10 people. Now, he began to ramble, saying that the old chef was really blind to learn Tongxian martial arts and that his temperament was too unbearable. He even destroyed his own martial arts for a comfortable life. Wei Yan had no choice but to listen to his master's nagging. The old man put his hands behind his back and shook his head, telling the crown prince not to learn from the old chef who did not know how to improve himself. Otherwise, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. After talking to his heart's content, the thin monkey-like old man found that the golden boy and jade girl beside him had been silent and did not support him at all. He left angrily and said, "I won't disturb you two from whispering sweet nothings to each other." Wei Yan and Fan Wan looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked up at the southern sky almost at the same time. The crown prince said, "Follow me," and took the lead to rush to the roof of a green glass ridge. Fan Wan followed behind. It was the tallest building of the crown prince mansion. The two stood side by side and vaguely saw Lu Fang's sword in the distance. It was magnificent and amazing. Wei Yan was shocked and said with emotion, as expected of the bird's-eye peak sword immortal, "I'm afraid this sword is not inferior to Sui Yuyu in history. I wonder who can make Lu Fang take it so seriously. Is it old Demon Ding?" Fan Wan shook her head and said, "It doesn't look like it." Wei Yan was a little apologetic. "Fairy Fan, I should accompany you to watch the battle, but with my identity, I can't be willful." Fan Wan nodded and said, "The crown prince is precious and will inherit the Wei family's legacy in the future." Before Fan Wan finished speaking, the thin monkey-like old man flew over from the distance and warned Wei Yan, "Don't go to court death. Since Lu Fang has made a move, there are few people who can make him stop. This kind of fight between immortals is taboo for outsiders to secretly peep. What's more, old Demon Ding likes to wantonly kill people who watch the battle." Wei Yan said with a smile, "Master, you just said that the old chef was as timid as a mouse. It's not in line with the purpose of martial arts." The old man was so angry that he laughed and said, "How old is that guy? How old are you, little brat?" Old chef was already so old, and he had already enjoyed enough blessings. He also had a body full of skills, so he should find a powerful opponent and fight to the death. In any case, he could be like Suiyu, who failed to ascend, and obtain a good reputation in the pugilistic world. Wei Yan, you're still young and your martial arts skills are not good enough. It's still too early for you to seek death. Wei Yan had a very good relationship with the old man. He was not only a strict master, but also a family elder with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. They usually got along like friends, so he teased, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, you're right. You have the final say in the world." The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Something's not right. Why is it so quiet over there? It doesn't seem like Sword Immortal Lu's style." The old man was curious. "My heart is itching. I have to go and take a look." The skinny monkey-like old man stepped on the roof of the mansion a few times. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 feet away, and finally became a black dot. Crown Prince Wei Yan sat on the roof ridge. Fan Wan did not sit down. She was still looking into the distance, unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. He smiled and said, As long as Brother Tang doesn't covet my head, before Feng Qingbai could finish his words. His line of sight was blocked by the snow-white saber aura. At the last moment of his life, Feng Qingbai was only at a loss. The banished immortal Feng Qingbai was split in half on the spot. Half of his corpse hit the walls on both sides of the street. Tang Tie slowly sheathed his saber. It was the demonic saber refiner that had disappeared for many years. It was one of the 4 great blessings, along with the silver lotus crown on Ding Ying's head, the blue dress in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the Arhat golden body of the Baihe temple. Tang Tie's expression was neither sad nor happy. He muttered to himself, "On the way here, I just heard that you were ranked among the latest 10 people in the world. You are at the bottom, ranked 10th. Also, I am on the list, ranked 9th. Feng Qingbai, you probably thought that you could live to the end because you had an open and honest conversation with Eugenie in private. It was true. I came here this time to save you. But you should not have been ranked 10th and I am 9th. Both of us are on the list at the same time." Tang Tie sighed slightly. Even a banished immortal will die. He picked up the saber on the ground and hung it at his waist. Intentionally or unintentionally, Tang Tie showed a flaw. Almost no top master in the world had seen his saber technique. Those who had all died under Tang Tie's saber. 20 years ago, after His Majesty was almost assassinated by martial artists in Jianghu, the imperial court of the northern Jin began to go crazy. They secretly captured dozens of first-rate and second-rate masters and used them to practice the saber for General Long Wu. This caused the Jianghu of the northern Jin kingdom to be bleak. Lu Fang was at the bird's eye peak and did not care about worldly affairs. He was deeply rooted in the Mirror Heart sect and had infiltrated the imperial courts of other countries. His ambition was clearly the world, not the Jianghu. He never interfered with the Jianghu fights and Jianghu feuds in the northern Jin kingdom. Tang Tie was in the northern Jin kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of the most elite border troops. In his spare time, he would draw the eyebrows of beauties. His life was very carefree. Just as Qing Yuanshan said, he only had 2 sabers in his life. One saber was invincible and the other was to attack only after the enemy had attacked. Therefore, first-rate masters whose cultivation was lower than Tang Tie's would definitely die. As long as their cultivation was not much higher than Tang Tie's, they would also be in danger. It was a pity that the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan did not act rashly towards Tang Tie's flaw. The old man only silently retreated. Facing the northern Jin kingdom's General Longwu, it was not that he did not have the ability to fight. Then, she could be the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, the mother of the world, or the new master of Jianghu after her master-grandfathers Ding Ying and Eugenie. It was just that this time, the Reverence Tower and that God just had to choose the Yunyo mountain of the Nanyuan country as the place of ascension. She was also found by that master-grandpa and became his lackey. She was so sad that she could not help but look up at the alley where the house was located. "My master-grandpa, alas, why don't you come out?" Tang Tie had already left because he had no confidence in Zhou Fei. Even if he had a complete refined master saber, his intuition told him that he would definitely die if he met Zhou Fei. It was just like those pitiful gurus who had been reduced to whetstones when they met Tang Tie. So he went to find trouble with the armed saint, Qing Yuanshan. But what annoyed Tang Tie was that the guy actually slipped away and hid his breath. He was like a fish in the water in the capital. Tang Tie's heart was full of hatred. If they were in the capital of the northern Jin kingdom, Qing Yuanshan could only wait for death. He could mobilize the imperial guards of the city and wantonly hunt down any guru who was alone. Of course, Tang Tie did not have the thought of killing Ding Ying and Eugenie, nor did he dare to. He quietly left the northern Jin kingdom and came to the Nanyuan kingdom. Almost every step he took was within the calculations of Jinrinyu. Perhaps it was even earlier, from the moment he got the demonic saber refined Master Saber. Tang Tiei did not yearn for ascension or the home of the immortals. This world was enough for him to show what he was good at. Ding Ying and the child named Xiao Qinglang, one sat on a bench and basked in the sun while the other stood at the door of the kitchen, trembling as he held the chopper. Ding Ying had just learned that Tong Qingqing was not among the 10. He sighed and turned to the child with a smile. "There's nothing for you to do. That woman is really," at this point, even a great demon like Ding Ying did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to accurately evaluate Tong Qingqing. Ding Ying knew Tong Qingqing from the Mirror Heart Temple better than anyone else in the world. For one thing, they were of the same age and were of the same generation. They had known each other for a long time. Ding Ying was the second martial arts genius of the devil cult after Liu Baixiang. He was among the top 10 in the world at a young age, so he wandered alone in Jianghu. Tong Qingqing's identity at that time was similar to Fan Wan of the Mirror Heart Temple. However, compared to Fan Wan who was advancing step by step and playing countless heroes in the palm of her hand, her master, Tong Qingqing, was an out-and-out coward. She was forced to be the next master of the Mirror Heart Temple, but she shamelessly stayed in the temple and was unwilling to go out to help the sect seek the world. Ding Ying was extremely bold. She knew that this coward had most likely practiced the secret of the Mirror Heart sect, which could make a woman regain her youth. Moreover, her cultivation would rise with the tide. The younger she became, the more profound her cultivation would be. The premise was, of course, that she would lose her devastatingly beautiful appearance. But to Tong Qingqing, this price was probably nothing. Sure enough, as Ding Ying expected, Tong Qingqing finally entered the ranks of the top 10 in the world. So this time, when Ding Ying entered the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, he had been paying attention to all the children with inner spiritual aura. He found 6 or 7 children, but they were not Tong Qingqing. Interestingly, these children might not be able to become first-class masters in martial arts, but if they practiced the immortal skills of the banished immortals, they would definitely make rapid progress. Of course, Ding Ying had no interest in cultivating them to become the next Yuzhini or Zhou Fei. Finally, Ding Ying found Xiao Qinglang right under his nose because he suddenly had a strange idea. Even if he was a boy, Ding Ying felt that with Tong Qingqing's character of being unscrupulous in order to save her life, and with so many strange secret manuals in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, especially several immortal skills that involved the transfer of souls, it might really be possible that Xiao Qinglang was hidden in his body. The real body could be hidden casually. The world was so big that a living person would inevitably leave some traces, but a dead person would be difficult to find. But everything was subverted by the list. Tong Qingqing was not among the top 10 people. This showed that Tong Qingqing was definitely not a child at that time. Obviously, the extremely timid Tong Qingqing believed that he, who was familiar with her background, would come to find her. It was very likely that she had immediately reverse-deduced the immortal skill after getting into the top 10 last time, which increased her age and caused her cultivation to decline. Ding Ying could be sure that the top 10 people on the list before today had been tampered with by Zhou Shuzhen, the head of the Tower of Reverence, because the Empress of the Nanyuan Kingdom was originally a disciple of the Mirror Heart Pavilion. But Zhou Shuzhen had no way to decide the final ranking of the list, because the top 10 people were decided by a certain god, which caused Tong Qingqing to give herself away. At this moment, sitting in the courtyard, Ding Ying laughed loudly. He was very curious about what kind of cultivator such an unheard-of banished immortal would be in his hometown. As for which identity Tong Qingqing was using and where she was hiding sneakily, Ding Ying was no longer curious. Anyway, it was interesting enough. Even if he guessed the truth wrong and Tong Qingqing could defeat him this time, Ding Ying didn't care. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pingan seemed to have already entered the Tao. They turned a deaf ear to his words and remained unperturbed. Lu Zong suddenly stopped talking. Because he was the closest to the two. Strangely, he seemed to have heard the sound of water dripping. The next moment, a majestic gust of wind hit him in the face. Although Lu Zong did not move, his sleeves and hair were blown into a mess. It turned out that Zhong Qiu and the young man had punched each other. The gust of wind from their fists scattered in all directions. Dust flew around the two. The bluestones on the street were shattered. Lu Zong raised his hand and slapped away a flying stone that was as fast as a crossbow arrow. He widened his eyes and watched, not wanting to miss any details. Good heavens! When the two of them attacked, it was as if they were going to collapse the mountains and crack the earth. Zhong Qiu, who was dressed in a green robe, and Chen Pingan, who was dressed in a white robe, were so fast that their figures were like white mist and green smoke respectively. Wherever the two of them went, the world was turned upside down. It was an extremely dangerous close combat. The two figures were not more than 10 feet away from each other. At most, they were less than 3 arms apart. Apart from the fact that each of them had one arm, it meant that even if they were hit by a punch, they would only be pushed back by an arm's distance. Others were doing Tao in a snail's shell, but these two crazy fellows were destroying cities and shaking mountains within inches. Were they really made of flesh and blood? The two ethereal figures almost destroyed the entire street. However, as if they had agreed, the buildings and high walls on both sides were undamaged. Their control of their fists had truly reached the pinnacle of perfection. About half an hour later, Zhou Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. Zhong Qiu, you're just messing around. Let's go, let's go. I can't watch this anymore. Anyway, Ding Ying and Eugenie are here to clean up the mess. Zhou Fei grabbed Zhou Shi and Ye Er's shoulders with both hands and swept away as if he was carrying a chicken. Although the beauties of the spring-tide palace were confused, they still followed Zhou Fei into the air and floated away. At the end of the street, dust covered the sky. At the corner, Zhong Qiu walked away with a smile and left along another street. Although this imperial tutor was covered in dust, he did not look dispirited at all. Instead, he looked as if he had done something delightful. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, remained on the original street. He walked out alone, surrounded by dust. His fists and aura were nowhere to be seen. Like the most ordinary young man, he took a step and arrived in front of the sharpener, Lu Zong. Lu Zong blinked and asked, "Can we not fight?" Chen Pingan asked back, "What do you think?" Lu Zong said seriously, "I think it's fine. We have no grudges and the road is so wide." (317) On the quiet street, the old friends reunited. Hovering above a flying sword was Eugenie, who looked like a child. The sword light under his feet was like colored glass, shining brightly. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the leader of the righteous path, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He had given up everything to practice the techniques of the immortals, and finally, he was a god. Finally, he appeared in the capital after the first drum beat of the Black Ox Mountain. After leaving the Black Ox Mountain outside the capital, the first person he saw was his life and death brother, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Qiu. Zhong Qiu seemed to have expected Eugenie to stop him, and was not surprised. Not only did he not stop, he continued to move forward, and only stopped when he was less than 20 steps away. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Is the jade bamboo fan done? Don't you think it's too soft to use it as the token of the future leader of the Lake Mountain sect?" It was like the polite greetings between ordinary friends. Like those who returned on a snowy night, could they drink a cup of wine? Eugenie asked, "It's already the 3rd time, why? He was denouncing Zhongqiu. Zhongqiu asked back, are you asking me why I saved Lu Fang, and why I helped that Chen Pingon? Eugenie, who had broken out of seclusion as a child, had ripples in his deep, dark eyes. He was obviously angry for the first time. Eugenie did not speak, but the flying sword under his feet, which was connected to his master's mind, was overflowing with brilliance, becoming more and more magnificent and enchanting, like a piece of colored glass dropped from the heavenly court to the mortal world. Zhongqiu glanced at the flying sword under Eugenie's feet, and retracted his gaze. He said with a calm expression, didn't you already know the answer? Eugenie sighed slightly, and some nostalgia arose in his heart. It was not that Eugenie was soft-hearted, but that things had already come to this. Since Zhongqiu was still stubborn after so many years, he had to harden his heart. The Jianghu people said that Jinren Yu and imperial tutor broke off their relationship because of a beautiful woman, but they underestimated them too much. Back then, when the two of them had just risen to fame in the pugilistic world, it was precisely because they had met a banished immortal that the two of them parted ways. At that time, Eugenie was determined to kill the banished immortal, but Zhongqiu thought that the crime was not worthy of death. Moreover, the risk was too great, so there was no need to risk everything. However, Eugenie still went alone to assassinate the banished immortal. At the moment of life and death, Zhongqiu suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal sword for Eugenie. Then, just as Ding Ying had said to them in the Nanyuan kingdom, after the banished immortal was killed, two opportunities fell from his body. One was an immortal's secret manual that could cultivate the great way of immortality, and the other was an invincible glazed sword. Amidst the heavy rain, Eugenie held the golden jade heavenly book made of an unknown material in one hand and a sword in the other as he roared toward the sky. Zhongqiu left dejectedly. Eugenie gently threw away the immortal sword and said that the two of them could live and die together, but they also wanted to be rich and famous together. In the future, the rules of this world, whether it was the High Temple or the distant pugilistic world, would be set by you because you liked to read. I, Eugenie, yearn for the immortality of the great way of immortality. After cultivating the immortal's method, I will protect you. I will make all the banished immortals in the world bow their heads and obey my orders, and no longer dare to run amok. However, Zhongqiu did not wait for Eugenie to finish his words. He just left directly, leaving the priceless divine weapon to fall into the mud and Eugenie's heartfelt words to dissipate in the heavy rain between heaven and earth. Lu Zong, the sharpener, left the ruined street and turned the corner. Seeing this scene from afar, he was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he still moved forward slowly. He neither flinched nor waited for an opportunity to escape. Lu Zong believed the young man's words. He believed that the child, in front of him, who was supposed to fight old Demon Ding for 800 rounds, would be determined to kill Zhongqiu, who was once his close friend. The reason why he believed it was because the young banished immortal could make Zhongqiu take the initiative to give him a punch and help him consolidate a certain realm, so that he could better deal with the upcoming battle. Zhongqiu never did as he pleased. Every word and action had its own rules. Was Zhongqiu a sanctimonious hypocrite, or was he a traitor? He was neither. Lu Zong had stayed in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom for so many years, so he knew very well what kind of person Zhongqiu was. He was a real scholar and martial arts guru. He had both and mastered them through a comprehensive study. He had reached the peak of the external martial arts realm in this world, and he had raised it to a higher level with his own strength. Moreover, Zhongqiu had a very clear understanding of the difference between good and evil. There had been several incidents in the capital where the public opinion in the imperial court and the Jianghu were one-sided. He should have killed all of them, which would have been satisfying and saved him effort. However, Zhongqiu had quietly closed the case and dealt with it fairly and peacefully. Even Lu Zong, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, wanted to give him a thumbs up and praise him as a true hero. Therefore, when the young man said that he and Zhong Qiu were kindred spirits, Lu Zong had no choice but to accept it. Without hesitation, Lu Zong decided to take out the sharpening knife in his sleeve. Other than being congenial, he was also fighting for a chance to survive. To be honest, there was no one in the world who was not curious about the strange relationship between Eugenie and Zhong Qiu. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was no exception. When he was at the silk shop, he chatted with the old ladies and young ladies about the trivialities in the neighborhood. He heard that an old man had been stripped of his ashes, which family's daughter had taken a fancy to whom. He heard that the widow Lu's house often meowed at night, which family's man had secretly gone to the brothel and spent all his savings, and his wife had made a fuss about hanging herself. Lu Zong was more interested in these trivial matters than women. Lu Zong's hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, clenched the sharpener. He still hadn't asked Widow Lu who that night owl was. He couldn't die here today. Besides, he had observed the few candidates who had the potential to become his last disciple. After so many years of observation, he had a rough idea of who they were. Zhong Qiu looked at the child who stood on the sword and stopped in the wind. He sighed softly. Eugenie, have you ever thought that although you are still different from those banished immortals, if you continue on this path, you will become one of them sooner or later? Another day, there will be another Zhao Zheni or Ma Zheni who will come to kill you. They will think that killing you is justified. Eugenie shook his head. Zhong Qiu, you don't know yet, right? The place of ascension this time is still Roaring Bull Mountain, but the number of people has changed. There are no longer 10 people, but only 3. However, these 3 people are qualified to choose 5, 3, and 1 from the real history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land to ascend together. However, these 9 people may become subordinate puppets. I have calculated that Ding Ying, Zhou Fei, and I will be the 3 people with the highest chances of ascension. Eugenie then told Zhong Qiu about the final 10 people on the list. Without Lu Fang and Tong Qingqing, Zhong Qiu directly asked the most important question. He frowned and said, "You want to leave?" Eugenie shook his head and said, "Of course I won't. Before the 3rd drum, I won't ascend the monstrous Ox Mountain. I'll give up the chance to ascend, just like the madman Zhu Lian back then." The only difference is that he wanted to ascend with his physical body for the 2nd time. As for me, I want to prove to you that I was right to kill that banished immortal back then. You were wrong to do that. I want this world to be peaceful as long as I'm alive. Eugenie said it casually. This was a big statement, but Eugenie said it lightly. Zhong Qiu smiled. We have different aspirations and paths. Eugenie said slowly, you have one last chance. Join hands with me to kill that banished immortal, Zhou Fei. Ding Ying will not stop you. Then you will live to the end. As for whether you choose to ascend to Roaring Bull Mountain, it is up to you. Zhong Qiu asked, then the other people on the list, Lu Zong, Armed Saint Qing Yuanshan, North Jin's Longwu General Tang Tie, and Diamond Temple's Monk Yun and I. Who will kill them? Will it be you, Eugenie, or Ding Ying? These people are not banished immortals. It was as if the 2 of them were talking to each other. Eugenie was furious. If others say such stupid things, I will just take it as a village woman's opinion. I am too lazy to care. As the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, don't you know that there is no change in the world that is not in vain? Zhong Qiu nodded with a smile. Of course I know. I have done many things for the sake of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, I am only asking you, Eugenie. I am not asking about the change that has not happened in 1,000 years. I am not asking about this world or the banished immortals' Lotus Flower Blessed Land. I am asking you, Eugenie of Tuolan County in Rome County of Songshui Kingdom. Eugenie sneered. Stubborn. You have been like this since you were young. No matter how many books you read and how many martial arts you practice, you are still that stinky stone in the latrine pit. Zhong Qiu smiled. You have changed a lot, Eugenie. Lu Zong was scared out of his wits. He was afraid that Zhong Qiu would agree and join forces with Eugenie to kill the 4 people on the list. It would be as easy as killing chickens. Besides Eugenie, who had reached the transcendent state, Zhong Qiu was the local tyrant of Nanyuan Kingdom. Even if Lu Zong, Qin Yuanshan, Tang Tie, and Monk of Cloud and Mud joined forces, they would still have no chance of winning. Fortunately, Zhong Qiu was indeed the imperial tutor that Lu Zong admired. Zhong Qiu raised his head and looked in the direction of his hometown. He was a little sad. After saying so much, you, Eugenie, just want to kill me with a clear conscience. This has never changed. Eugenie stood on his flying sword. Zhong Qiu didn't turn his head. He laughed loudly. Lu Zong. We have been neighbors in the capital for so many years and have never visited each other. It is not that I look down on you, the sharpener. The friendship between gentlemen is as indifferent as water. I, Zhong Qiu, will strike first and you will hold the line. If there is a big difference in the outcome, you should run and find Monk of Cloud and Mud. Don't feel ashamed. Lu Zong, the sharpener, was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "Oh my God," as expected of the state preceptor of Zhong. His flattery makes me, old Lu, feel so good. Being friends with such a person was like being a drunkard drinking wine. How could one be sober? Lu Zong, who wasn't afraid of death but didn't seek it, took a step forward. If he died, so be it. Eugenie leaned forward slightly and gently landed on the street. He waved his sleeves and said softly, "Let's go." The flying sword behind him, whose sword light was as clear as colored glaze, drew a huge arc and broke through the wall. Then, it broke through the wall and reappeared on this street as fast as lightning. It just happened to bypass the state preceptor Zhong Qiu and went straight for Lu Zong, the grinder behind him. Eugenie walked forward leisurely. He waved his hands and then put them behind his back. He smiled and said, "Zhong Qiu, aren't you known as the world's #1 fighter? Come, I won't fight back." Zhong Qiu nodded and suddenly asked, "Can we fight outside the city?" Eugenie smiled. "Imperial tutor, you don't have to worry about hurting the innocent. You don't have that ability." Zhong Qiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy had become an arrogant kid at the end of his cultivation. Zhong Qiu really wanted to experience the supernatural powers of the so-called immortals. Eugenie put his hands behind his back and signaled Zhong Qiu to strike with all his strength. Not only that, he even tiptoed and hovered in the air. He was at the same height as Zhong Qiu, making it easier for Zhong Qiu to strike. Zhong Qiu wasn't angry at all. He felt mocked and his expression became more serious. He threw a punch. Zhong Qiu's fist stopped 3 feet away from Eugenie's childish face. That punch could only move forward inch by inch, and it was extremely slow. It was like an old man climbing a mountain with difficulty. The distance between the two was only 3 feet, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Eugenie shook his head slightly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of pity. I didn't expect Zhong Qiu to be so weak. Until Ding Ying appeared to settle this mess, the pink diamond Ma Xian still didn't move. Even when Tang Tie, Qin Yuanshan, Zhou Fei, and the other grandmasters left, Ma Xian was still lying on the ground. Jiang Hu was like this. The water was deep and the water was shallow. It could drown someone. Moreover, there was an old saying that the good swimmer would drown. Ma Xian's life was actually worth more than 500 taels of gold. In the martial arts world of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, this amount of gold could only buy the life of a second-rate master or a county governor. It seemed that he had escaped the danger of being surrounded and was only facing off against the lotus-crowned elder. However, Chen Pingan's palms were sweating. It had nothing to do with courage or state of mind. It was purely because Ding Ying's killing intent was too strong. It was a person's instinct to avoid danger. However, if one could face it head-on, that would be the true test of martial arts. One only needed to look at the 15 flying sword between his fingers to understand how difficult it was to deal with Ding Ying. Ding Ying smiled. Is this the so-called life-flying sword of the banished deity? It's a very new thing. It should be the first time it appeared on the map of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's also very rare for a complete body and soul to enter here. No wonder you caused so many accidents. However, it doesn't matter because I, Ding Ying, am here in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and assumed the steaming cloud swamp-style fish stance. Ding Ying looked around and continued to imprison the beautiful green flying sword with 2 fingers on his right hand. He then stretched out his left hand. After chatting, it's time to make a move. Let me see if I can kill you with one hand. Ding Ying glanced at Chen Pingan's fist stance and shook his head. I advise you to change to an offensive fish stance. I still hope to see some eye-catching martial arts. Otherwise, if I get the upper hand, it will be like the fist stance you used to defeat Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu. You won't be able to fight back. Ding Ying smiled and waved at Chen Pingan. You only managed to hit 10 fists at most. You can definitely hit more. I'm very curious. How many fists can you hit at most? You can rest assured and use them all. I'll take them all. Chen Pingan really changed to the god-beating drum-style fish stance. His aura suddenly changed from that of a mountain city to that of a tide of cavalry. Ding Ying smiled and nodded. He still held the pocket-flying sword with one hand and only used one hand to face the enemy. Come! In an instant, the street where Chen Pingan was originally standing on, instantly collapsed into a huge pit with a radius of a few meters, and the white robe had already disappeared. Ding Ying nodded. That was fast enough. No wonder Lu Fang, who was half a step into the sword-controlling realm, was still in such a sorry state. Ding Ying blocked the young banished immortal's fist with his palm. Just as he was about to clench his fist, the force of the fist loosened and the second fist was already heading for his ribs. Ding Ying understood. If it was as he guessed, this fist stance, the speed, the force, and the will of the fist were all the same. The most ingenious part was that the fists were connected and could not be avoided. One could only face it head-on. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. However, if an immortal used his magical power to lift up the earth for thousands of miles, he would find that the inconspicuous mountain was actually the whole sequence of events. It was like the ancestral mountain of the world. Before the 8th fist, Ding Ying's feet did not move at all. Every time, he blocked the fist with his palm. It was as if there was a snow-white flood dragon hovering around him. There was no human figure. After the 9th fist, Ding Ying took a step back and blocked the fist smashing between his eyebrows with his palm. Ding Ying's seemingly simple moves contained the essence of 9 kinds of martial arts that he had collected from various sects and factions in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Needless to say, the Mirror Heart Room that was like his own garden, Eugeni's Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu's fist technique that was passed down to his direct disciples, Bird's Eye Peak and Springtide Palace, Qing Yuanshan's spear technique's avalanche style, the 8-armed divine spirit Shui Yuan, and other great grandmasters' secret techniques that were not passed down to others. Ding Ying used various methods to obtain them for his own use. Some of them had reached the peak of martial arts and were left untouched. Some of them still had room for improvement. The 10th fist. Ding Ying took a few steps to the side but still had the mood to leisurely laugh. The only flaw in your fist technique is that it takes the path of injuring the enemy by 1,000 but also injuring yourself by 800. I want to see how many punches you can take and how powerful the last one is. Chen Pingan only focused on punching. His heart sank to the bottom of an ancient well. There were no spectators for this fight. Because they didn't dare. Old Demon Ding was famous for his love of torturing and killing bystanders. You are not afraid of death. You like to watch from the sidelines, you like to point and clap, you like to be shocked as if you have seen a ghost in broad daylight, right? Every time old Demon Ding fought with someone, he would slap those bystanders into meat paste, just like how a person would slap mosquitoes on the curtain and flies on the wall with the face of a fan. Therefore, the thin monkey-like master of Crown Prince Wei Yan had not been hiding in the distance for long. When he saw old Demon Ding personally fighting, he immediately withdrew. However, there was only one Ding Ying. Other top figures like Zhong Qiu and Yu Shini didn't like to be bystanders, but most of them didn't care. However, watching a life and death battle between second-rate experts was a big taboo for the people of the martial arts world, because no one wanted their trump card to be seen by outsiders. The more people there were, the more mouths there would be. One person would spread it to 10, and 10 would spread it to 100. How could it be called a trump card if everyone knew about it? Jianghu was not big, especially after one became a first-rate grandmaster. Jianghu was even smaller. The distance between the two sides was always within 2 arms. However, on the 11th punch, Ding Ying seemed to have tasted the power of the god's drumming style. He intentionally or unintentionally widened the distance and was knocked back more than 10 feet by the punch. At that time, Lu Fang was seriously injured by the 10 punches. Firstly, he was in a hurry and had no time to respond. But Ding Ying had been waiting from the beginning. Secondly, Lu Fang was wholeheartedly practicing swordsmanship. His kung fu was only on the sword, so his physique was far inferior to Ding Ying's. Lu Fang took 10 punches from Chen Pingan. It was like an infantry army meeting an elite cavalry army in the wild. They were defeated at the first touch. Naturally, they were defeated like a landslide. Ding Ying also took 10 punches. He occupied a huge city with high walls and strong troops. Therefore, it was not the real gap between Lu Fang and Ding Ying that was as wide as heaven and earth. In the end, Ding Ying could deal with it so easily because of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu's lessons. After the 11th punch, Ding Ying stood more than 10 feet away. Taking advantage of the fact that the next punch had not come close, he suddenly shook his sleeve and scattered the fist aura that lingered in his palm. Ding Ying joked, 3 or 4 more punches and I'm afraid I'll be injured a little. The 12th punch was already in front of his face. Ding Ying punched for the first time and collided with Chen Pingan's drumming style. Chen Pingan took a few steps back, but the profoundness of the deity's drum-beating style was fully displayed. Chen Pingan used a trajectory and speed that exceeded common sense to throw out this punch even faster. Ding Ying, who did not have time to punch, could only raise his elbow slightly sluggishly to block in front of his body. The tip of his elbow hit his chest. Ding Ying flew out with a bang, but the vital qi in his long robe surged and helped to dissipate most of the fist aura. In a flash, he sensed that his opponent seemed to be slightly slower. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes and slid out. At the same time he received the 14th punch, he said with a smile, "Previously at your residence, there was a mischievous little thing that didn't know life from death and tried to sneak into the ground with a flying sword to find you. I found it. I don't know if it was shaken to death or suffocated underground." As expected, while the young man had sensed it, he did not stop. The 15th punch came quickly. After the punch, Ding Ying retreated again, and the two fingers that clamped down on the 15th flying sword trembled slightly. Ding Ying was not shocked but happy, but he hid it well. Old Demon Ding, who had held the throne of first for 60 years, seemed to be conceited and arrogant, but in reality, in the deepest part of Ding Ying's heart, he wanted to obtain the essence of this punch more than anyone. It was very likely that comprehending this punch would allow him to have more confidence in accomplishing what he wanted. Facing the heavenly Tao head-on, Ding Ying did not care that speaking would cause his true qi to pour out violently. He smiled and said, "I asked Ye, and Zhou Shi to bring out the 4 heads previously for you to see. If I remember correctly, that child's name is Chao Qinglang. It's really unfortunate for him to meet a banished immortal like you." Even Ding Ying could not see Chen Pingan's face clearly, but the old man could clearly sense that person's little killing intent. It was not anger, nor was it the kind of killing intent that was spreading wildly. Instead, it was deliberately suppressed into a thin line and then twisted into a grain. Now that was interesting. This person's mental state was unique among the banished immortals that Ding Ying had seen and killed. Ding Ying had learned many things in his life and had flipped through all the books. He had once flipped through a Taoist classic and read this passage: "Traveling in the water without avoiding flood dragons is the courage of a boat. Traveling in the forest without fear of jackals and wolves is the courage of a woodcutter and hunter. Crossing a white blade in front of one's body and viewing death as life is the courage of a hero. Knowing that there was a limit to one's strength, being calm in the face of a great disaster is the courage of a saint. If you want to be calm, you must first calm your heart." What was the meaning of "there was a limit to one's strength"? Even Chen Pingan, who was standing in front of him, believed that the family in the small courtyard was all dead, and that the little thing might also be dead. Based on this premise, not only did he have to know that guilt and regret were meaningless, and would only lead to his own destruction, he had to focus on it, and after knowing it, he had to do it. It was not easy to know it, but it was even harder to do it. However, Chen Pingan did not disappoint Ding Ying. He did not hesitate in the slightest when he punched, nor did he bind his hands and feet. On the contrary, even though he knew that every punch would only let Ding Ying understand the deity's drumming style more, he punched without hesitation, hurting the enemy by 1,000 but also hurting himself by 800. Either Ding Ying would die under his own fist, or his meridians would be broken inch by inch, his spirit would be destroyed, his flesh and blood would be shattered, and he would die in the process of delivering the last punch of the deity's drumming style. The 16th punch. Ding Ying nodded lightly and laughed heartily. From the lotus flower of the silver laurel, a radiance poured down like a waterfall and covered his entire body. This time, Ding Ying only retreated 3 steps and was unscathed. Chen Pingan retracted his fist and used the rebound force to retreat several feet. After standing still, he raised his arm and wiped the blood with the back of his hand. Ding Ying had no intention of switching between offense and defense, and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you punching? Looking at your condition, you can at least take 2 more punches, at least." Ding Ying looked at the silent young man and raised his right hand. "Have you never thought that if you take 1 or 2 more punches, you will be able to make me loosen 2 fingers? Ding Ying sighed and felt a little regretful. If he did not bring out the lotus crown, his intuition told him that he would be in danger and that it was very likely that both of them would suffer. However, there was no need to be perfect. These dozen punches were enough for him to study and study. It was obvious that this punch was the most powerful move that young banished immortal had. Ding Ying felt that it was enough. Next, it was time to get down to business. Chen Pingan looked around. Everything was so inexplicable. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Pingan felt that the injustice in his heart was about to explode. It was just like when he was young, when he saw Lu Xianyang lying on the sickbed. After he left, he silently walked towards the covered bridge. That feeling of despair was still fresh in Chen Pingan's memory, even after all these years, after walking such a long path and practicing so many punches. The world was vast, and he was alone. Then, he encountered a huge obstacle that he could not cross no matter what. Either he died of grievance, or he sought death. What else could he do? At this moment, the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist was still sealed. Chu-yi could not leave. The golden robe on his body was still lifeless. 15, who was both a flying sword and a square-inch item, was still firmly bound between Ding Ying's 2 fingers. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was no longer the porcelain kiln apprentice from back then. Chen Pingan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Did you leave something behind?" Ding Ying laughed and said, "You mean the sword you left on the table? You want to take it and then fight with me? But under my watch, do you think you can get there?" Ding Ying answered his own question and shook his head. "As long as I don't want you to leave, you, Chen Pingan, won't be able to walk more than 10 feet. I can already confirm that you are just a banished immortal, a so-called pure martial artist. You are not a sword cultivator at all. Otherwise, I would not be able to trap this little flying sword." Chen Pingan grinned and glanced at the Dao crown on Ding Ying's head. "You've taken advantage of the right time, place, and people. Don't you feel good?" Ding Ying narrowed his eyes, murderous. "Oh. Kid, you are not convinced. But what can you do? Earlier, what was the word you said?" "Come." Chen Pingan stretched out his arm. "Right?" Ding Ying remained silent and responded with a cold smile. He thought that this very different banished immortal was definitely going to make a last-ditch struggle. He would just wait and see. Chen Pingan silently said in his heart, "Sword, come." From the side room of the courtyard, the long chi sword that weighed dozens of kilograms was instantly unsheathed. It seemed to be following the rough footsteps of Chen Pingan when he went out for the last time, as if it was demonstrating to this world. The long chi sword broke through the window like a white rainbow, left the courtyard, and came to the alley. It swept through the alley and entered the main street, brushing past Ding Ying. Chen Pingan held this white rainbow. The snow-white river of sword chi was still lingering in the mortal world. There were bends and curves, but there were also straight lines. However, there were no signs of it dissipating. Chen Pingan reached out and held the long chi sword. The blade of the sword was like frost and snow. The sword chi was also a white rainbow. His robe was even whiter than snow. In this mortal world, Chen Wudi was within an arm's reach. There was also a sword beyond an arm's reach. 318. Ding Ying raised her arm, and the silver lotus crown on her head bloomed like a living creature. The petals that were originally closed together extended outwards, swaying in the wind. Ding Ying placed the pocket-sized flying sword at her fingertips into it. The Dao crown returned to its original state, and the silver petals closed together. Ding Ying put her hands behind her back and looked down at the stream of sword chi that was close at hand. Even Ding Ying felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen in her life. Ding Ying looked down at the snow-white stream suspended in the mortal world and asked with a smile, "Chen Pingan, is this the swordmaster's sword-controlling technique? You and Feng Qingbai both used it before." "I was careless. I didn't expect you to be able to control a sword from such a long distance. But it doesn't matter. The outcome has been decided. Also, as the owner of such an immortal sword, you didn't really hold the sword hilt. Instead, you used a camouflage technique to hold it. Isn't this too much of a pity?" Ding Ying retracted her gaze and turned to look at Chen Pingan. "Or is it that you actually can't completely control this sword? What a pity. What a pity." These things that look like fog but are not fog and water, but are they all sword chi? The sword chi should dissipate very quickly. Chen Pingan didn't expect Ding Ying's eyes to be so sharp. She could see that he and the sword were outwardly united but inwardly divided. Back then, outside the Eagle Castle, Chen Pingan had pulled out this long chi once. The flesh and blood of Chen Pingan's entire arm had been eaten away by the sword chi, leaving behind only bones. Lu Tai had used the elixirs of the Yin-Yang school's Lu family to regrow the flesh and blood. This time, she rode the long chi to his side. Of course, it wasn't because Chen Pingan was a sword master that he could control a sword from such a long distance. Instead, it was because Chen Pingan and the long chi had been together day and night. The sword chi had seeped into their bodies, and their souls had guided the sword chi. Even if the two were separated, they were still connected. Ding Ying pointed at her lotus Dao crown. Now that you have the sword, I have temporarily lost the divine ability of this immortal Dao crown. After this exchange, is this considered a fair fight? Chen Pingan tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The river of sword chi that originated from the courtyard in the alley and ended in Chen Pingan's palm instantly gathered together. The sword chi once again converged on the sword body. The sword chi in his hand no longer had any abnormalities. Chen Pingan weighed the sword of long chi and felt that it was just right. It was heavier than the sword of infatuation and the 15th sword of flying. Ever since Chen Pingan obtained the Swordsmanship Sutra in the old Dragon City and started practicing swordsmanship on the Peach Blossom Island, he always felt that it was too light. Now, even if he just held the sword of long chi, he felt that it was suitable. It was fine as long as the portion was suitable. It was only at this moment that Ding Ying elevated Chen Pingan from the likes of Lu Fang and Zhong Qiu to Eugenie, who practiced immortal arts. The difference between the two was that even if Lu Fang's swordsmanship was mysterious and Zhong Qiu's fist was invincible, in front of Ding Ying, they were still children playing with willow twigs and old men waving their fists. In this world, only Eugenie, who was at the peak of both offense and defense, had a chance to hurt Ding Ying. Chen Pingan exhaled heavily. The only advantage of being here was that the fight between martial artists would not target Chen Pingan's chi breathing. It was as if the martial artists here lacked the first step to become a pure martial artist. In Chen Pingan's world, the martial artists and chi cultivators walked on the opposite path. They had to disperse all the anima energy in their body and extract a pure breath of vital chi. The vital chi was like a flood dragon, swimming around the internal organs and bones of the body. It was like an elite troop of frontier soldiers opening up new territory, opening up a path suitable for the circulation of vital chi. Only then could they be considered to have reached a higher level and truly embarked on the path of martial arts. However, in this world, probably because the anima energy was thin, the martial artists did not pay attention to this at all. Therefore, they lacked the tempering. Therefore, their foundation was poor from the beginning. Many martial arts grandmasters in the pugilistic world pursued returning to one's original simplicity. In fact, it was only when one reached a certain height in the path of martial arts that they suddenly realized and began to reverse the trend. But even so, in the past 100 years, there were still geniuses like Ding Ying, Eugenie, and Zhong Qiu who emerged in the pugilistic world. In history, there were also amazing talents like Wei Xian, Liu Baixiang, and Sui Yuyu. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Other than the lotus crown on my head, the sword in Chen Pingan's hand is the second thing that I, Ding Ying, want to get my hands on." He held the long breath in his hand with an empty gesture. Chen Pingan moved forward with the 6-step stance of the mountain-quaking fist, which contained the peak of Zhong Qiu's fish stance. There was a difference in the magnitude of each step. However, after practicing the fist for millions of times, everything was natural. The fist intent had long been deeply ingrained in Chen Pingan's bones. In addition, Zhongqiu pretended to fight previously, but secretly taught him the peak of the fish stance. It was natural and smooth. The two were connected seamlessly. In Ding Ying's eyes, Chen Pinggan's six-step stance did not have a single flaw. It was the true unity of man and nature, and it was compatible with the great Tao. Within 60 years, Ding Ying had wantonly collected and gathered all the martial arts in the world. Ding Ying himself was also a martial arts genius that was hard to come by even in 100 years. He had mastered everything through a comprehensive study, attempting to compile a treasure book that would teach all the martial arts in the world to become absolute arts. Ding Ying's eyes sparkled when he saw the 6 ordinary steps forward. It seemed that there was still room for improvement in his secret manual. Since there was no chance to kill Chen Pinggan in one strike, and he wanted to get more extraterrestrial martial arts from him, Ding Ying decided to avoid the attack. However, Ding Ying soon realized that he had made a mistake by retreating. After the 6th step, Chen Pinggan's momentum had reached its peak. The fist intent was so dense that it condensed like water droplets rolling on the lotus leaf. Day after day, he carried the sword of long breath on his back and tempered his spirit. The sword intent that had slowly seeped into Chen Pinggan's body was the meridian of the lotus leaf. He leaped high and slashed down with his sword. Chen Pinggan held the sword with both hands. The sword tip changed from vertical to horizontal and flashed away. The street was divided into 2 by the sword chi. If someone was on both sides of the street, they would find that the scene on the opposite side of the street was blurred and distorted. Ding Ying had already retreated 30 feet away. He twisted his heel and turned his body sideways. The snow-white sword intent whistled past him. It was like a tourist watching a tidal wave. Ding Ying, who was facing the second sword from the side, struck out with his palm. His feet left the ground and his body floated in the air, dodging the fierce sword chi that was coming at his waist. His palm landed on the body of the long chi sword. His palm collided with the sword god, and it was as if 2 stones were grinding against each other. Ding Ying frowned. His palm was bloody and he suddenly exerted force. He bent his finger and pointed at the sword of long breath. His body rolled and floated backward. However, it was not easy for Ding Ying to get rid of Chen Pinggan as he had lost the initiative. Chen Pinggan's next 6-step stance walk. The first step was in the air more than an inch above the ground. The second step was a foot above the ground. He climbed up the sky step by step. At the same time, he let go of the sword of long breath and turned into a white rainbow to chase after Ding Ying. Of course, this was not because Chen Pinggan had reached the 7th level of the wind-controlling realm of martial arts. It was because of a trick. He borrowed the power of the sword of long breath and relied on the chi movement of one person and one sword to be able to ride the wind in the air. However, in the battle with Zhongqiu, the Dragon Queen had broken through to the 5th level for the first time. At that time, she successfully crossed the gully on the street that was cut by the boat. Her chi movement was not really stable yet and leaked out like a flood. Therefore, Zhongqiu saw the clue and helped Chen Pinggan to practice martial arts. Ding Ying stomped on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. His body tilted to a higher place in the air. He stomped on the ground again, and it was the same scene. The gang chi he released was condensed into stepping stones, which were placed in the air before his feet touched the ground. This allowed Ding Ying to go anywhere he wanted in the air. This was almost the embryonic form of the wind-controlling realm of the vast world. If Ding Ying could ascend and leave the lotus flower-blessed land, his achievements would be unimaginable. Other than Ding Ying, the 19 people in the world, whether it was the local martial artists or the banished immortals, in the cage of the lotus flower-blessed land, they all had the oneness of heaven and men as the highest point of the mountain. It was very difficult for them to reach this point and they had spent a lot of effort. However, Ding Ying was different. He stayed at the same place year after year because the highest point of the lotus flower blessed land could only be the oneness of heaven and men realm. He had been at the highest point for many years and looked down on the world. He had no interest in life. Therefore, Ding Ying treated the rules and great Tao of this world as his opponent. This was a shocking battle in the sky. Chen Pingan used the sword master's sword controlling technique. His moves were supplemented by the avalanche style in the sword arts scripture. He did not let Ding Ying pull away from him. At the same time, he did not let Ding Ying get close to him and enter his arms. The two of them were entangled in the sky above the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom and kept moving toward the south of the city. The sword chi and the fist force collided with each other, creating a rumbling sound like thunder. All the people in the capital could not help but look up. A young man in a snow-white robe was riding a long sword that looked like a white rainbow. That spectacular and moving scene was like a heavy snowfall that would not fall to the ground. Among the spectators, there was the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, who was heavily protected by the imperial guards. There was the old chef from the crown prince's mansion, Crown Prince Wei Yan, and the fairy of the mirror heart chamber, Fan Weiner, who ran out of the house in an apron. Outside the wine shop at the corner of the street, Zhou Fei and Lu Fang stood side by side. The woman, who was doomed to not be able to reach the residence of the scholar surnamed Jiang, sat at the foot of a wall. Glancing at the strange scene above her head, the woman was full of regret. She slowly closed her eyes. She was really tired. Even if she saw her beloved scholar and knocked on the door of the small courtyard, what could she do? Let him see her covered in blood. Forget it. If he did not see her for the last time, even if he heard other people's words and thought she was a bad person, she was still a good-looking woman. So the woman tilted her head and fell asleep with a smile. Empress Zhou Shuzhen did not return to the palace. Instead, she sneaked into the crown prince's mansion with a bronze mirror. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang was lonely and helpless. She threw away the hatchet and squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. There was no one around. The skinny little girl carried a small stool and swayed into an alley. She looked around curiously. In the sky above the south of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chen Pingan was getting more and more skilled at riding the sword. The blade was too sharp, the sword chi was too strong, and the sword moves were too strange. For the first time in 60 years, Ding Ying was so embarrassed that he could only focus on defense. Ding Ying was somewhat annoyed, but there was nothing he could do in a short time. He might as well calm down. He wanted to see how long this young banished immortal could last in the unblemished realm. As long as there was a flaw, Ding Ying would severely injure Chen Pingan. Ding Ying did not idle around. He threw out a punch with a variety of skills. He did not aim at Chen Pingan at all, but the fist aura would explode beside Chen Pingan's body. It could be the mid-brows, the shoulder, or the chest. The angle was tricky and unimaginable. Ding Ying had used the Chimen Duanjia and the plum blossom divination. The strange figure of the smiling Qian Tang was simply a joke to Ding Ying. Ding Ying put two fingers together and flicked them lightly. Strands of Gang Qi were like long swords. His other hand formed a Dao incantation. He had the supernatural power of moving mountains and seas. Chen Pingan stood on the other side with a calm expression. He did not even look at the strange phenomenon created by Ding Ying. He only held the long chi sword hilt with one hand and put two fingers together with the other hand. He gently stroked the sword from left to right. This was the sword that Chen Pingan learned from the old scholar Wen Xing's long scroll of mountains and rivers. Even if it was only a little similar. That unruly long chi sword actually trembled slightly, as if it was resonating with Chen Pingan. It seemed to have finally acknowledged Chen Pingan and said to Chen Pingan, what do you want to say to this world? Just say it. Before this, Chen Pingan could not even hold the long Qi sword. Therefore, it could only be said that the sword Qi was close, but not a real sword in hand. At this moment, there was a real sword in the world. Chen Pingan suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword. At that moment, brilliant light bloomed from the gaps between the fingers of his left hand. As if a bright moon had risen, it surged in all directions like a tide, illuminating the world. It was already daytime with the sun hanging in the sky. But at this moment, the whole capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was still brighter. After grasping the sword, the sun and the moon were together. This long Qi sword did not have a scabbard at the moment, but Chen Pingan still made a gesture of unsheathing the sword. Ding Ying was surprised to find that she could not cross the gap. Although she was shocked, she was not frightened. The Gang Qi behind her condensed into a 30-foot tall statue of a god, looking down at the tiny person and sword. Ding Ying was well aware that he could not retreat. He was as still as a mountain, but his hands in front of him changed into dozens of arms, dazzling the eyes. There were Buddhist Mudra, Dharma Mudra, Dhyana Mudra, Demon-subduing Mudra, Wish Mudra, and Fearless Mudra. Every Mudra was shining with golden light. There were Taoist techniques, Sanqing Finger, Five Thunder Finger, Sky-throwing Mudra, and Heavenly Master Mudra. Every seal was accompanied by strong winds and the sound of thunder. There were also Eugénie's sleeve gang, Zhong Qiu's bursting fist, Jing Xinzhai's finger sword, Lu Zong's sharpening knife, Qing Yuanshan's curved spear. The godly spirit was the same. Whatever seals and postures Ding Ying had, it had them as well, and they were even more imposing than Ding Ying. Ding Ying's martial arts cultivation had gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools in the world. Eugénie stood at the peak of Taoist techniques, Lu Fang stood at the peak of swordsmanship, Zhong Qiu stood at the peak of fist techniques, and Lu Zong stood at the peak of saber techniques. But at a higher place on the peak of the mountains, there was actually a Ding Ying who had long been suspended in the air, making Ding Ying in this blessed land of lotus flowers, like the sun at noon. This was really too unreasonable. Chen Pingan only had one sword move. Just one sword move. After one sword move, the god was shattered. All techniques were broken. Ding Ying was not seen. "319, on the street in the city, the battle was soul-stirring from the moment the two sides started fighting. The battle was still in full swing. A glazed flying sword was like a divine object that had gained sentience. It was only a sword, but it could entangle Lu Zong the sharpener. Lu Zong's famous boning knife had never been damaged in his lifetime. In today's battle, he hadn't even touched a corner of Eugénie's robe before the flying sword had cut several holes in it. Lu Zong did not have time to feel sorry for it. He would die if he was distracted. The flying sword was swift and fierce. Its gang Qi filled a radius of more than 100 feet. Lu Zong could not help but feel restrained. The leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Eugénie, was indeed a true immortal. There were at least two sharpeners, Lu Zong. And Lu Zong was the fifth in the world. From the corner of Lu Zong's eyes, it was very likely that there were two imperial tutors Zhong Qiu. Eugénie had already landed on the ground. He put his hands behind his back and let Zhong Qiu punch him. However, none of the punches could break through his invisible gang Qi. The few punches were only inches away from Eugénie's face. His eyebrows were slightly raised and his sideburns fluttered. However, that was all. Zhong Qiu kept punching but failed time and time again. His expression was normal and his eyes were bright. He did not look dispirited at all. The imperial tutor was still the same. However, the more he was like this, the sadder it made people feel. It was as if the world should not be like this. It made people feel aggrieved and resentful. Zhong Qiu only punched. Eugenie walked forward casually as if he was taking a stroll. At most, he bypassed the battlefield where Lu Zong and the Flying Sword were fighting and walked past the many shops on the street. He looked up at the signboards of the shops and the couplets that had survived the spring rain this year. Eugenie smiled and asked, "Do you regret not accepting that immortal sword back then? The path you chose is only suitable for people in the mortal world. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Even if you were given another 30 years, you would still have nowhere to go after reaching the top. You'll only regret it then. Zhong Qiu, you've only cared about things that people don't care about since you were young. In my opinion, that's not called standing out, that's called being stupid." Zhong Qiu did not say a word. The scene was strange. While being beaten, Eugenie had already turned onto the wide imperial road. As he walked forward, he saw the imperial city of the Nanyuan kingdom, the palace city, and the hall that was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of the Songlai kingdom. On each of the 8 ridges stood 10 strange-looking immortals and beasts. Behind the riding wind immortal was a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, a pegasus, a seahorse, a lion, a dragon, a fish, a shiji, a fighting bull, and Xingshan. Some powerful emperors and generals could see the real thing, but there were some that they couldn't. Eugenie pointed forward. "I remember when we were young, you read about the 10 vertical spine objects in a book. You were very curious and said that you must see them with your own eyes in the future. In the end, you lived outside the palace for decades. Haven't you seen enough?" Zhong Qiu finally opened his mouth to speak. "Eugenie, don't always think that you're so great. After becoming an immortal, you no longer see yourself as a human. Everything you see is condescending. Whatever you think of, you're just reminiscing. You need to see more of the joys and sorrows of the human world. Of course, you're no longer listening to these." Eugenie nodded. "That's a layman's view. It's the same with cultivation. Zhong Qiu, it's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're not high enough. You're standing too low." Sadness flashed across Zhong Qiu's eyes. It was not strange that Zhou Shi could only learn a little, but it was enough to let him run amok in this world. Lu Fang asked, "How's it going over there?" Zhou Fei raised his wine bowl and clinked it with his good friend. He took a sip of the wine and quickly put it down. He explained, "The fight was very messy. Feng Qingbai was slaughtered by his good friend Tang Tie. Qing Yuanshan ran away without saying a word. Zhong Qiu played a trick and did not fight to the death with Qin Pingan. After determining the strength of their fish techniques, it was like they were exchanging pointers and helping Qin Pingan stabilize his realm. Because that guy's martial arts were a little strange, he almost broke through the bottleneck of the 6th level in one go. Zhong Qiu saw some clues and slowly pushed Qin Pingan's martial arts realm back to the 5th level. During the fight, Zhong Qiu relied on Qin Pingan's fist techniques to verify some martial arts ideas. If this person could walk out of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he would definitely become a 9th-level martial artist in the future. Zhou Fei subconsciously picked up the wine bowl, but when he thought of the taste, he sighed and could only pinch his nose and drink a mouthful of wine. Then Ding Ying and Eugenie showed up. One blocked Qin Pingan, and the other intercepted Zhong Qiu. I think these 2 fights were the most dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. Lu Fang casually pointed at the flower hairpin man and Ye at the table behind him. Pink Vidra Muxian and Pipa Concubine, and smiling face. Qin Pingan actually did not want to kill them. But these 2 children, I believe that guy will definitely kill them if he has the chance. With such a temperament, he is more like a warm-hearted wanderer than Feng Qingbai. Let's not talk about you and Tong Qingqing. In this world, only Ding Ying and Eugenie are worthy of my attention. The rest are just a so-so. Even if it is Zhong Qiu, I can just give him a 9th-level martial artist in 40 or 50 years. What can he do? Zhou Fei waved his hand. I don't care about that. This time, I will sit here and wait for the second beat of the drum. I will only take away the girl behind you, So for the next 60 years, you still have to take care of this good-for-nothing Zhou Shi. Lu Fang nodded and agreed. He asked curiously, you don't plan to recruit Eugenie? 60 years of being in a favorable position will give you more opportunities than the Tongyi sect. And according to what you said, your ranking is at the bottom, so you can only take one person, and that is But Eugenie can take away at least 3 people, Wei Xian, Liu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Zhu Lian. Which one of them is not a genius? The Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent has many talents suitable for cultivation. This lotus flower blessed land is full of martial arts geniuses. If you rope in Eugenie, the Jiang family will have 3 more Zhongqiu. Zhou Fei stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Fang. You, Lu Fang, your conscience has not been eaten clean by dogs. You still have some consideration for me. Ye took the initiative to speak for the first time. She asked timidly, Palatial Lord Zhou, Sword Immortal Lu, who is Tong Qingqing? Zhou Fei and Lu Fang turned a deaf ear. This was because Ye did not know the importance of the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect, the master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, and a sword cultivator who could possibly reach the 11th level. If Ye could enter the top 10 of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, perhaps she would have some qualifications to speak with them. Of course, it was also related to Zhou Fei and Lu Fang's cold temperament. If it was a banished immortal like Wanderer Feng Qingbai, they would not be so unapproachable. After Chen Pingyan's sword on the city wall, it should be the world that was afraid of her, Tong Qingqing, right? Crown Prince Wei Yan thought carefully and did not believe it, or rather, he did not believe it completely. Fan Wan'er held the bronze mirror and fell into deep thought. The old monk of the Jingang temple took off his kasaya and wore secular clothes. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he went to the imperial palace to ask His Majesty for the golden body of Arhat from Baihe Temple. Before entering the palace, he waited at the palace gate for the news of the monarch's summons. He put his palms together and chanted Amitabha. After entering the palace, His Majesty personally waited for the old monk in the imperial study. Previously, even the Nanyuan Kingdom Emperor did not know about this preaching monk of the Jingang Temple. Only when the last 10 people on the list surfaced did he know that this unknown monk Su Dai, in addition to his seniority in the Jingang Temple, also had a bottomless Buddhist supernatural power. Regarding the golden body of Arhat, the Wei Emperor did not hesitate and agreed to let the former monk Yun Tu take it away. The old monk who had just returned to the secular world was a little confused. He originally thought of many excuses, such as promising to serve the Nanyuan Kingdom Wei clan for 30 years and so on. The armed Saint Qing Yuanshan did not join the disciples. That way, he would be too conspicuous and would be easily found. The old man could not just walk around with a long spear, so he could only choose a stone arch bridge and enjoy the shade under it. He made up his mind that after the second drum beat in Jinyo Mountain outside the capital, he would only show himself if at least half of the 10 people on the list in the capital were dead. Otherwise, he would rather miss this opportunity to ascend. Qing Yuanshan hoped very much that the Grand Masters on the list would all die. As for whether this went against his martial arts principles, Qing Yuanshan did not care. He only cared about the result. There were thousands of words in the history books, but what else was there besides the bloody words winner takes all? Tang Tie, who had always wanted to use Qing Yuanshan to practice his blade, could not find the armed saint and could only give up. After thinking about it, the biggest variable at the moment was actually his identity. Once it was exposed, it would be very troublesome for the great general of the northern Jin kingdom to wander around the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Although the relationship between the northern Jin kingdom and the Nanyuan kingdom was not bad, the Nanyuan kingdom was full of ambition and had long shown signs of wanting to unify the world. Tang Tie did not think that he would be politely sent out of the country. He would either submit to the Wei family or die in the capital of another country. Submitting to the Nanyuan kingdom was not a good thing for his future, but it was not necessarily terrible. After all, the Nanyuan kingdom was the strongest country in the country. However, Tang Tie's foundation in the northern Jin kingdom, his family, his wives, his military power, and his reputation would all be gone. How could the civil and military officials of the Nanyuan kingdom be polite to an outsider like him? In the end, Tang Tie was bold because of his skill. Compared to the armed sage who was past his prime, the general of the northern Jin kingdom who was in his 40s was obviously bolder. He did not hide in a secluded place like Qing Yuanshan. Instead, he chose a noisy restaurant, ordered a pot of good wine, and listened to the storyteller tell a story. The storyteller who was past his prime told an old story. Tang Tie listened with great interest and felt that it was not a bad thing to become a minister of the southern courtyard in the future. One day, everyone in the four kingdoms would talk about Tang Tie's military career. Tang Tie drank a mouthful of wine and narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat fascinated. Zhou Fei and Lu Fang were still drinking cheap wine in the restaurant at the corner of the street, waiting for the battle on the city wall to end. After old Demon Ding and Yushini made their moves, a character who was originally close to the beginning became interesting again. The great Grand Master of the Mirror Heart sect, Tong Qingqing. Previously, who was wearing a green dress, asked curiously. Zhou Fei and Lu Fang did not bother to answer. However, when fell silent, Zhou Fei laughed again and took the initiative to talk about this very interesting fairy. Zhou Fei seemed to have figured something out. He glanced at and explained to Zhou Shi about Tong Qingqing's deeds elsewhere. After Hairpin heard about it, he only felt that it was absurd. One was a female sword cultivator who pressed forward courageously, the other was the leader of the Mirror Heart sect who hid in the shadows. The difference in temperament between the two was like heaven and earth. In the hometown of his father, Zhou Fei, there was a sect called Taiping Mountain. There was a female Taoist nun on the mountain who was extremely talented and lucky. She was envied by others. In the Aquarius continent, there was a place called the Divine Grandeur sect. There was a woman who was younger than her. The two of them had different approaches to achieve the same result, so she was called the second person. This nun was born warm-hearted and had a strong temperament. When she encountered injustice, she would pursue it to the end. She regarded life and death as a small matter, which went against the original intention of a cultivator. Her teacher had tried his best to persuade her several times, but he could not point it out. Several times, she only restrained herself for a period of time. In the end, she relapsed. If there was any injustice in the world, as long as it was seen by her, she would take care of it. And every time, she would only stop after finding out who was behind it. As for meddling in other people's business, would it affect her cultivation? She did not care whether she would be in danger because of it. She even wanted to roll her eyes. Because of this, the relationship between Taiping Mountain, the Tongya sect, and the Yugui sect was very stiff. They were like fire and water with the Fuyang sect. But because of the academy's face, both sides tried to restrain themselves from attacking. Along the way, they fought and killed. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by danger, but they came out safe and sound, allowing her to enter the nascent soul realm. Even the only remaining ancestral master of Taiping Mountain, the current sect master's uncle master, was alarmed. Taiping Mountain had as many as 9 earth immortals in the eyes of the Jindan and nascent soul realm cultivators. They looked down on the continent, but there was not a single cultivator in the 11th realm. Seeing the joys and sorrows of the human world once and a few times was a completely different experience than seeing it a million times. The old Taoist only lowered his head and stared at the sun between his fingers. It was not an illusion, but a real one. Instead, the sun in the sky was an illusion. The old Taoist temporarily put the pearl into his sleeve and looked at the southern city wall. This ding-ing disappointed him a little. Eugenie and Zhongqiu were passable, but it wasn't because Eugenie and Zhongqiu performed well, but it was because the old Taoist didn't have high expectations for them. Ding-ing was different. This Ding-ing, whether it was her foundation or her temperament, was the closest to the second Taoist. She could be said to be a fake that was the closest to the real thing in the world. Even if this kind of Ding-ing, no matter where she went in the vast world, would undoubtedly reach the 12th realm, she would still stop here. The bottleneck was too obvious. A good fake would usually not be too bad, but how good could it be? The old Taoist was still not satisfied. Wei Xian, Liu Baixiang, and Zhu Lian, the 3 of them combined into one, each with their own strengths. Ding-ing was still so weak. Just as he was about to smash Ding-ying's head with his sleeve, the old Taoist hesitated and looked up at the sky. The old Taoist stood in the lotus flower blessed land and looked at the lotus cave. There were only 2 places in the 4 worlds where the blessed land and the blessed land were connected. The old Taoist standing beside the well exchanged a glance with the Taoist who was overlooking the blessed land. After that, the border between the paradise of lotus flowers and the blessed land was pulled apart, and in just a blink of an eye, a 10 million feet wide trench was formed. The old Taoist snorted. The pearl in his sleeve burned a hole in the sleeve of his Taoist robe. However, there were many withered lotus leaves within He Tiantian's paradise as well. The old Taoist by the well retracted his gaze and his sleeve returned to normal. He believed that the lotus pond was no exception. The skinny little girl by the old Taoist's feet was still crying on the ground. The feeling of staring at the sun at such a close distance had gone far into the depths of her spirit. If she had not been lucky enough to hide in the old Taoist's shade, her previous and future lives would have decayed and turned into nothingness in an instant. The old Taoist was a little resentful. Old Shoucai, aren't you annoying? "321. For the first time, the old Taoist took a good look at the skinny little girl. A tall Taoist and a skinny little girl. They were worlds apart. Under the Taoist's gaze, the little girl, who had been banging her head against the wall of the well, suddenly felt as if she had just drunk a bowl of herbal tea in the middle of summer. Moreover, it was the white porcelain plum soup from a rich family. Suddenly, the pain disappeared. She gasped for breath and leaned against the edge of the well. She looked at the old Taoist timidly. Instinctively, her eyes wandered quickly, trying to find where the bead was hidden by the old Taoist. This was called not remembering what was eaten or beaten. Fortunately, the Taoist's attitude towards the human world, especially good and evil, was different from ordinary people. The old Taoist did not care about the little girl's reckless search. However, the old Taoist already had an idea of the little girl's identity. Therefore, he was even more annoyed with the old scholar who kept saying, "Scholars only borrow things." In the early years, the 2 of them made a bet. The old Xiu Yuan, who was full of jealousy, relied on his shameless and unreasonable behavior to win a token from him. He asked the old Taoist to protect the person who had the token if he ever met him. The old Taoist was willing to accept his loss and agreed. However, the resentment he had for the old Xiu Yuan was not small. Later, they met again and exchanged views on Taoism. The two of them sat down and discussed Taoism, the kind that was reasonable. It was at the border of the Lotus Flower Paradise and the Lotus Cave. Otherwise, a small piece of Lotus Flower Paradise, even if the spiritual energy was thin and it was difficult for the Taoism to manifest, would not be able to withstand the competition between the two of them. In the end, it was the old Xiu Yuan who wanted to take advantage of the old Taoist. However, he did not know when, but in addition to this, the old Xiu Yuan, this shameless thing, had secretly set up such a chess piece in the Lotus Flower Paradise. It was really dark under the light. The old Taoist stared at the little girl under his eyes. His eyes were clear and cold, like the sun hanging high in the sky. He never cared about the warmth and coldness of the world, let alone the praise of the world. In a few blinks of an eye, the old Taoist had seen through the little girl's life experience. As expected, the old Taoist glanced at the mansion and gave a cold hum. His anger subsided a little. He thought for a while and understood what the old elementary scholar was trying to do. He then made a mental calculation and felt that it was feasible. The old Taoist looked hesitant for the first time. He then turned his head to look at the south side of the city and exclaimed in surprise. The old Taoist flicked his finger lightly and hit the little girl's forehead. She froze and did not move. He waved his sleeve again, and ripples appeared around the mouth of the well. The old Taoist took a step forward and disappeared. The river of time began to flow in reverse in the abbot's land. Everything else, including the little girl, that was invisible to the naked eye, and the rules of the world began to reverse. The little girl picked up the books, and in the end, the scene was fixed on her action of wanting to spit into the well. She was somewhat at a loss, and for no reason, she felt a little fearful. Shaking her head, she did not dare to behave atrociously in the end. Holding the stack of books that she had stolen, she ran away quickly. Black Ox Mountain was more than 20 miles south of the capital city. On the desolated city wall, there were grandmasters who came from the city to admire the ruins of the battlefield. Eugenie and Zhongqiu stopped fighting for their lives. She kept the distance between the two of them within 2 arms and did not give Qin Pingan a chance to unleash his swordsmanship and sword will to the pinnacle. Ding Ying could be sure that every strike of the white-robed deity before her was comparable to the all-out strike of the female sword immortal, Sui Yuyu. Of course, this did not include Sui Yuyu's 3 swords of soaring. At that time, the female sword immortal's luck had changed. It was very likely that she had occupied almost half of the martial arts fate in the world and could not be simply regarded as Sui Yuyu. Therefore, Ding Ying knew very well that the heavenly axiom did not exclude martial artists from ascending with pure physical strength. It even allowed Sui Yuyu to absorb the martial arts fate. Therefore, when Sui Yuyu failed to ascend back then, she was as thin as a skeleton. On the way back to the human world, her bones had turned into dust and her soul had disappeared. It was because she was not strong enough that she could not blame anyone else. Ding Ying's fist landed on the center of Qin Pingan's sword, causing the sword to bend in a large arc. The tip of the long sword almost pierced Qin Pingan's shoulder. Qin Pingan had no choice but to stretch out 2 fingers and press them against the tip of the sword, reversing the arc caused by Ding Ying's fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Qin Pingan retreated, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Seeing that Ding Ying did not pursue him, Qin Pingan did not feel lucky at all. He immediately used the god-suppressing head style from the sword art classics to emit sword aura to protect the surroundings. The fist aura was like a rainbow. 7 or 8 rainbows condensed to the point of materialization surged and collided with the sword aura. Qin Pingan moved again and again with small steps and thunderous roars. The sword aura and fist aura were destroyed almost at the same time, emitting balls of dazzling light. It was like two elite cavalry units on the border of two countries had perished together. Ding Ying punched continuously from afar. There was no fist stance at all. It was the simplest of punches and he did as he pleased. At the same time he punched, he took a light step and closed the distance between them by 20 meters. By the time Chen Pingan had neutralized all the fist aura with great difficulty, Ding Ying was already in close combat. He beat Chen Pingan so hard that he could not catch his breath. Chen Pingan had been fighting and retreating while Ding Ying's momentum was overbearing. Both sides' momentum was at its peak. Chen Pingan's first sword on the city wall. In the face of that sword, even Ding Ying, who was so arrogant that he only saw the heavens, could only retreat in dejection. Even his temperament began to change. Ding Ying's momentum peaked when he was at a disadvantage, going against the flow of the sword aura. After that, Chen Pingan began to go downhill. But strangely, Ding Ying was also unable to maintain his momentum and mentality. No matter how aggressive the scattered sword aura looked, Ding Ying was confident that he could block it. At most, he could buy Chen Pingan some time to catch his breath after the sword attack, causing Ding Ying to lose the initiative. But Ding Ying could only avoid the sword aura that had condensed into a tide. 3 li outside the city, there was a small hill near the official road. Ding Ying flicked away the sword tip with 2 fingers and suddenly exerted force with his palm, pushing Chen Pingan's chest. Chen Pingan crashed into the hill like a kite with its string cut. Ding Ying had actually punched Chen Pingan through the hill like an arrow piercing the enemy's chest. Dust rose to the sky. The power of Ding Ying's palm strike could be seen from Chen Pingan's release of the sword aura. After the sword aura reached its peak in the air, it began to fall. If nothing unexpected happened, it would land near the hill near Ding Ying. Ding Ying narrowed his eyes. He could not see Chen Pingan's miserable state. While not delaying his advance, Ding Ying was actually hesitant about what to do with the sword in front of him. Should he take his life while he was down? Should he drive the sword back to the city wall and throw it as far away from the battle as possible so that this young banished immortal would not have a sword to hold? Or should he use it as bait to ambush Chen Pingan? But the opponent made Ding Ying give up all his thoughts. Ding Ying's heart suddenly became alert, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stopped and stomped heavily on the ground, drawing out a large fist stance with a magnificent aura. The fist force was like a storm, hurriedly smashing the area between the sword and the top of the hill. However, even though Ding Ying reacted so quickly, there was still a touch of snow white that allowed the fist force to smash on his body. From the top of the hill, he leaped up high and reached out his hand to grab the long breath that had fallen under his feet by a few feet. It was just right in the palm of his hand. In order to rush through Ding Ying's fist aura storm as quickly as possible, Chen Pingan was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. But with a sword in hand, he still wanted to use the sword. As for whether the power of the sword would be greatly reduced, it might only be able to scratch an itch for Ding Ying, who was full of vigor, or cause a negligible injury. Chen Pingan did not even think about it. In this incredible world, on that street, everyone inexplicably wanted to fight and kill. It seemed that no one cared about who Chen Pingan really was, whether he was good or bad, or why he appeared in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. This was an extremely terrible feeling. At that time, Chen Pingan saw Lu Xianyang on the sickbed and walked alone to the covered bridge. He swore that he would never be like this again in his life. He could only be like a dog, wagging his tail to God and begging for mercy, hoping to seek justice. Chen Pingan had learned the sword art for a long time, but it was not this sword art that Chen Pingan really grasped the divine will, but the other 3 swords. In the dilapidated ancient temple, Mr. Qi easily split the pink-robed Lu Qiqing's tactical array with 1 sword. When he fought side by side with the old sword sage Song Yuzan of the Brushed Water Kingdom, Chen Pingan once killed Jin Jia with this sword. In the landscape painting of the old scholar Wen Xing, there were two swords. Chen Pingan had learned a little about the sword spirit sword on the city wall of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Then, he directly attacked Ding Ying, who almost thought he was the second in the world. Chen Pingan attacked the big mountain of the central region, Sui Mountain, with another sword. It was these three swords. Other than that, there were two other swords, but Chen Pingan was still in a daze. Because he was not familiar enough with the person who had unleashed the swords, and because he was too far away, Chen Pingan had not comprehended enough divine intent for him to unleash the swords. The first sword was the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin who broke the sky curtain. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. The second sword was the Mo family's hero Su Ruo who pushed the sword out of the scabbard. When the sword was just an inch out of the scabbard, there was a mountain in front of him. Chen Pingan held the long qi in his hand. The next sword was Qi Jingchuan's random locust wood sword, which easily broke Lu Qiqing's Hunyuan tactical array of White Emperor City. A trace of hesitation appeared in Ding Ying's heart again. It was such a familiar sword, wrapped in the mighty power of heaven. The world just had to bear it. On the city wall, he retreated. Should he retreat this time? In the sky in front of Ding Ying, one person and one sword. Chen Pingan chopped down with his sword. A golden line appeared between heaven and earth. After learning the fist, he had to use the fist. After learning the sword, he had to use the sword. Anyway, he had to let others hear what he said. In an instant, Ding Ying's mind was clear, and his heart was calm. He retreated with one sword, two swords, and each sword had to retreat. Where should he retreat to? How could he arm wrestle with God? He thought that this banished immortal named Chen Pingan in front of him was God. If he killed the person in front of him, and then killed the bigger one, heaven and earth would be clear, and there would be a new pattern of heaven and earth. Why don't I, Ding Ying, be God? Ding Ying laughed heartily. His hands made gestures, and his spirit traveled. It turned out that the Yin spirit traveled the world in broad daylight. The Yin spirit put one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, covering the top of his head with his palm. His voice was not loud, but in Ding Ying's heart, he said, "If I disappear from the world, can Ding Ying become stronger?" Of course, he was talking to himself. Ding Ying did not say anything, but there was a thought in his heart. He sneered, "I can't decide the cultivation level. I still have to follow the rules. But the mind is more important. There is no need to talk nonsense. Even if my soul is gone, I, Ding Ying, only have my body. So what? I will still do what I should do." After a while, Chen Pingan held the long qi and floated to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. As it turned out, Chen Pingan's pure Jinqi was already at the end of its tether. He tried his best, but the meaning of this sword was too great. Chen Pingan's current strength was too weak, so he wasn't able to lift it up. He only ended up with a result that was all bark and no bite. Even Chen Pingan, who did not care about heaven or earth when he fought, felt a little embarrassed. As for the Yin spirit who had made up his mind to be destroyed by the sword, only his palm and arm disappeared. He looked at Ding Ying in confusion and silently took a few steps back, returning to Ding Ying's body. Both sides had a tacit understanding to stop fighting for a moment. Chen Pingan took a breath of fresh air. Ding Ying needed to calm his spirit. It was at this moment that Chen Pingan and Ding Ying's temperament calmed down, like a boat dropping anchor into the water. The old Taoist beside the well came to the top of the city wall. He smiled and made a decision. The grandmasters on the city wall, even the banished immortals like Zhou Fei, did not notice the old Taoist's existence. Only Fan Wan glanced in that direction, but she didn't find anything, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Eugenie looked around and said helplessly, "Cultivating immortal spells is always cautious. I thought I could at least fight with Ding Ying, but I didn't expect that I was still far behind. In this world, Ding Ying is the favored one." Is it true that cultivators can't make a name for themselves? Zhou Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. Old Demon Ding, this means that you want to monopolize the martial arts fate. Did Ding Ying suddenly think of something and gain the recognition of the rules of this world? It can't be, right? We are all still alive and kicking. How could Ding Ying be so lucky? It's not like the Liu dynasty in the Aquarius continent. The emperor lost his mind and saw that the country was doomed, so he secretly gave half of the country's martial arts fate to his son. Zhou Fei talked endlessly, secretly laughing. After all, he was just a bystander. Lu Fang asked, "How do you know about the small Aquarius continent in the north?" Zhou Fei smiled. "I'm the head of the Jiang family after all. How can I not care about the world's affairs? People often come to me in my dreams." Lu Fang was confused. "That works too. Spend money." Zhou Fei was a bit pained. He said angrily, "A moment is worth 1,000 gold. My dreams for a year are the ones that make people spend mountains of gold and silver." In the distance, Eugenie frowned. The silver lotus crown in his hand trembled. The petals suddenly opened and a dark green light broke free. It flashed and flew towards the south of the city. Heaven and earth worked together. Illusory light surged towards Ding Ying from all directions. Ding Ying closed his eyes and focused, accepting the vast martial arts fate of heaven and earth. Chen Pingan's magic treasure, golden wine, suddenly floated. It was no longer a snow-white robe, but a golden one. Not only that, Flying Sword Chu rushed out from the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist. And in the distance, Flying Sword 15 flew over. Chen Pingan stood at the top of the hill, holding a long chi in his hand. Sword chi flowed through his arm. Chi and Shiwu hovered around him. These two little ancestors, who had never been on good terms with each other, had never been so happy to reunite with their old friends. His golden wine fluttered. Chen Pingan suddenly clenched his golden wine, causing his sleeves to flutter. It was just a small hill. But there were people who were fluttering their robes. Chen Pingan and Ding Ying, up and down the hill. Both of them had reached a new peak. Regardless of cultivation or mental state, both of them were at the same level. Ding Ying opened his eyes and glanced at the wine bottle at Chen Pingan's waist. He laughed, "After the battle, I'll drink this wine for you." Chen Pingan patted the sword-strengthening gourd at his waist, indicating that if he had the ability, he could drink it himself. The battle started again. This time, it was no longer about the distance between two arms. Within a 1-mile radius, there was abundant sword chi and thick gang chi. Both of them fought all the way to Yunyu Mountain. Sand and stones flew from the foot of the mountain to the top. Ding Ying was slashed from the top to the foot of the mountain by Chen Pingan. The true meaning of Tao was close to what one's mind can become the truth. One hand was facing the sky, and the other hand was clenched into a fist, and heavily hammered on the palm of his hand. The fist came down. The wind rose and the clouds surged. The sky was gloomy. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a tree struck down from the sky. The Dharma form had already retreated. It crossed its arms and looked on coldly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the large pit. An endless stream of lightning poured down on Chen Pingan, who was standing at the bottom of the pit with his back bent. It was as if a flood had overflowed the robe and rapidly flowed down. Ding Ying's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he slammed his fist against his palm for the last time. The sea of clouds in the sky resembled a pool of lightning. A thick bolt of snow-white lightning struck down from the sky, but it did not strike towards the pit. Instead, it descended slowly and was held in the hands of the Yin's soul Dharma form as if it was wielding a long sword. Then, he began to run forward, gently tossing the sword in his hand forward. Finally, he held the long sword with both hands and stood at the edge of the large pit. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, and he slashed down heavily towards the head of the person at the bottom of the pit. One had to know that apart from the power of lightning contained within the sword, it also contained Ding Ying's comprehension of the sword Tao. Ding Ying pursed her lips and clasped her hands behind her back. "I know you're here. Will you only show up after Chen Pingon dies? You are indeed generous. This banished deity called Chen Pingon is really the best whetstone. What? Are you afraid that I am too weak and not worthy of your help?" On top of the city wall, Eugenie's face darkened. Zhong Qiu chuckled and said, "How about it? Do you still think that you are an accomplished deity?" Zhou Fei held his forehead and sighed bitterly, "Damn it. We are in the lotus flower-blessed land, not the vast world where you can squander the spiritual qi. You two are too. Alright, after I go back, I must find this Chen Pingon. No matter what his current state is, I must get to know him. It would be best if he could become a consecrator of the Jiang family." "So what if his state is low?" Lu Fang interrupted his good friend's nagging and sneered, "That is, if that guy is not dead." Zhou Fei sighed and removed the palm on his forehead. He looked towards the direction of the Wild Ox Mountain. "It's difficult." Apart from the flashes of lightning, Ding Ying's roaming Yin soul Dharma form held a sword and stabbed towards Chen Pingon's head. There was no suspense. Even though Chen Pingon was wearing a golden Taoist robe, and even though Chu Yi and 15 tried their best to block it, the sword still penetrated deep into the ground. After Chen Pingon disappeared, the sword in the Yin soul's hand shattered. The sword intent and lightning scattered in the crater. "322. The old Taoist came suddenly and left suddenly. He left Chen Pingon alone at the edge of the big pit. He didn't tell Chen Pingon how to leave this blessed land of lotus flowers, nor did he tell him when the Taoist temple would end. As for the fortune of ascension and the 10 people in the world, the old Taoist didn't even mention it. However, the old Taoist had left without any warning. Although he had left behind a huge mess for Chen Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His heartstrings that were about to break were loosened. He staggered and swayed a few times. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and simply fell backwards. Without a breath of pure Zhenqi, Chen Pingon held on with all his might. The injuries he had sustained when he was struck into the ground by Ding Ying's spirit had completely erupted. It was as if Chen Pingon was lying in a pool of blood, with fresh blood flowing out continuously. But the smile in Chen Pingon's eyes was very happy. With Qi and Shiwu beside him, Ding Ying was dead and there was no one around. Chen Pingon extravagantly used the last bit of strength to take off the blade-nourishing gourd. Trembling, he put it to his mouth and forced himself to swallow a mouthful of wine. Too much debt didn't weigh down one's body. This bit of pain was just like scratching an itch. Chen Pingon just felt that it was a pity that he didn't drink now. Chen Pingon didn't notice that on the golden wine robe on his body, between the claws of the golden dragon in the middle of his chest, the huge snow-white pearl was filled with thick thunder plasma. And under the claws and jaws of the 2 smaller golden dragons on his shoulders, there were also a few wisps of lightning lingering around the 2 smaller pearls. However, the changes of the golden wine were not worth mentioning compared to the earth-shaking vision of Chen Pingon's body. The most thorough rebirth. Previously soaking in the thunder pool made the bones under Chinpingan's skin and flesh have a bit of golden luster. This was the sign of the so-called golden branches and jade leaves of cultivators. Deep roots were the way to live a long life. Chinpingan was muddle-headed and confused. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, someone pointed at a raging river and asked Chinpingan if he wanted to cross the river. That person asked and answered his own question. He said that if Chinpingan wanted to cross the river without being restrained by the great Tao, he would need a bridge. When the time came, he would naturally be able to cross the river. Chinpingan did not know how to answer. He just squatted by the river and scratched his head. His heart was here, and he couldn't fake it. That person then said, "There is no story without coincidences." He also said, "Didn't you, Chinpingan, learn some sage's principles? Could it be that the principles that you, Chinpingan, had been holding in your stomach were just empty words?" Chinpingan complained. He did not know how to hide his emotions. What does learning the principles have to do with the bridge? That person did not say why, only how to do it. Visualize the appearance of a bridge in your heart. Any bridge will do. You are young, but you have been to many places. Don't worry, as long as it's a bridge, it's fine. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. Even those in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom are fine. When you visualize, don't restrain your thoughts. Don't be afraid of them. Just relax your mind. The more the better. What you need is to reach the 8 extremes and wander 10,000 miles. Chinpingan, who did not know where he was, closed his eyes by the river. For some reason, he thought of the Golden Arch Bridge in the sea of clouds. It was so long that it seemed to have no end. Chinpingan could not see the old Taoist. No matter how hard he searched, he was destined to not find any trace of the old Taoist. She didn't pay attention to this monk whose heart had been moved long ago. Her memories came back little by little like a clear spring flowing into her heart. However, she deliberately put it aside and didn't care about it. Instead, she started to review with the pure Fan Weiner of the Mirror Heart sect. Senior sister Zhou Shuzhen accepted her as a disciple on behalf of her master and took her back when she was young. In the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the sect's forbidden area, Fan Weiner only bowed 3 times to the painting. She was the person who wanted to see Tong Qingqing the most in the world. Therefore, Zhou Shuzhen finally gave her a bronze mirror. She learned the White Ape's back swordsmanship and was known in Jianghu as, with the back swordsmanship, there are 2 Fan Weiners. However, Fan Weiner found that no one in the world could use the last sword of this lost art. There was neither such a sword nor such a warrior's physique. However, Zhou Shuzhen still insisted that she study the White Ape's back swordsmanship. This was the reason why Chinpingan, the banished immortal, felt strange when he was at the White River Temple. Fan Weiner was clearly close to the Great Tao, but she seemed to be walking with a heavy burden on her back. She walked very sluggishly. This was because half of her soul was missing. She was like a walking corpse. Fan Weiner also asked Crown Prince Wei Yan on the bridge if she often saw people and things that seemed familiar. After that, at the Crown Prince's residence, Old Chef, who was originally the 3rd in the world, also noticed Fan Weiner's strangeness. However, at that time, the old man mistakenly thought that she was the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to be possessed. She thought of the 2 times she took the initiative to look for Chinpingan. Fan Weiner grinned. Well, what kind of background did he have to have the ability to make Grand Marshal Uncle agree to let him possess her? She took the risk to come to the Lotus Flower blessed land just to warn Chinpingan. Unfortunately, the rules of this world were too strict. It was not easy to find a loophole. Therefore, during those 2 times, Van Wainer could only stare and couldn't say anything. As for Chen Pingon, he probably just thought of her as a crazy woman. Van Wainer stepped on the ruins of the wall and leaned forward. One of her arms rested on her leg. She looked into the distance and smiled. At that time in the night market, at a table near her and Chen Pingon, it seemed like ordinary people were cursing. Both sides slammed the table and glared at each other. They were cursing about how they were old brothels and prostitutes. Otherwise, they would directly open a brothel in the other party's house. The real meaning was, of course, don't do things more than 3 times. However, those cursing words were really not particular. The person who killed old Demon Ding should be so domineering. It was as if he was saying, you all saw that I, Chen Pingon, was injured in the battle with Ding Ying. Whoever wants to take advantage of the situation, come at me. We'll fight to the death after we get off the city wall. The grinder, Lu Zong, sighed as he leaned against the wall. He was worried. After witnessing the earth-shattering battle at Monstrous Ox Mountain, he really didn't have the energy to wade into the muddy waters. He felt that it was meaningless. If he had the chance to get off the city wall and safely return to Kejia Qiao's shop, he would just be a rich man in the future. At most, he would pick 1 or 2 direct disciples that were pleasing to the eye and stop thinking about other things. Anger flashed across the eyes of the Dragon Marshal General Tang Tie. He hesitated for a moment and closed his eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. In the end, Chen Pingon walked straight through the city gate and gradually disappeared. Eugenie floated up and stepped on the glazed flying sword. He was about to head to Yuniu Mountain. The abundant spiritual qi that had gathered from all over the world had begun to disperse. Eugenie was a cultivator. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Spiritual qi was different from the illusory martial fate of the world. It was not picky. As long as one had the ability, anyone could take it. Tang Tie stared at the dispirited Lu Zong and walked slowly along the horse path. Lu Zong was frightened. He jumped up and cursed, Tang Tie, you dare to treat me like a soft persimmon. Huang Ting stared at Zhou Fei, who she disliked. Qing Qing of Jing Xian Zhai could tolerate the actions of the Spring-Tide Palace Lord in this blessed land, but Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain could not. In Fan Wan Er's eyes, it was an ordinary bronze mirror. However, in Huang Ting's hands, it was very mysterious. She used qi to control the object and grabbed the bronze mirror on the ground. She knocked on the surface of the mirror with her fingers and it shattered with a bang. After the mirror shattered, a strange scene like a dark green pond was revealed. Huang Ting stretched out 2 fingers and seemed to be pinching something. She pulled it out and actually pulled out a sheathed long sword. She was the pride of Taiping Mountain, the 3rd largest sect in Tongya continent. She was the future sect master. As long as she reached the upper 5 realms, she would definitely become a 12th realm immortal. It would be ridiculous if she did not have any background. Zhou Shi and Ye He looked at each other in dismay. Both of them felt uneasy. They turned their heads abruptly. They happened to meet the eyes of the white-robed immortal who was looking at the city wall. Zhou Fei laughed and scolded, "Old Demon Ding, this arrogant guy, can't do anything right. He's ruined me." Zhou Fei turned to look at Lu Fang. The latter was also helpless. Unless this person ascends with you, Zhou Shi will definitely be in danger if he stays in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Zhou Fei pinched his chin. If good karma was hard to form, then he would have to make other plans. However, at this moment, everyone could not help but look up at the sky. A golden hole broke open in the sea of clouds and a beam of light landed on the city wall. In the blink of an eye. Other than the immortals and grandmasters on the city wall, no one in the capital would notice this scene. In everyone's vision, a short Taoist child appeared. He held a small and exquisite 5-colored rattle-drum in his hand, but carried a huge golden gourd on his back. He was almost as tall as a person and looked extremely comical. When Huang Ting saw this little guy, she snorted and no longer cared about Zhou Fei. She strode toward the Taoist child under someone who was very annoying in the vast world. After the little Taoist child caught a glimpse of the murderous Huang Ting, he rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not here to fight this time. If you go too far and annoy my master, aren't you afraid that your grandmaster will protect you for so many years in vain?" If Huang Ting was still the Taiping Mountain Taoist nun before she came to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, she would only say that it was her grandmaster's business and then attack. However, at this moment, she grinned with an expression that said, "Let's wait and see when we reach the vast world." The little Taoist child also grinned disapprovingly. "You want to compete with me in terms of backing? Taiping Mountain is still a little small, isn't it? It's not like Mount Longhu of the Central Divine Continent." The little Taoist child moistened his throat and puffed out his chest. He strode on the horse path on the city wall. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. "The rules have changed. It's great news for all of you. The last 10 people on the list, those who survive, can ascend. Those who don't want to leave this world can leave by themselves after I beat the second drum and before the third. Of course, even if you don't ascend, those who walk down the city wall can still get a magic treasure. Remember, those who ascend from the city wall will leave their physical bodies in this world. Only their souls will go to other places and retain all their memories. Don't think that starting all over again is a bad thing. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future." The little Taoist child held his head high and swaggered. The top 3 on the list are even more fortunate. If the second, Eugenie, chooses to ascend, he can take 3 people with him. The third, Zhou Fei, can take 1 person with him. My master has spoken, except for Ding Ying. Those who are taken away can leave together with their physical bodies. It seems like many people are confused. Don't be surprised. Your strength is too weak and you don't have the right to participate. If you think you're lucky, you'll end up like Feng Qingbai. At this point, the little Taoist child chuckled at Huang Ting. Don't you think it's infuriating? Your strength could have made it to the top 3. Sigh, man proposes, God disposes. It's your fault for seducing those 2 outsiders and breaking the rules first. My master was very angry at that time. Huang Ting's mouth twitched. The little Taoist child tilted his head and stared at her face. He added fuel to the fire. "Huang Ting, why are you so shameless? You didn't look half as good in this world." The little Taoist child seemed to have been hit on the back of his head and suddenly fell flat on his face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and patted his Taoist robe. When he brushed past Huang Ting, he made a face and continued, "Finally, I'll say an old rule passed down from generation to generation. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just keep it in your heart. Of course, if you can't hold it in, just mention it to a few people. It's okay." After saying all this in one breath, the little Taoist child raised the rattledrum and shook it gently. There was no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a soft sound. Was this the second sound of the heavenly drum? Eugenie stepped on the glass flying sword and bowed to the little Taoist child. "Farewell, immortal master." The little Taoist child's attitude towards this peer was different. He was more serious and said like an old man, "Go. Everyone has their own ambitions. My master isn't disappointed in you, so please cherish the next 60 years. For the first time, Eugenie looked excited. He flew away on his sword and went to the ruins of the Zhanyo mountain battlefield to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had hopes of breaking through again after coming out of seclusion. He might even be able to fight against Qin Pingan. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "Lu Zong, what do you think?" Lu Zong thought for a while and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Imperial Tutor to help me sell the shop in the future. I believe that with Imperial Tutor's means, he already knows about the few young people I've chosen. When the time comes, I'll split the money and give it to them." Zhong Qiu nodded. "It's not difficult. Then, shall we part here?" Lu Zong sighed. Zhong Qiu cupped his fists. Lu Zong quickly returned the gesture. He couldn't help but ask, "Imperial Tutor, aren't you leaving together? After you leave, you might have a chance to come back. But if you don't leave this time, you won't have another chance to ascend." Zhong Qiu shook his head. "Where my heart is at ease is my home." Lu Zong cupped his fists and didn't put them down. Zhong Qiu smiled warmly. After gently pressing down on Lu Zong's hand, he turned and walked down the city wall. The little Taoist boy glanced at Zhong Qiu's back and shook his head. Tang Tie quickly followed Zhong Qiu. The cloud clay monk stepped out of the city wall and floated outside the city. With the green dress in his arms, he quickly ran in the direction of Monstrous Ox Mountain. There weren't many people left on the city wall. Zhou Fei said to Lu Fang, "Take Zhou Shi to hide first. It's best to leave Nanyuan Kingdom as far as possible. Once I leave Lotus Flower Blessed Land, no one can stop Qin Pingan." Lu Fang and Zhou Shi didn't hesitate. They rushed down the city wall and went around Monstrous Ox Mountain to the border of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the end, there were only 4 people left. The little Taoist boy with a huge gourd, Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, Zhou Fei of Jade Medallion Sect, and Lu Zong, a native of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The little Taoist boy glanced at a stone bridge in the city where armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was hiding. He was full of sarcasm. He yawned and casually shook the rattledrum. The third beat of the drum sounded. If he didn't appear on the city wall, Qing Yuanshan's efforts would be in vain. He wouldn't be able to ascend and he wouldn't have any other opportunities. A bright light pillar surged and descended, enveloping Lu Zong within. He disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The little Taoist boy obviously had a whole new level of respect for Zhou Fei. He revealed a little more of the heavenly secret and said softly, "That Qin Pingan, don't worry about him running amok here. He still has to suffer." Zhou Fei was enlightened. He smiled and said, "Thank you." The second light pillar fell on the human world. Zhou Fei stayed longer than Lu Zong. His figure was blurry, but he still had the mood to wave goodbye to Huang Ting. The little Taoist boy smiled and looked at the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping who was frowning in silence. "Are you worried about your situation?" Huang Ting sneered and said, "Go back and tell my grandmaster that I don't need to spend any money. It'll take at most 10 years. I can do what Sui Yuyu couldn't do. When that time comes, it'll be the time for me to break through the realm. I want to ascend with my physical body and return to the vast world." The little Taoist boy smiled playfully. He tiptoed and with the huge golden gourd on his back, he began to ascend in the air. Without the light pillar around him, he was crooked like a dog paddling as he slowly swam towards the sky. Huang Ting took a glance and didn't want to look at the scene anymore. Only this little bastard could do such a childish thing. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a skinny little girl who sold her books and bought 2 sets of clothes. She used the rest of the copper coins to order a table full of delicacies that would only appear in her dreams. She wolfed down the food as she was afraid that she would suffer a great loss if she ate slowly. She sat on the chair and had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to pick up the delicious food on the opposite side of the table. Her face was greasy and she felt that she had never been so happy before. A child named Xiao Qinglang was brought to the yamen by a group of soldiers. There were 4 straw mats outside the hall and 4 pieces of white cloth covering them. The child squatted there in a daze and didn't say a word. Under a bridge, armed Saint Qing Yuanshan was still waiting bitterly for the second earth-shattering drumbeat. There was a scholar from the Frigid clan who heard that someone had died not far away and was dragged by his good friend to join in the fun. He had long been surrounded by the commoners. The scholar only heard that it was a beautiful woman. He thought that when she returned, he must tell her about this tragedy. Most importantly, he wanted her to go out less. Now that the two of them were a little short on money, it didn't matter. She didn't need to visit her relatives and borrow money to buy books for him. He flew all the way back to the main street. After turning into an alley, Chen Pingan's footsteps were heavy. When he entered the city, there were so many grandmasters standing on the city wall. Chen Pingan still had an invincible posture that he had never had before. He wore a white robe, hung a wine pot, and held a long sword. He walked confidently and at ease. However, at this moment, when he was faced with a house in the marketplace that was only pasted with cheap Spring Festival couplets, Chen Pingan raised his hand several times and put it down again. He didn't knock on the door. Chen Pingan didn't know. The old Taoist stood behind him and looked at him. The old Taoist wanted to know 2 things. How did Chen Pingan know himself? How would he view the human world? After fighting with Ding Ying to the death, it could be said that he was thoroughly injured. Because of this, the spiritual qi poured in like seawater. It could be taken advantage of and poured into Chen Pingan's various qi acupoints. At this time, the spiritual qi was entrenched in each of the immortals' caves. They were like the independent forces of a military town. Because they did not touch the path of a martial artist's pure vital qi, these qi caves were like places outside the pass. They formed a military town pattern. There were many but scattered, and they were not connected together. Therefore, it was not a big deal. Chen Pingan did not know whether this was good or bad, but he had no way to solve it for the time being. How to build the longevity bridge and leave this world was the top priority. This Taoist temple was not a real Taoist temple. Wherever the old Taoist walked in the world, the Taoist temple would be there. This made Chen Pingan not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't the sword immortal who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Qi mention it earlier? But now that he thought about it, when he had first entered the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, he had been like a headless fly running around, and when his mind had been in turmoil, he had simply calmed down and wandered around. This had been a very different feeling. After seeing the various forms of the marketplace, he had seemed to be idling around, but this had reminded Chen Pingan of his early days as an apprentice. The money he had earned in the dragon kiln was not enough for him to spend extravagantly, but it was enough to feed himself and prevent him from starving to death. Thus, when Chen Pingan had enough food and clothing, he had followed old man Yao into the mountains to collect dirt. Even if he had to eat and sleep in the open, and the mountain roads were difficult to traverse, and he would be exhausted every day, his mind would not be tired, and he would fall asleep as soon as he hit the ground. Since Chen Pingan left Longquan for the first time and escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, he had inexplicably entered this world. How many good nights had he slept? Chen Pingan would get up from time to time and go into the house to check on the situation of the little lotus person. Although the progress was slow, it was healing bit by bit in a good direction. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Those close parting of life and death could not be solved by drowning one's sorrows in wine. A person would always wake up from his drunkenness. He could rest assured inside the house, but outside the house. Chen Pingan bent over and sat on a small stool, waiting for the child named Xiao Qinglang to come home. From now on, the house in this nameless alley was no different from the small house in Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan stood up. In the dim light of dusk, a child could be seen walking down an alley. Wild cranes like the clouds only live in the depths of the clouds. They will not associate with chickens and dogs, let alone compete with them for food. Chen Pingan clasped his hands and thanked him. Zhong Qiu waved his hand and said, "If it were me, I would be more upset than you." Chen Pingan took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Zhong Qiu recalled something. "I was the one who personally dealt with the tragedy of the family you lived in. The imperial court has captured many of the remaining members of the devil cult. I can confirm that it was Ding Ying who ordered the murder. She probably wanted Zhou Shi, the hairpin boy of the Spring-Tide Palace, to fight with you as soon as possible. She wanted him to be unable to stay out of the matter so that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei would be dragged out. Moreover, through Chao Qinglang's confession in the Yamen, I know that Ding Ying did this not because of you, but because Ding Ying mistakenly thought that Chao Qinglang was related to Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple." Chen Pingan hummed in acknowledgement. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Where is this place?" Zhong Qiu was stunned and puzzled. Chen Pingan pointed at the long breath behind him and explained, "I carried this sword on my back and stumbled into this place by accident. After going around in circles for a long time, I didn't even know that I was already inside." Zhong Qiu smiled and introduced some historical records about the blessed land of Lotus Root and the banished immortals. Chen Pingan then understood. The old Taoist only said half of what he said. The Taoist temple did not exist, but it could be said that the entire blessed land of Lotus Root was the old Taoists' Taoist temple. In the beginning, Chen Pingan felt that something was wrong when he realized that there were two northern Jin kingdom in one continent. The lotus figure was found in the temple of the northern Jin kingdom. At first, Chen Pingan thought that the Tongya continent and the Baoping continent had different customs. He even went to the bookstore in Zhuiyuan Alley to read many unofficial histories and literates' writings. The more he read, the stranger he felt. He did not give up and went to the private library of a noble family. He wanted to confirm the specific location of the Nanyuan kingdom in the Tongya continent through the official historian. However, it was still shrouded in fog and there was only the history of the four kingdoms in the books. Later, when the scandal of the White River Temple was exposed, the four grandmasters of the Black Bull Mountain gathered. Chen Pingan felt that it was even more unbelievable that they all liked to use the word world. The imperial tutor Zhong Qiu was the best in the world, the Nanyuan kingdom was the most powerful country in the world, Dong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion was the most beautiful woman in the world, and so on. Later on the night of the White River Temple, Ding Ying, Zhou Shi and Ye snuck into the main hall to look for the golden body of Luohan. Before this, Chen Pingan had the old monk of the temple of Xinxiang, a qi cultivator, by his side. In addition, he had not been in the capital for long. Very soon, he saw the green dress that liked to dance under the moonlight. Hence, Chen Pingan did not think too much about it. He only thought that it was a land of no return due to the environment. It was just like the Baoping continent where the old sage of sword song Yushao was from, where the martial arts were strong. Now that he thought about it carefully, Chen Pingan felt even more terrified and chills ran down his spine. It was just like when he took a look at the well. Although he knew that he was in the blessed land of Lotus Root, Chen Pingan still could not figure out how to enter and when to enter. As long as the old Taoist did not appear for a day, Chen Pingan would never know the answer. As the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu's world situation had become unpredictable after the great battle. There were many things that required his decision. Today, he came to visit Chin Pingon for two reasons. Firstly, to prevent any misunderstandings. Secondly, he came here to relax and take a breather. Hence, after talking about what needed to be talked about, Zhong Qiu bade farewell and left. Before he left, Chen Pingon said apologetically, "I can't leave the blessed land of lotus root for now." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "It's okay. Anyway, you, Chen Pingon, don't look like a banished immortal." After Zhong Qiu left, he walked alone on the cold street with a gloomy expression. If the first banished immortal that he and usually met back then was Chen Pingon, would it be a different ending today? Chen Pingon picked up the small stool and walked into the dark alley. Chen Pingon suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was a skinny little girl standing outside the courtyard. She subconsciously took a step back, raised her head and looked at the guy's face carefully. She did not dare to say a single word of what she had prepared to say. Chen Pingon asked, "Where are those books?" The little girl blinked and shook her head vigorously. "I don't know." As if she was afraid that Chen Pingon would not believe her, she said with a wronged expression, "A few days ago, you fought so fiercely with those bad guys." At that time, a man and a woman walked out from the alley. I didn't dare to go back to the alley and sat on the stool obediently. After that, I couldn't see you and couldn't wait for you. I was afraid that the bad guys would find me, so I quickly ran away. Chen Pingon waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. He did not want to see this scheming little girl again. The little girl said pitifully, "I beg you, let me finish my meal before I leave." It turned out that she had smelled the fragrance of the food. Chen Pingon ignored her and locked the door behind him. It turned out that Chao Qinglang had prepared dinner. The child was smart and filial. Although he had never personally cooked before, he had seen his mother cook many times. If he were to cook by himself, of course the food he made would not be delicious, but it would be edible. For the past 2 days, Chao Qinglang had been cooking by himself. Chen Pingon had never joined him. Usually, Chao Qinglang would take the initiative to leave the courtyard after going to the kitchen. It was the same today. In the past, when he went back, the child would have finished eating. He would clean up the table and go back to his room. Occasionally at night, Chao Qinglang would come out to sit for a while to cool down. But today was different. Chao Qinglang sat at the table and ate very slowly. Moreover, there was an extra set of chopsticks on the table opposite him. Chen Pingon walked into the room quietly. After sitting down, he chewed slowly without making any sound. There was a flop in the courtyard. The skinny little girl stood up, patted the dust off her body, and tiptoed outside the house. She did not dare to go in. She squatted there and stretched her neck to look at the food on the table. Chao Qinglang thought about it and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of rice for her. He walked to her and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. "Let's eat together." Chen Pingon put down the bowl and chopsticks and looked at her. She was about to cry. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and did not move. Chao Qinglang said helplessly, "It's okay, let's eat." She was still staring at Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon picked up the bowl and chopsticks, not wanting to look at her. She then lowered her head and began to eat. Occasionally, she would take a piece of the food with her chopsticks like a thief. The three of them were almost done eating. Chao Qinglang got up to clean up the table. The little girl glanced at Chen Pingon and pretended to help Chao Qinglang clean up. The two of them were the same age and returned to the kitchen together. She looked at the courtyard and saw that the guy was not there. She lowered her voice and complained, "There's no oil and it's so salty. Do you even know how to cook? You're already an adult. Can't you be a little more mature?" Chao Qinglang was speechless. Seeing that she was unwilling to forgive him, he could only say, "I'll be careful next time." However, Chen Pingon suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. The skinny little girl immediately shut up. She was about to turn around and pretend that she did not see Chen Pingon, but she saw him waving at her with a sharp gaze. She could only walk out with her head down. Chen Pingon pulled her collar like a chicken. He opened the door with one hand and put her outside with the other. Before he closed the door, he said, "If you dare to climb over the wall again, I'll throw you out of the capital." That night, Chen Pingon had been resting with his eyes closed. Not long after Chao Qinglang came out to cool off, he heard coughing outside the courtyard door. He went over to open the door and saw her squatting on the ground. She looked up and crossed her arms. She smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. It's cooler in the alley outside." Chao Qinglang scratched his head with both hands. He was really afraid of this guy. Chen Pingon raised his head and furrowed his brows. Far away on a roof, under the bright moonlight, there was a man with a saber hanging on his back. He was dressed in a black robe and had a scholarly temperament. He held a pot of wine in one hand and smiled at Chen Pingon. Seeing that Chen Pingon didn't say anything, he tapped his toes and floated towards Chen Pingon's house. Chen Pingon took advantage of the fact that Chao Qinglang was still outside the door and threw a punch. The great general of Beijing, Tang Tie, was hit in the chest by a silent punch. He flew out and landed on the ridge of the roof. Tang Tie himself was one of the few great grandmasters in the world. He was not injured, but he was in a difficult situation. However, Tang Tie was not angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Chen Pingon, as if he was saying that he was sorry for disturbing him and that he was sorry for coming uninvited. Tang Tie, who was wearing the Forge Master on his waist, turned around and left. Chen Pingon did not have a deep impression of this person and did not want to have too much contact with him. Chen Pingon thought for a while and told Chao Qinglang not to wait for him. He walked out of the alley and went to Zhuiyuan Alley. Coincidentally, there was no more wine in the blade-strengthening gourd. It would be good to go out. In the middle of the night, in a deserted restaurant on the other side of Zhuiyuan Alley, there was only one table of guests. It was a family banquet because the cooks were brought out by the guests themselves. There were 3 men and 3 women. Not only this restaurant, but the entire Zhuiyuan Alley was heavily guarded. Other than the armored soldiers, there were also many experts who had concealed their identities. Unless it was a great grandmaster ranked in the top 10, it was unlikely that anyone who wanted to assassinate them would be able to see these people. These 6 people were the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom Wei Liang, the Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yan, the second prince and the youngest princess. Then there was the Taoist nun of Mount Taiping, Huang Ting, and the former Fan Wan, and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart House. The young Princess Wei Jin had inherited her parents' looks and was a rare beauty. However, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority when she was beside the Taoist nun. She was usually quite lively, but tonight, she didn't dare to speak much. She had been nestled beside her mother, Zhou Shuzhen. She especially admired this Taoist nun who was as beautiful as a fairy. She was able to perform even better than the state preceptor Zhong in front of her imperial father. She had collected a lot of books over the years. They were all strange novels that her 2 brothers could not stand her pleading and collected from the market. What was Jianghu? The Jianghu that she envisioned was when, on a moonless and windy night, a pair of immortal swordsmen and women slaughtered their way into the lair of the bad guys that made people tremble with fear. When the sky turned white, the bandits and devils had already been beheaded. The pair of man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Finally, they spurred their horses and left, continuing to ride their horses in the Jianghu. Emperor Wei Liang smiled and asked, "There is Eugenie on the outside and Chen Pingon on the inside. Is it really okay?" Huang Ting's answer was not very polite. Actually, these two people are in the capital. It's okay. One has an unusually firm heart for cultivation, and the other doesn't care about you. It's just that you, as emperors, like to use the phrase, "How can you allow others to sleep beside your bed?" You feel uncomfortable in your heart. I can understand this. Plus, I don't like Eugenie, so let's just fight with him. Then, Huang Ting's words were even more presumptuous. I promise to use all my strength to fight with Eugenie. After that, if I lose, the so-called elite army of the Nanyuan kingdom can't stop Eugenie. He even broke into the palace and killed your whole family. I can only try to avenge you before I ascend. Wei Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He drank to relieve his boredom. In fact, the most uncomfortable person was Empress Zhou Shuzhen. Her junior sister became her master, and then she became Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. The most disappointed person was probably the Crown Prince Wei Yan. The Fan Weiner he loved in his heart could never be found again. Even if the Taoist nun in front of him was more beautiful than Fan Weiner, Wei Yan could not like her. The person who was the most uneasy was the second prince, who looked very similar to Wei Yan. From the sovereign sects Ding Ying, to a large group of experts who had been hiding in the capital, they had all been caught and imprisoned by the state preceptor Zhong, the fairy of Mirror Heart Chamber, and the imperial court. The three factions of the demonic sect were inextricably linked to him, the prince of the Wei clan, who was of noble descent. The second prince found the meal tasteless and tasteless, as if he was chewing wax. He was a little envious of his sister's thoughtlessness, and even more jealous of the Crown Prince Wei Yan's good fortune. Who would have thought that the invincible old devil Ding Ying would be killed by someone? That bitch once vowed to him that even if he died of old age, her master grandpa might not die. There was an unusual commotion outside the restaurant. Huang Ting smiled and said, "The distinguished guest is here." The Emperor Wei Liang looked out of the window immediately. He was very nervous and regretted that he did not call the imperial tutor Zhongqiu. After all, the imperial tutor had a good relationship with that person. But after waiting for a long time, he saw that person appear from the staircase. He actually walked through the door and stairs of the restaurant. The young banished immortal Qin Pingan did not wear the eye-catching white robe. Instead, he wore the ordinary clothes of the Nanyuan kingdom. Wei Liang calmed himself down and stood up. Since the emperor had stood up to welcome the guest, Zhou Shuzhen and the three members of the royal family hurriedly stood up. Huang Ting did not put on airs, but she was not overly solicitous either. She stood up, left the table, and walked to the window. It was as if she had removed herself from the table and handed herself over to the local tyrant and the river dragon. Both sides would do as they saw fit, and she would not be partial to anyone. Wei Liang laughed loudly and said, "The Wei family did not treat you well and caused such a big commotion. Please forgive us, immortal Master Qin." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry about this. This disturbance has nothing to do with the Nanyuan kingdom." Emperor Wei Liang was a little uncertain. He was worried that he did not understand the deeper meaning of Qin Pingan's words. Qin Pingan had already opened his mouth and said, "I came this time because I thought that since your Majesty has come in person, there are some things that I can say directly. The Nanyuan kingdom can pretend that I don't exist. Your Majesty, please rest assured. If Ding Ying and Eugenie had not taken the initiative to find me, perhaps this fight would have had nothing to do with me." Wei Liang smiled and nodded in agreement. Immortal Master Qin is an immortal on the mountain. Naturally, you do not want to care about the disputes of the mortal world. Qin Pingan suddenly laughed. The scenery in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom is very good, especially the food. It is very good. Before I leave the capital, I will definitely go there again. The emperor asked curiously, "Immortal master, what is it?" "I can." Halfway through his sentence, Wei Liang stopped himself. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. "Immortal Master Qin has just set the rules. I have broken the rules. I must punish myself with a cup." Chen Pingon took off his wine gourd. "I may have to trouble your majesty to send 2 jars of wine to me." Wei Liang laughed. "Immortal Master Qin, you are too easy to fool as an honored guest." The emperor made a joke. Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the 2 princes, and the princess immediately laughed. Chen Pingon was a little slow to realize and laughed as well. Otherwise, he would appear too unreasonable. In the distance, the Taoist nun Huang Ting was facing the window, but the corners of her mouth were curled up. Chen Pingon filled the blade-strengthening gourd with wine and left the restaurant. However, he did not return to his residence in the alley. Instead, he went to the night market near Baihe Temple based on his memory and ate a big bowl of that numbing, spicy, and scalding thing. If one did not eat spicy food, did not drink wine, and did not drink strong wine while eating the spiciest hot pot, what joy was there in life? This was what the old sword sage of the Shu Shui kingdom said. In the past, Chen Pingon did not feel that it made much sense. However, now that he was in the bustling city, he felt that the old man's words were true. After paying the bill, Chen Pingon left the bustling night market and walked slowly. In a quiet and deserted place, he leaped onto a roof ridge and went to the official's house deep in the courtyard. He went to his private library. This time, he was not there to inquire about the history and geomancy of this world, but to look for books about bridge construction. Unfortunately, his search was fruitless, so he thought about the books and archives of the Ministry of Works. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought that it would not be too difficult to ask Zhong Qiu if he had the chance to ask the nation preceptor for help. Also, he had to ask Zhong Qiu for information about a scholar. Out of the library, Chen Pingon stopped at the rooftop of a tall building and sat down to drink. In the end, he raised his middle finger to the sky. There was no thunder. Chen Pingon put away the wine gourd and stood in the cool breeze. He was lost in thought. When he left the balcony of the Eagle Fortress and entered the Nanyuan Kingdom, he came across a town of paper dolls. The old monk of the Temple of Heart Reflection once repeated a sentence: "If you look at it, it will look at you." The woman who was still Fan Weiner at that time stared at him twice in the White River Temple and the night market. Her gaze seemed familiar, but she did not speak. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. After thinking about it carefully, he felt even more terrified. Chen Pingon sighed. The lights of the mortal world and the stars in the sky. Someone said that the latter could be the corpses of many gods. Who said that? Chen Pingon patted his head. He could not remember. He did not drink much tonight, but he was very drunk. Chen Pingon fell backward and fell into a deep sleep. An old Taoist stood on the roof and glanced at the young banished immortal who was sleeping soundly. Thinking of the scene he saw earlier, the old Taoist twitched his mouth. In the small courtyard, a young man was apologizing softly to a child. In fact, his face was full of tears. The old Taoist muttered to himself, "In your eyes, is there no small matter in the mortal world?" You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.